Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Good morning, welcome in. I didn't have a spare second to glance up and personally greet whoever had walked in. A hot strawberry souffle, straight out of the oven and chock full of romance, balanced across my oven mitt hands, and I needed the utmost concentration to make it not deflate on the way to the countertop. After that, I had a cracked cheesecake to mend. And cookies to frost after that. And 2 cakes to build, 3 trays of donuts to fry, and 2 new recipes to test. Like Dad used to say, a busy morning is a quick morning. Morning, the customer yelled back, hoping to pick up a box of Focus donuts. Damn it. Okay, be right there. I shouted, exhaling slowly and trying to step a little quicker toward the counter. Easing the souffle tin to the chrome surface, I tried to make sure there were no sudden jolts or bumps. It seemed to be fine. No cracks or sagging. I chuckled softly and wiped the sheen of sweat from my forehead with my sleeve, mentally high-fiving myself. Good start. I jogged up to the cash wrap and greeted my customer, a hero from the looks of him, and I boxed up a baker's dozen of Focus donuts for them in both chocolate and vanilla at their request. They paid, left a nice tip, and left me all alone in my shop once more, tinny Carly Rae Jepsen pumping out of the shitty speakers in the corners of the room. Taking the empty shop as an opportunity to fall apart, I slumped behind the counter and buried my face in my hands, willing the random tears that had jumped to my throat to cease and desist immediately. I didn't have time for bullshit-like emotions. The bells on the front door jingled, and I scrambled to the back room on my hands and knees, popping up and pretending that I was back there all along. Hello. Welcome in. My ability to bullshit was award-worthy. My ability to be chill. Not so much. Especially when my soulmate was feeling things like overwhelming excitement. Their serotonin rocketed through my veins like energy drinks and pop rocks, pure elation humming in me even though nothing had happened on my end of things. The customer gave me a strange look as I danced up to the sales floor, unable to restrain my joy. What can I do for you today? Calming cookie. Focus donut. Confidence creep. Studious strudel. I couldn't stop talking. From the looks of it, they were annoyed already. I knew I was insufferable. All I wanted was to punch myself in the face to stop myself from losing another customer and my hard-earned money. My soulmate calmed down, and my body relaxed in turn. I slumped against the counter and shook my head in awe, chuckling softly. Sorry, I gasped, making tentative eye contact with the customer, soulmate. They smiled softly at me. No worries. I get it. They gave me their order, paid, and left, tipping normally. I sighed and cursed inwardly at my soulmate. Keep it together, brew. Some of us have to work. Jogging back to the kitchen, I nearly fell into a heap of tears at the sight of my souffle. It broke, sagged in the center and lopsided in an ugly way. Fuck damn it. I screeched, ripping off my apron and throwing it on the floor. It was not my day. Taishiro Termitsu rolled with the punches. Even if those punches were a wave of frustration and anger straight from the depths of his soulmate's core. He paused his patrol and took a deep breath, letting their emotions crash against him, like he was a boulder in the center of their roiling sea. Fat Gum hated when they had a bad day, because he wished he could help. But they hadn't found each other yet. Not that he hadn't tried. He'd attempted online dating, old-fashioned in-person dating, and even blind dates. But no one had been his soulmate. No luck, no dice. But he wasn't going to give up that easily. Termitsu liked a challenge. The anger subsided slowly, rolling out like the tide, leaving Fat Gum exhausted. And hungry. He glanced around, hands on his knees as he caught his breath, hoping for some kind of sign. A bakery sat across the street, and the name struck a chord in his mind, some kind of familiarity ringing bells. Termitsu dragged himself across the street, using the crosswalk, of course, and entered the bakery, sighing in satisfaction as the scent of freshly baked everything rolled over him. The bells rang over the front door again. I hastily wiped the tears from my cheeks with the heels of my hands and sniffled, clearing my throat. "Welcome in," I managed, contentment rolling through me from my soulmate. A new apron hung on a hook beside the back door, and I tied it on so fast that I didn't even remember doing it, really. The BMI hero Fat Gum stood in my bakery, just before the display cases. He seemed to be admiring the treats, a soft smile across his face. Fat Gum. Anxiety swept through me at the sight of him, and I internally screamed. He was my favorite hero by a landslide. So what if he wasn't the highest rated or the most showy? He was kind and funny, and he loved food, just like me. He just seemed really down to earth, despite all of the paparazzi and glamour of hero life. Hi, I managed, fully aware that my cheeks were alarmingly flushed and my voice was jagged from crying. "Is there something I can get you?" His eyes flitted up to mine, and he beamed. "What would you recommend?" My favorite question, usually. But in front of my favorite hero. "Kill me now." I fished for the right words, trying to think of how to explain without sounding moronic or like a creepy fan. "Well, my quirk is the ability to imbue non-living things with emotion, so I bake feelings into my pastries and stuff," I explained, pointing along the display case. "We've got calming cookies in a variety of flavors, which are very popular with parents, heroes, and stressed-out students. Focus donuts are favored during midterms and finals. Confidence crepes are made to order before a date or big meeting. And I've got specialty items too that can be ordered for events or occasions, like smart strawberry soufflé, forgiving fruit tart, and romantic red velvet cake." Fat Gum let out a long whistle in awe. "Wow, that is a neat quirk. Bet your soulmate loves that." "Here." I stiffened and grimaced, a dry chuckle wheezing out of my lungs. "Nah, no soulmate here. Someday, maybe." He raised an eyebrow and eyed me. "Could I try a couple of calming cookies? They sound excellent." 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐺 floundered, panicking a little bit. Was that too forward, too flirty? "Not forward enough." He added, "My interns will love those." "Sure thing," I nodded, dipping behind the counter with a bag. "How many?" "I don't know, 10. Fat Gum leaned against the glass and considered his options, maybe 2 of each flavor. I tried to ignore my frantic heartbeat as I scooped up the right cookies for my favorite hero while he supervised. 2 each of mint chocolate, apple cider, trail mix, s'mores, and old-fashioned chocolate chip. Turning to the back counter, I wrapped all of the cookies up in a nice sky blue box and wrapped it in a white bow before turning back to the cash register. When he raised an eyebrow at my wrapping job, I flushed again and muttered, "You said it was for your interns." He chuckled and nodded slowly. "You are absolutely right, I did." Fat Gum took another look at the display case, eyeing his options. "Can I get a focus donut, too, then?" "For me?" "Yeah. Of course," I stammered, elated that my favorite hero would be trying my food. "Vanilla or chocolate?" "Chocolate, for sure." He paid after I handed everything over, box wedged under his arm, and waved as he left the shop. I didn't even notice until after he was gone, but he tipped the same amount as his bill. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐺 couldn't stop thinking about that little blue bakery. So he went back every chance he got. After a week, he tried all of the daily offerings and decided that the focus donuts were the best for the beginning of a patrol, but the calming cookies were the best for the end of a shift. But everything tasted amazing. He began to run out of things to try, so he made up events that he needed specialty items for. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐺 ordered a smart soufflé for his intern's finals that were non-existent, a fortuitous fruit tart for a friend going through a hard time which no one was, and even a nostalgia Napoleon for his mom, who was supposedly coming into town. She was, but he wasn't sharing. After 2 weeks of lies, the weight of it all began to press on 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐺. Why couldn't he just say how he felt? Why couldn't he just ask them on a date? Why shouldn't he? Why did he need to lie? And he decided, right there and then, in the middle of a patrol shift, that the next time he went to the bakery, he'd ask them on a date. Even if they weren't his soulmate. I wasn't surprised when 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐺 stopped in that evening, just 20 minutes before closing. I wasn't mad either about the time. Anyone else, sure. But not him. "Hey, stranger," I beamed, counting the money in the till. "How was your patrol? Any bad guys need stopping today?" When he didn't answer, I knew something was wrong. I glanced up from my counting to find him blushing, staring at his fidgeting fingers. My soulmate was feeling anxious, too, which didn't help. "Wanna tell me what's going on?" I asked, keeping the tone light. Termitsu exhaled, long and slow. "I want to ask you on a date." A smile crept across my face as I processed his words, and I answered, "Why don't you, then?" "Because we might not be soulmates. And..." He frowned at that. And you might get hurt. I don't want to hurt you if I can help it. It would just be easier if I didn't ask you and we left things how they are." "Are you sure?" I asked, moving around the counter to stand in front of him, arms crossed. "Who's to say that something great couldn't come of this? You're knocking it before you try it, Tai, and that doesn't sound like you at all." I stepped closer when he didn't answer. "Plus, we haven't checked to see if we're soulmates," I reminded him, glancing at his lips before meeting his golden gaze once more, liking my lips slowly to tempt him. "So how can you be so sure?" He interrupted me with a fervent kiss, his hands cupping my cheeks. My eyes fluttered shut after the initial shock wore off. But I saw it. We were both glowing, bright and iridescent, lighting up the whole shop. Taishiro Termitsu was my soulmate. All it took was 2 weeks and a truck full of pastries to find out. Out with the old and in with the new, listeners. Decked out in plastic decorations, an emerald velvet suit, and an oversized pair of tinted purple sunglasses, Hisashi Yamada, better known as the pro hero present MIC, twirled a party popper between his fingers as he broadcast his New Year's Eve special over the radio. He'd become famous for the 24-hour, non-stop music party broadcast once he started it fresh out of high school, back when he was a fledgling DJ, an optimistic little baby. One that could stay up for 24 hours straight with no short-term or long-term repercussions. Now, Hisashi would be feeling the effects of messing up his sleep schedule for days. Maybe weeks. God, hero work made him feel ancient. He chuckled into his microphone. "Hopefully this banger from 2000 will transport you back to the good old days. When life was simpler, everything was denim, butterfly clips were still cool, everyone had a CD player in their pocket. And everyone knew the words to the thong song." Poppy R&B filtered in through his headphones, and Hisashi smiled to himself over the soothing tones of Cisco singing about dump truck butt. In the relative silence of his booth, Hisashi kicked off of his desk, careening in a slow circle as the thong song softly played in the background and a cupcake unfurled in his calloused fingers. What he wouldn't give to be drinking expensive champagne and eating fancy canapés at some snazzy, rooftop NYE party, chatting up appealing strangers and kissing a random citizen at the slide of the new year, ringing in the changing of the tides in a room full of light and love and warmth. Instead, he was stuck. Alone. Mixing and editing and recording his own stupid radio performance with the help of one intern who'd been suckered into assisting, which mostly consisted of snack runs for Hisashi and Manning. The multi-line phone when listeners called in. Said intern ran into the booth just as Hisashi kicked off of his desk once more, tucking his shiny shoes in close to avoid bonking anything expensive. They set down a slice of cake, a flute of champagne, and a packet of confetti in front of his workstation, adding a silent wink as Hisashi slowed his rotations in his spinny chair, only to dash from the room once more. Hisashi opened his mouth to call after them, but nothing came out except for a pained wheeze of awkward tension. After multiple failed attempts to make conversation over the course of the night, he'd had yet to actually initiate any communication with his new intern, or even grab their name. Only 7 more hours to go. 7 hours to get to know them. And only 1 hour until the new year. "Hey, listener." From Beach, those words had been inked into the inside of my arm, black as coffee and confusing as SHT. Because up until the year in middle school when my family moved to Japan, all I could think was, what the F kinda nickname was listener. That's not cute. For a while, I thought maybe listener was some kind of weird Japanese honorific or nickname or something. Like Miss or Sir or Captain. Yeah, I know, I'm not the quickest cheater in the coalition. In my timeline, everyone was born with the first words they ever heard their soulmate say marked on their body, usually on their arms or legs. But I'd heard of people having the words tattooed on their face, chest, or back too. Luck of the draw, I guess. And for the most part, it wasn't too bad. When you finally heard the words, finally heard your soulmate face to face for the first time, your tattoo stung for a second and disappeared. Or so I'd heard. And so far in life, I only had two things going for me. The first was that at least my soul mark was in a normal place and didn't have swear words in it like my best friend, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲. Hers read shut the F up. And it was plastered across her neck, ear to ear, in bold, black lettering. Let's be real. That's super brutal. No one wanted to hire her because of both the placement and the language, and I mean, I can't blame them, but also, like, she can't help it. It's not her fault. I don't know. Take it up with her soulmate, I guess. When 𝐒𝐭 finally finds her but soulmate, I'm punching them in the face, just for making her go through all of this and for being a PP right off the bat to my best friend. Anyway, the second thing I had going for me was that I knew who my soulmate was. In the spirit of complete transparency, it took me 20-ish years to figure it out. But hey, you can't rush perfection. Plus, Japanese wasn't my first language, so that definitely slowed things down. But it was kinda the guy's catchphrase. So I probably should have figured it out sooner. But that's my own dumbassery at play. In a moment of complete panic and total idiocy after 2 months of joblessness in my mid-20s, I applied for an internship at his radio station, hoping to get closer to him. Well, I also needed a job and I was getting pretty desperate. So that was handy. But I wasn't trying to be creepy or anything. I really just wanted to get to know him better. And now it's just the two of us. Alone in the radio station. On New Year's Eve. And let's be honest, MIC is looking fresh as F in that velvet suit. I don't know how much more awkwardness I can take. We've got to talk at some point. And the whole house of cards will collapse around us. I think I might have a soulmate by dawn. And that terrifies the SHT out of me. Another half an hour passed before present MIC saw the intern again, dressed in all black with an antennaried headband, complete with miniature disco ball on the ends. They slipped into his studio between songs, mouthing the words to the Beastie Boys as they cleared his desk of trash and debris, and only added a plate full of finger foods and a fresh bottle of water. Hisashi mustered up the courage as the intern scurried away, arms full of wrappers and an empty, plastic champagne flute, and shouted, "Hey, listener." They stalled in the doorway, back facing the pro hero. A shiver crawled over their skin, shaking them visibly as they tugged their sleeves down over their knuckles. An awkward silence pressed in around them, and Hisashi continued to talk, forcing through the tension. "Sorry, I don't know your name," he confessed, pulling his hair down from the messy bun at the nape of his neck, only to tie it into a higher bun out of fidgety embarrassment. I wanted to thank you for all of your help tonight. I know the New Year shift SCKS. So, thank you for staying. I really appreciate it." The intern turned, leveling their wide, young eyes at him as they nodded, a smile turning up the corners of their mouth and softening their entire demeanor. Hisashi pressed on, encouraged by the small reaction. "Want to stay and hang out? If you don't, I'll probably just read." Which is super lame for a pro hero/English teacher, he blabbered, holding up his thick, battered, highlighted and annotated copy of Anna Karenina. "And really, there's only like half an hour until the new year. So I'm only asking you to stay until then. Because who wants to ring in the new year alone?" I saw the dusting of blush across present MIC's cheeks. And I heard the waver in his voice when he asked me to stay. He didn't even know we were soulmates. My mouth felt drier than the surface of the sun when I thought about speaking, knowing that I was about to give up the gun. Suddenly, every word I ever knew or learned flew right out of my brain, leaving my mind empty and flooded with panic. So, instead of giving myself away right off the bat, I simply nodded and pulled up the empty chair after tossing out the trash. Sabotage by the Beastie Boys wound down in the background, and MIC pressed a few buttons on his setup, sending the program directly into another throwback jam Drops of Jupiter by Train as we sat in a weird silence. She acts like summer and walks like rain, reminds me that there's time to change. So, MIC began, swiveling back and forth in his rolling chair, looking anywhere but directly at me. "How long have you worked here, Dimon?" And here I was hoping for a yes/no question, or something simple. What if my first words to him really were 3 months, 6 days? How boring. You know what? No. It's my life. I think you're my soulmate. I blurted, staring at my knotted, clammy fingers in my lap. And of course, trains warping the tension in the background, launching into the bridge as I felt MIC's eyes linger on me, neither of us saying anything as the song amped up. Can you imagine no first dance, freeze-dried romance? 5-hour phone conversations. The best soy latte that you've ever had. And me. I swallowed, anxiety choking off my words, and chanced a glance at present MIC. For once, he seemed speechless, eyes unfocused as he stared at the wall beside me, his hands idly playing with the worn cover of Anna Karenina. MIC. Are you okay? I asked after a moment, waving a hand in front of his face. But tell me, did the wind sweep you off your feet? Did you finally get the chance to dance along the light of day? He startled, his widened eyes settling on me once more as if seeing me for the first time. For real? I'm okay, he nodded. MIC looked me over, and I realized what he was looking for. Yanking on my sleeve, I showed him the fading letters of my soul mark, turning from black to scarred baby pink, shiny new on my forearm skin. He smiled at that, and a chuckle burst from his lips. Yeah, that makes sense, he said, pulling his long hair down from its bun once more to nervously run his fingers through it. Did you miss me while you were looking for yourself out there? What about yours? I asked gently, curious but not wanting to pry. The song began to wind down, and he fidgeted with his controls, queuing up another throwback with ease. It scarred over a few months ago. My guess. Probably around when you started, he said, throwing me a smile over his shoulder as Hey There Delilah filtered in. I thought my heart would explode from that toothy grin alone. I started in October, I admitted, pulling my legs up into my seat and wrapping my arms around them, annoyed that I'd been so stressed about my first words when I'd apparently already said them. But what dash? MIC was already discarding his emerald green suit jacket when I began asking, and chuckled. Well, you were in a hurry, so I don't blame you for not stopping, he laughed, rolling up the sleeve of his black button-up to reveal his words in the same spot on the same arm. He held his arm up for me to see. Excuse the F out of me. Oh my God, I laughed, burying my lava-hot cheeks in my hands. I am so sorry. Please tell me I didn't, barrel into you or knock your coffee from your hands or something inexcusable. He leaned back in his chair and laughed freely, rolling up his other sleeve to match and immediately making my stomach launch into a storm of butterflies. Goddamn, he needs to stop being so hot. He waved a hand through the air, dismissing my worry before he even spoke. No, nothing like that. You came careening down the front hall, screaming about how you were running late, and you nearly ran into me, but danced out of the way at the last second, and we briefly made eye contact when you blurted this, he explained, pointing at his arm. The scene played before my eyes like it was yesterday, even though it happened just after I began the new job back in October. My train had been running late, and my roommate made the dishwasher flood the apartment. It was a whole but circus of insanity. I was lucky that I hadn't lost my job. Just as I opened my mouth to explain myself, a chiming sound cut through my nonsense. I raised an eyebrow as MIC dug his phone out of his pocket, turning off the alarm. 5 minutes to midnight, he explained, pulling his hair back as he rolled over to his desk once more. I stood and walked over, and said, "May I?" He paused, dragged his tongue across his bottom lip. My hormones, and handed over his hair tie with a smirk. Gently, I threaded my fingers through his silky hair as he leaned into his microphone, neither of us mentioning the blush creeping up our cheeks or the heat tinting the shells of his ears as I tugged his hair into something useful and appealing. Hey listeners. Welcome back to the last 5 minutes of the old year. He beamed as he spoke, his radio a hero persona easing into his voice easy as turning a page. I continued to braid his hair back out of his face, listening as he listed the highlights and lowlight of the year, keeping silent and nodding along with his commentary. What a weird turn of events. Who knew that when I came to work tonight that this would happen? Not me. Definitely not me. MIC turned in his seat, smirking at me over his shoulder. And, on a personal note, listeners, I found my soulmate today. Of all days. Crazy, right? And I think that I'd like them to be my first kiss of the new year. What do you think, listener? At that, he winked at me, and my stomach flip-flopped. If he keeps up this winking nonsense, I'll be dead before the new year. In the background, I could hear people on the street, counting down. 10, 9. I laughed, biting my lip, and nodded, picking up the packet of confetti I'd dropped off for him earlier. Sure thing, I whispered, tying his hair up in a knot at the top of his head. 8, 7, 6, Mic beamed, picking up the party popper I'd seen him fiddling with earlier in the evening, and swiveled to look at me. You were the cherry on top of a boring year, listener, he whispered, cheeks flushed. 5, 4. You know, I could get used to the nickname. It's not so bad when he says it like that. Like I'm the only one who really hears him. Like I'm the only one who really matters. 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year, I mumbled, glancing from his bright yellow eyes to his lips, only to be surprised by a kiss that had me weak in the knees. His fingers tangled in mine, chaste and sweet. His lips tasted of cupcakes and champagne as they softly met mine, and I didn't even hear him pop the toy in his hand until I felt the confetti raining down on my shoulders. In my state of shock, I dumped my confetti on the floor, all over our shoes. When we pulled apart, laughing and giddy, it was the first thing we noticed, the giant pile of neon dots all over our feet. Happy New Year, he answered, plucking a piece of confetti from my nose and dragging his thumb down my jaw, tingles following in the wake of his touch. I look forward to many more New Year's kisses, I gotta confess. I nodded and rested my forehead against his. Me too. He chuckled, and pressed the smallest kiss to the tip of my nose. Out with the old and in with the new, right? Right. To new adventures. To new adventures. For as long as Darby could remember, the streak had been a burden. Back when his hair had been white, the stripe of hair near his temple hadn't changed much at first. It was the same colors for years before he woke up one day and the streak changed to a violent orange overnight. As he grew up, it changed more frequently. Blue, pink, green, red, yellow, purple, teal. And the bright colors set off his dad, which was a bonus. So he tried not to mind. But even after everything, the streak continued to change colors in his shadow black hair, a reminder that even in a world where he felt so alone, he had a soulmate out there somewhere. And they had terrible taste in hair dye. More often than not, that reminder was enough to get him through the day. To help him find the fight to survive. This whatif. I swear to God, if they dye their streak black one more time, I will find them and punch them in the face, I vowed over the phone as I opened the door to my favorite local coffee shop, hopping in line and lowering my voice. My best friend, 𝐒𝐿 𝐿, chuckled over the line. That sounds like something you do. Just probably don't kill them. You know, since they're your soulmate and all. I grumbled and fished my wallet out of my backpack. Fine, I guess. Well, I mean, if you want a soulmate, then I think you'd prefer them alive, right? She added. You just shut up, I hissed. Just because you already found your soulmate doesn't mean that you should rub it in everyone's faces all the time. The line moved at a snail's pace, inching me closer to the register 1 year at a time. At that rate, I'd reach the coffee counter when I turned 90. 𝐒𝐿 laughed. I can't help that I got lucky. That's all it was, luck. Maybe his green hair helped you out with that, I grumbled, fishing a large bill from my wallet and deciding to just tip the rest of the bill in change. I crammed my wallet into my backpack, accidentally bumping the wiry guy in front of me. Sorry, I whispered without looking, hoping I gave off enough of an insomniac student vibe to not get me murdered or cussed out at the coffee shop. The guy glanced at me, his ice blue eyes casting over my face and body in a way that sent goosebumps up my spine, and smirked without a word. He turned back to face the front of the line and shrugged. 𝐒𝐿 had been tittering away on the other end of the line, agreeing with me that Midoriya's green hair had probably been their good luck charm in finding each other. Hey! Will you pick me up an Americano? I'll pay you back. Sure, just save me a spot in psych this time, I responded automatically, still staring at the back of the stranger's head. I'm not sitting in the back by myself again. Deal. See you in a few. Bye Noi, I sighed, hanging up on her before she could talk my ear off any further. Pocketing my phone, I took a deep breath and focused on not murdering everyone in the coffee line. Just my luck, I'd be that person that showed up 10 minutes late to lecture with coffee in hand. Very smooth. Got somewhere to be. I flinched, looking up from the floor to find the lanky guy staring at me again. His voice was lower than I'd been anticipating, kinda gravelly. And I hadn't noticed before, but he had some kind of scarring across his face, not in a scary way, but in a way that made me sad. Like I kind of wanted to hug him. Yeah, I answered, my class starts in 15 minutes. He gestured to the space in front of him with a tilt of his head, drawing my attention to his ink-dark hair. You can have my spot. No soulmate streak. My brows furrowed before I could stop them. What's the catch? No catch. Just got nowhere to be, he shrugged. I squinted at him and hoisted my backpack higher on my shoulders. Well, thanks I guess, rando stranger, I said, side-eyeing him as I shuffled forward. He smirked. Welcome, rando stranger, he replied from behind me. We didn't say anything else to each other as we waited in line. But I did pay for his drink before I left to say thanks. And I still made it to my lecture with 2 minutes to spare. Darby didn't know what to make of them. All day, they'd been on his mind. They'd paid for his drink. He couldn't remember the last time someone had gone out of their way to be nice to him like that. Showed him kindness like that. It bothered him, the imbalance of power. He needed to repay them. Or find out if they expected something in return. And their highlighter yellow-green hair, streaked with one chunk of black right at their temple. Just like him, but reversed. Which could only mean one thing. Which meant he had to go back to the coffee shop. Which meant Darby had to talk to his soulmate. Another Americano. I asked Noriko, holding my phone with my shoulder as I fixed the buttons on my cardigan while I stood in line at the coffee shop the next day. As hard as I'd tried, I hadn't been able to shake the weird encounter with the dark-haired stranger from my mind, and I'd dyed my hair pink in a fit of sleeplessness in the middle of the night. Please, 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 she begged. I've been working on my thesis and the amount of sleep I've gotten in the last week would shock you. If it's in the double digits, then you've got me beat, I sighed, fumbling with a button for the 3rd time. I've got 3 finals I'm studying for, a thesis due, and 2 projects worth half of my grade. The line moved up a little, and I thanked the coffee gods for their hospitality. Meet you in the library. Noriko said, I'll snag us a good table in one of the study rooms. I nodded, but realized that Noi couldn't see it. I blamed the burnout. Yeah. See you in a few. Be safe, she added before hanging up. You little A, the voice crept up just as I stashed my phone, right by my opposite ear. I jumped, heart sprinting in my chest, and turned to find the guy from the day before with a scowl tearing his face. Excuse me? I asked, confused. He yanked the dark beanie from his hair, revealing a streak of neon pink in his hair, right where my streak was on my temple. In the same exact shade as my new hair. You are so goddamn annoying, he spat, blue eyes filled with fire as he stepped into my personal space. What's with the pink? Here. You needed some attention. He gestured to his streak. The tone he was using made me want to kick him in the nuts. Or punt him into the sun. I crossed my arms over my chest and quickly drummed up a retort. So you're the killjoy who can't handle color, hair. What's so wrong with pink? He'd been dyeing the streak black for as long as I could remember in retaliation. Now it made sense. His attitude was black as a, you think pink makes me look threatening, he hissed. You think people will cower in fear when I have a streak of pink in my hair? I didn't cower even without the streak in your hair, buddy. I fired back, tilting my head to the side and pursing my lips. Maybe you've got some fragile masculinity problems you need to address before yelling at me for blowing off steam, dude. He glowered at me, jaw working as he fished for a response. Next. We both turned, noticing that I was next in line for coffee. I frowned at him and said, some soulmate. Turning on my heel, I walked up to the counter and ordered mine and Noriko's drinks, ignoring my soulmate completely. I paid and breezed past him, not giving him the time of day. The drinks were done in a few seconds, and I left without saying goodbye. What a PP. Damn it. Darby screamed in the empty alleyway, kicking a trash can over and letting himself vent. He'd totally fed up the soulmate reveal, and hadn't even touched them, hadn't broken the spell. At this point, he didn't think they'd ever forgive him. He wasn't sure that they'd ever break the soulmate spell. He'd be stuck with their shitty hair choices for the rest of his life. With shaking hands, he ruffled his hair, seething both at them and at himself. Why'd he lose his temper? Why couldn't he keep his SHT together for 2 seconds? Hello, my name's Darby, kind of, and I'm pretty sure you're my soulmate. C. What's so hard about that? F. He muttered, leaning against the brick and letting himself sink to the ground. Burying his face in his hands, he took a few deep breaths and tried to chill out. What now? Did this mean he really was alone? Hey! I'd followed him outside. Saw the whole temper tantrum. Poor guy. Chewing the inside of my lip, I took his drink from the caddy and held it out to him. Flat white, right? I added when he eyed me skeptically. I heard you order one yesterday. He said nothing, but nodded and took the drink from my hands. Baby steps. I kicked some trash away from the space beside him and settled down, letting my head rest against the brick as I sipped my latte. Sorry for being a DJ, I said, deciding to just swallow my pride and be the first to apologize. I've slept like 8 hours total in the last week. Finals week is coming up. Finals, he said. Nodding, I swallowed the scalding sip before answering. I go to the college a couple blocks over. Nearly done with my bachelor's. Psychology and sociology double major. I want to be a social worker. Why? Suddenly the concrete was super interesting. I avoided his ice blue stare as I explained, I want to help people, but I don't have a quirk. And my social worker growing up didn't have 2 brain cells to rub together, so I want to make the system better. He didn't seem to have an answer for that. We sat in silence for a while, drinking our warm drinks and sitting close. You know, if you want, I blurted, holding my hand out and glancing at his disinterested face, we could just get the soulmate thing over with. You don't have to speak to me ever again if you don't want to. I'll stop bothering you with my fun hair. Your weird butt hair, he corrected. My fun hair, I smiled, standing my ground. He squinted at me, at my hand, and back at my face. Darby, he said, before shaking my hand. I watched as the pink faded from his hair, root to tip. Hey. My name, he clarified. I hummed, looking him over. Sure, his eyes were a little off-putting at first, but in reality, once you got used to them, they were gorgeous. And maybe if you're judgy, his scars might be scary, but I didn't really think so. I was more interested in the man behind them. You know, I think I miss the pink already, I teased, it really brightened you up. I don't need brightening, thanks, he scowled, using air quotes. Laughing, I gestured to his outfit. You're like a straight-up emo kid. The pink was the only thing making you look approachable, Killjoy. Maybe I don't want to look approachable. Did you ever think of that, Rainbow Dash? Did you just make a My Little Pony reference? I gaped. He said nothing, looking away with a scowl, and I laughed again. My phone interrupted me just as I was about to tease him some more, and I found a text waiting for me from Noriko, wondering where I was. I've got to go. But you know, Darby, you're not the worst soulmate ever, I admitted, hoisting myself up. You're just a tough nut to crack. There are surprises down deep in there, I can tell. Wait, he said, grabbing my hand as I adjusted my backpack on my shoulders. I watched as he stood, his fingers never leaving mine. I wouldn't mind seeing you again. Or something. He vehemently avoided my eye contact, and I swore a dusting of blush tinted his cheeks. The idea that I'd made this dark boy blush sent butterflies fluttering in my stomach. Sure, I chuckled nervously, scrambling for my phone. Want to give me your number? He recited the numbers for me, and I typed them into my phone, texting him right there and then. I didn't realize that we were still holding hands until I went to go grab the drink carrier. I sputtered, can I dash? Before I could form anything coherent, Darby raised my hand to his lips and dusted the lightest kiss across my knuckles. My heart rate doubled in the span of half a second. He smirked, looking up at me beneath his dark lashes. Talk to you later, he said lowly, breezing from the alleyway with his confidence restored, drink in his hand. Catching my breath, I watched him go. Only when he was completely out of sight did I grab our drinks and double-check for my phone before walking toward school. My phone vibrated in my pocket, and I fumbled for it. A text from Darby waited. "So when's our first date, Rainbow Dash?" Laughing, I shook my head and texted him back. "After finals, Killjoy. Give me like a week. Want me to murder any of your professors for you? I mean, I appreciate the sentiment, but no thanks. You're no fun. Offer still stands." I chuckled. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. Opposites attract and all that. Right. You know that old saying. When life hands you lemons, make lemonade. Well, how the F do you make lemonade out of a lemon like Katsuki Bakugo? Riddle me that. That's what I mulled over for the majority of lunch, sitting beside my best friend 𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐻, as I said nothing for the third month in a row to Bakugo. I was careful to never speak directly to him for a reason, always having conversations with Han in hushed tones, or whispering with Mina about whatever, but Bakugo was making selective mutism increasingly more difficult. "What the F are you two extras whispering about over there?" he snapped, finishing off his carton of milk and crushing it in his fist. 𝐒𝐿 and I exchanged a knowing look, his eyes darting to my left forearm for the briefest second before he cleared his throat and answered, "Nothing you'd care about, man. No big deal, so chill out." "Well, why do they things sit with us if they're gonna be so goddamn quiet?" Bakugo hissed, gesturing to me with a scowl. I responded with an unimpressed frown. And a middle finger. Pretty self-explanatory. He didn't like that very much. "You motherfued," as Mina stepped in for the both of us, also knowing the underlying situation, and said, "Hey, hey, hey. What does everyone think of that project 𝐈𝐻𝐻𝐼's assigning tomorrow? Group projects are the worst, am I right? Who do you hope you get partnered with, Splody boy? Don't effing call me that." And once again, I became invisible. When Mina got a second, I gave her an appreciative smile, and she returned it. Her and Han were the only ones who knew that Katsuki Bakugo was my soulmate. And they did their very best to help me not get murdered by him before he could figure it out. I've known since the first day of our second year, when I transferred into his hero class from the business course. Lost and wandering the hero wing of UA, I was looking for class 2A, when none other than Katsuki Bakugo barreled into me, knocking me to the ground and continuing on his way. He didn't even stop to help me, or even look over his shoulder, but he did remember to yell, "Out of my way, you effing extra." Those exact words had been tattooed in black across my left forearm from from my inner elbow to my wrist, and once he spoke them, my entire arm lit up with a searing hot pain, tearing at my skin like knives and needles and fire. And just as quickly as it started, the pain was gone in an instant. I scrambled to push the sleeve of my blazer up to look at my arm, and found the letters now faint pink, like scarred flesh. So that was it. Katsuki Bakugo was my soulmate. And he treated me like trash. So I tried to stay out of his way, tried to make his life as easy as possible. Because someday, I'll lose my nerve. Someday, I'll find the courage. And the words that will come out of my mouth. Well, let's just say, I doubt they'll be very romantic. Katsuki Bakugo was having a bad day. He'd missed breakfast after sleeping through his alarm, and nearly got to class late, resulting in a lecture from that four-eyed irritation factory, Tenya Ida. Then, of all people, he got matched with the class mute for their partner project, and even after talking to Mr. Aizawa about it begging to be swayed with someone, anyone else, he was stuck with them. Just fin great. He figured that it meant he'd have to do the whole project alone, which was the case usually anyway if he got partnered with any of the other idiots he called friends. But it was a little bit worse if his new partner wouldn't even talk to him. Typically Kaminari or Kirishima or whoever would at least keep him company while Bakugo did all the work, yammering on about bullshit. But at least he wasn't alone. So during work time in the library, Bakugo and his partner sat across from each other, twin scowls on their faces. "Any ideas, extra?" he spat, crossing his arms over his chest and leaning back in his chair. The prompt for their project had them inventing a support tech item, and then working with the support course to actually create the gear once their idea got approved by Aizawa. They rolled their eyes and dug around in their backpack for a second, holding up a finger, signaling for Bakugo to wait. Curiosity piqued, Bakugo said nothing, but watched as they pulled something from their bag and began writing. He nearly laughed when they stopped, erased everything, and signed to themselves quietly with a frustrated expression, something about using the wrong word. A fist with thumb and pinky extended, angrily jutted from their chin outward, then one pointer finger up, the other hand's pointer finger and thumb almost making the letter P as the two hands touched. Rocking back to let his chair sit flat on the floor, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 waited patiently for them to finish. Finally, they huffed and turned what appeared to be a whiteboard around, with the words omnilingualism, universal language translator written on it. Their handwriting looked vaguely familiar, but 𝐒𝐭𝐲 wrote it off as just having been in the same class for 3 months. He'd probably graded one of their papers or tests before. It's not the worst thing idea, he conceded, skiing his teeth as he mulled it over. Smiling, they signed back, thank you. Starting with their fingertips on their chin, they lowered them toward 𝐒𝐭𝐲, almost like a bow. He hated the warmth that crept across his cheeks. Even more, he hated that they still refused to talk to him. He'd seen them speak to Soy Sauce Face and the alien, even Kaminari once before. So why not him? His partner pulled the board back toward them and scribbled, your idea, underneath their previous words. They raised an eyebrow at 𝐒𝐭𝐲, waiting. Teasich, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 hissed, rubbing his temples, I dunno. Originally, I was thinking like a motherfucking EMP or some SHT, but then I thought about like, a set of brass knuckles with telescoping Wolverine claws. Like, how fing badass would that be? And then, he stopped himself when he realized his partner was erasing and scribbling again, and waited. What? They slammed the whiteboard down on the table. On it, one word. No. What the F does that mean? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 shouted, standing up from his seat and appending his chair. Those are A+ level ideas, you thing extra. I don't see you coming up with anything better. They looked at him, completely unimpressed with his explosive behavior, and rolled their eyes before facepalming and turning back to their whiteboard, signing to themselves again as they sighed. Anger and embarrassment bubbled in 𝐒𝐭𝐲's veins as he waited, not patiently this time, for them to finish writing. The signs he did understand weren't making sense, and suddenly he found himself wishing he'd paid more attention during his sign language lessons. Stupid quirk ruining his ears. The whiteboard turned around again, with more words on it than ever. 𝐒𝐭𝐲's partner pointed from part to part as he read, expressions changing to match the tone of each sentence. My idea works for everyone, quirk or not, hero or bystander. They pointed, expression carefully neutral. Your ideas are only for heroes, and could be easily used against heroes by villains. They gestured, a small frown tilting their lips, both could result in mass casualties. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 simmered in his frustration, hating that they were right. He scared his teeth, hands clenching into fists, jaw tensing. He wanted to punch something. He hated being wrong. He wanted them to just thing talk. He wanted them to yell at him. He wanted them to just call him a moron themselves instead of being so goddamn calm and soft and kind about it. F your translator, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said coolly, sneering at his partner, I'm doing the Wolverine claws and I'm gonna get us an A, you mute fuckwipe. That did something. Standing so fast that their chair tipped over, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 saw their eyes mist over with tears, their lips tremble with frustration. They rounded the table and stood toe to toe with 𝐒𝐭𝐲, staring him straight in the eye. Some of their classmates looked over from their spots at tables nearby to see what was happening. And then 𝐒𝐭𝐲 got his wish. They finally spoke, soft and low. Sorry. Guess I'll stay out of your way, they muttered, stomping from the library without looking back, the door slamming open and banging shut. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 didn't even have time to process his victory when his forearm shot through with fiery pain, stinging and burning and stabbing. He clutched at his elbow, falling to his knees, and ripped his stupid blazer off, rolling his sleeve up. To find his soul mark scarred over. And that's when it hit him. The reason he'd thought his classmate's handwriting looked so familiar was because it had been on his forearm for as long as he could remember. Aizawa raced over once he heard the commotion, helping 𝐒𝐭𝐲 up from the floor. What happened? He asked, tone even and calm, despite one student missing and another apparently injured. Katsuki looked up at his teacher and sighed. I gotta go effin' apologize. I don't even know where I ended up. I just ran until I lost track of myself. Everything hurt so bad. My feet from my stupid school shoes, my lungs from running and running and running, my heart from him. Damn it, Katsuki. Why do you have to be such an butt? I gasped for air, slowing in an empty hallway, and collapsed against a wall of lockers. The cool metal soothed me through my uniform, my overheated skin breaking out in goosebumps all over. Even the linoleum floor felt nice. Solid. Frigid. Sturdy. Hot tears traced over my cheeks, and I didn't try to stop them. I was so mad. Mad at Aizawa for foisting this project upon us and making Katsuki and I be partners. Mad at Katsuki for pushing all of my buttons and successfully forcing me out of my shell. Mad at myself for breaking down, for snapping, for giving him the answer so easily. Hey! Tensing at the sound, I slammed my eyes shut and rested my forehead on my knees. Without looking, I signed done to him, shaking both hands dry of the situation. I hoped he understood. I'd ask Aizawa for a different partner when I got back to the library. We're not effing done, he said, tone softer than I anticipated. And the fact that he'd understood my signs wasn't lost on me. In fact, the butterflies in my stomach let me know I'd heard him loud and clear. I felt him sit down in front of me, his shoes touching mine. After a few seconds of silence between us, he pulled my hair and said, "Hey, listen. I'm sorry." Never in my life did I expect to hear those words come from Katsuki Bakugo's mouth. I looked up at him, shocked, only to find him also signing sorry to me, with his fist rubbing slow circles over his heart. He wasn't looking at me, but from what I could see of his crumpled expression, he meant it. I put a hand over his fist, slowing it where it continued to apologize over his heart. Katsuki looked up at me, furrow in his brow but more out of confusion and worry than anger. If I looked hard enough, I could swear I saw a dusting of pink on his cheeks. But maybe I was seeing things. Smiling softly at him, I shook my head. "It's okay," I whispered, voice hoarse from crying and running. "You are spicy." "What the F does that mean?" he blurted, his face definitely pink now. I laughed, squeezing his fist gently, hoping to calm him down. Apparently, it worked. Or something did. He clicked his tongue at me and stood, offering a hand to me to help me up as he looked away again, his cheeks bright. "Come on, Aizawa's waiting for us, nerd." "Pretty sure he thinks I'm out here murdering you," he explained as he hoisted me to my feet. "Why aren't you?" I mumbled, embarrassed at how slurred my words came out. Katsuki shoved his hands in his briefs pockets and stared at the ground as we started back toward the library. "Gotta effin' decide if I like you first, right? Soulmate." "Sure, I've heard the names. Who hasn't? The God family. The Bonnie and Clyde of Musutafu. Honestly, the monarchy of crime was my favorite. Gender neutral, for me, and, plus, it made me imagine Toga and I in crowns and capes and velvet finery at all times. Only good things there, right? Who doesn't like sounding like a boss but beach 24/7? Toga and I made an unusual co-crime boss pair, to be sure. She was a little unhinged, a little bit goofy, and a little bit messy. I, on the other hand, was more cool-headed, serious, and organized. But you know, life's all about balance. Most people were even more surprised to find out that we were also soulmates. We just figured, hey, if we both enjoyed some good old-fashioned villainy and we were in love, then why not combine the two? And so far, everything was awesome. Oka, my little toga mat, got a little worked up sometimes. We've had a handful of casualties from when she got overwhelmed. But hey, it could be worse. We're still working out the KN case. If you get what I mean. Wink wink. Just kidding. Or am I? Okay, I'm done now, promise. Anyway, we bailed from the league a few years ago when things were getting sticky and jailish. Togi Bear followed Stain's ideals, that heroes should save people because they're good, not for the money or the fame, and I'm more of the mind that becoming a hero shouldn't be stuck behind a paywall. Why should rich families like the Todorokis or the Yoroses be able to buy their kids spots at UA and afford to train them their entire lives, when the rest of the world has to duke it out for the rest of the spots? Shouldn't more schools have hero programs so that it's more accessible to more kids? Or at the very least, shouldn't more schools have quirk training and therapy so people don't go off the rails or accidentally hurt people? Sorry, I'm monologuing. Like I said, we gave the league the finger and started our own little crime syndicate. We dabble in money laundering and quirk-enhancing drags, amongst other things, but our big one: helping people. Because we can. There's a Jewish quote that Himiko and I like that goes something like this: if you're merciful toward the cruel, you end up being cruel to the merciful. You can't be nice to everybody. So we're nice to the downtrodden people of Japan. Somehow, someway, that's gotta bite the heroes in the butt, right? In my mind, I can only hope that we're somehow lessening the amount of villains that get created, which then negates the need for heroes altogether. So I guess we're helping ourselves out of jobs, but it's making the world a better place, so who is really winning here? No, seriously. I'm not sure anymore. But now you get it. Hearts of gold, over here. I think Togi and I have adopted something like 20 kids in the last few years. What else are we going to do with all of our money? Bathe in it. Actually, that doesn't sound to you. No. Never mind. That sounds hella unsanitary. So now you're pretty much all caught up. We're a happy little family, me, Togalicious, our 20 kids, and the mob fam cute, here. 𝐒𝐩𝐽 stared at the pushpin-covered map on her office wall. Something wasn't making sense. Absent-mindedly scratching at her soul mark tattoo that covered her forearm, the one that looked like BLD spatter, not the Charles Dickens quote on the inside of her opposite forearm. No one is useless in this world who lightens the burdens of another. 𝐒𝐽 sighed and paced her office, tapping her earjacks together and trying once more to put the pieces together. 20 children missing in Musutafu in a little over 3 years. But how? How did no one see them disappear? How did no one notice them gone? A gentle knock at her office door punched 𝐒𝐽 out of her stewing thoughts over the case she'd been working with the police. Releasing her earjacks from her nervous grip, 𝐒𝐽 found her friend Mina Ashido lingering in her doorway, still dressed in her hero uniform. 2 cups of steaming coffee were clutched in her pink palms. Burning the midnight oil, Jack. Mina said softly, stepping inside. Yawning, 𝐒𝐽 nodded as Mina passed her a cup of coffee. I feel like I'm on the verge of figuring this out, Minute, she admitted, resting her head on her friend's shoulder, the both of them staring at the map. They sipped their drinks in unison. Let's look at it from a different angle, Mina sighed, tilting her head away from 𝐒𝐽's to squint at the different colored pushpins. 𝐒𝐽 had a color-coordinated system and everything. 1 color for runaways, 1 for reported missing, 1 color for foster kids. All Mina could think was, we stan a thorough beach. Mina stood and tapped on a group of pins, all of the blue ones. The kidnappings. Are these where they were kidnapped from, or where they lived? Or something else? Where they were kidnapped from, 𝐒𝐽 answered, cupping her coffee in both hands and wondering where the hell this was going. Mina hummed and glanced around the small office. Do you have the files here? Can we SWCH these to where they grew up? Or even where the kids went to school? You have an idea? But I do. After a few minutes of reorganizing and teamwork, Mina and 𝐒𝐽 shuffled the kidnapping pins around, finding an entirely new pattern in the map, one more tightly clustered with the other pins. Whoa, 𝐒𝐽 muttered, her brain frantically trying to connect the new dots. They were all centered around. So, their homes more closely fit the pattern, not the kidnapping locations, Mina mumbled. Chewing her lip. She ran her finger around the lid of her coffee cup, tilting her head this way and that as she stared at the pins, but ultimately let out a defeated sigh as she let her head flop backward, staring blankly at the ceiling tiles. I have no idea what the F that means. F my dumbass brain. Adrenaline pumping, 𝐒𝐽 patted Mina's shoulder and yanked her black leather jacket off of the spare chair in the corner, racing toward the door with her coffee and keys in hand, a smile tearing at her lips. Lucky for you, I know exactly what it means. Minute, she kissed Mina's cheek on the way out, in a completely platonic way, of course, because 𝐒𝐽 still had soulmates to find, and shouted, You're a genius, Mina. Tell Aizawa that. Mina yelled back, maybe he'll retroactively change some of my grades from high school. 𝐒𝐽's laughter echoed down the hallway as she raced toward her motorcycle. You wish. Toga held my hand in the courtyard, watching as our kids played no-rules soccer or football, I guess if you're not partially American. Her fingers would idly trace over my soulmate mark, the one that matched hers, the one that hadn't faded over, sheet music and music notes papered over my forearm like a collage. On my other forearm, a Rorschach-esque splotch of scar tissue reminded me of Toga's connection to me. But we often talked about our missing piece. Our other soulmate. What were they doing? Where were they? Better yet, who were they? And why were they taking their sweet but time getting here? One of the older kiddos scored a goal for their team, and Toga and I clapped like the proud parents we were. She stared daggers at the rest of the mobsters circling the courtyard who hadn't been cheering. They quickly started a round of frantic applause, peppered with weak hoots and hollers, probably because they were afraid of my little 𝐒𝐭𝐲, and she simmered down beside me, cuddling in close. The springtime sun came up beyond the yard, casting long shadows across the chilly makeshift soccer field like spindly, sharp claws over my adopted kids. Or jagged, dripping teeth. I shivered, shaking the image from my mind. We were fine. The kids were fine. Everything was fine. There was nothing to freak about. Absolutely nothing. So why was a panic attack creeping up my spine? My breathing shallowed, and I extricated myself from Toga's grip, making a flimsy excuse so I could walk the perimeter of the yard, to check our defenses and our home security system. And to buy myself a precious few minutes of alone time. The roar of the crowd fell away as I slipped from the courtyard, and immediately my anxiety quelled. I took deep, soothing breaths, and reminded myself of what my therapist taught me. Anxiety is just my fight-or-flight response being activated. But there's nothing to fight or to flight. Everything's fine, I whispered to myself, walking the length of our fence and keeping my eyes trained on the cherry blossoms that reached over the top. Everything's fine. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Believe me when I say that I almost SHT my breathes. A rather unattractive noise exploded out of me at the sudden, unfamiliar voice, and I jumped away from the front gate. There, in a leather bomber jacket, black breathes, motorcycle helmet under her arm, and SHT kicking boots, stood a bombshell of a woman. I opened my mouth to reply, and inadvertently met her eyes. Big mistake. My arm shot through with fire, pain searing through my veins as if someone had poured liquid gold into my heart. I doubled over, clutching at my elbow as if that would help. It didn't. But the woman on the other side of the fence seemed to be having a similar problem, so that made me feel a teensy bit better. She'd collapsed against the fence, using it for support in a half-standing, mostly leaning position. "What did you do to me?" I hissed between clenched teeth. The stranger laughed dryly and shouted back, "To you. What did you do to me?" I eyed her. She didn't seem to have malicious intent, I supposed. Even quirkless, I was pretty good at reading people. Had to be with my profession. So I yanked up my black sweater sleeve to see what my arm looked like. And you already know what I found there. My music notes were faded, scarred. Both of my arms now matched. This stranger, this model on my doorstep, was my other soulmate. I squinted up at her through the receding pain and laughed humorlessly. "Hope you didn't come here to arrest me," I said, forcing myself to my feet. "Why? Why not?" She gasped. We met on either side of the front gate, frowning at each other in pain. Without any ceremony or grandeur, I held up both of my exposed forearms. "We're soulmates, idiot. Welcome to the family." Her mouth opened and closed, gaping like a fish as she searched for words. But in the end, all she could manage. "Holy F, oh you think that's bad?" I laughed. "Wait until you meet our other third. She's a handful and a half." All Might never thought his Friday night would devolve into fighting a horticulturally quirked villain in the dark and rainy parking lot of a sketchy Chuck E. Cheese. He just wanted to enjoy his vacation to the States. But apparently, that was too much to ask. A thick, thorny vine shot at him through a crack in the pavement, and All Might jumped straight up into the air, only to be surrounded by a waiting blizzard of sharpened leaves that sliced and snapped at his costume. His signature grin tightened, but didn't falter even as his costume tore and the icy rain spattered against his fresh wounds. The weather definitely didn't help his visibility, what with the sleet cutting in sideways, and the overcast, night skies blocking out the moonshine. Luckily, All Might could use the smeary haze of the lampposts scattered across the parking lot to spot the villain. Wait. Where'd they dash? Focus, symbol of peace. Falling through the air, All Might centered his gaze on the voice, only to find a giant Venus fly trap open beneath him, waiting for a tasty, tasty meal of a man. All Might muttered, brows furrowing. He glanced around for options, and decided his only one was through. He reeled back with a smash so strong that it obliterated the fly trap on impact and shattered the concrete below, a whirlwind swirling across the parking lot in its wake. All Might managed a superhero landing, but couldn't revel in it long. The villain threw tangled vines and brambled weeds at him from cracks in the concrete and the medians sprinkled throughout the lot, never once letting up. Bold of you to come to the US, All Might, they yelled over the roar of the rain. You thought you'd be able to just enjoy yourself. Blend in. Tearing at the ropey thicket of plants that swarmed him, All Might ignored the villain, hoping they'd tell him why they were attacking. But all the villain said, after a long peal of sinister laughter that sent shivers up Toshinori's spine, was, "You were sorely mistaken. Sometimes I want to punt kids into the sun. And now is one of those times. DM and my younger sister for having kids before me and birthing the cutest, perfectest, most inquisitive and curious niece on the face of the planet. I could never say no to Sophie, the niece in question, as it is, but on her birthday. Of course not. Which is how I ended up co-chaperoning Sophie's 6th birthday party with my sister, attempting to wrangle 20 kindergartners when they sprinted in every direction. I hated Chuck E. Cheese when I was a kid, and it turns out that I still loathed it as an adult. The flashing lights and darkened room irritated my eyes, the blaring sirens and beeps from the games drove me to the brink of insanity, near where property destruction and self-lobotomies sounded like justifiable ideas, and the mascot was just as creepy as I remembered. Don't get me started. Plus, Sophie's friends were absolute nightmares in kid costumes. Just as I roped the kiddos in for pizza, they took off without plates or napkins like tiny heathens. When I told them it was time for cake, they came back and sat down for 5 minutes, inhaled that cake like it was flavored air, and disappeared into the bowels of the kid casino in no time flat. And even when I announced that it was time for presents, the only kid who wandered back was Soph herself, her bouncy curls deflated and her cheeks rosier than usual. Probably the excitement of the evening. Let's just bring 'em home, she shrugged, snagging another piece of greasy cheese pizza with her chubby little fingers. I can open 'em later, right? My sister nearly died when Soph wiped her oily hands on her hella expensive birthday dress. I tried to talk her down from the ledge, but, lucky for both of them, Sophie ran off before my sister could choke her to death for both the dress and for her attitude. I'll go start putting the gifts in your car, I offered, hoping for a few seconds of peace and quiet and mental clarity. Take a breather before you punch one of the dorklings and fork over the keys. Less than a minute later, with her keys in hand and as many rainbow-wrapped presents as I could cram in my arms, I lumbered out to the dark parking lot, searching for my sister's SUV. I pressed the unlock button on the key fob, unable to see around the mountain of gifts in my arms, and waddled toward the sound. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I swore my soulmate ring warmed, but I ignored it. The dumb thing only changed color. It didn't change temperature. Last I'd checked, it was red. That was just after washing my hands during my 4th bathroom break on co-chaperone duty. The dumb thing was hardly ever red. What made my soulmate so angry? A strange sound caught my attention, like wind through trees and muffled voices, and I peered up at the clouds 𝐿 across the dark sky. Frigid rain peppered my skin, and the moon tried to peer out from behind the dark, lighting the puddles on the concrete. The sound came again, louder this time. If I didn't know any better, I'd think it was the weather whipping up a tornado, but everything else was wrong. It was too cold, the wrong time of year, and look out. For some reason, I opened my mouth to, I don't know, answer. But I was yanked off of my feet, all of the presents still in my arms. Icy wind nipped at my cheeks and stung my eyes. Despite the warning bells ringing in my head, I closed my eyes and ducked my head behind the gifts, self-preservation winning out. The world slammed to a halt, and I was set on the asphalt roughly. Are you alright? A deep voice inquired. You nearly got skewered back there, but you don't need to worry, because I am here now. I did. I laughed, turning to find a vaguely familiar face of a hero beaming down at me in the yellow lamplight of the parking lot. "Thanks." The hero looked a little taken aback, surprised that I didn't know his name. "Sorry, I don't have a TV, okay? There are more important things." "All Might," he said with a nod, propping his hands on his hips. Very hero-like. Something in my brain squiggled, the name piecing things together. "Right. I think I read an article that you co-wrote with David Shield about Hang on," All Might said, leaping straight up into the air. I followed him with my eyes, watching as he punched a giant sunflower out of the sky that had apparently been barreling toward us, wincing when the plant smashed to the concrete with a low boom that shook my spine. Before I could worry about it, All Might appeared back at my side, smile just as wide as it had been seconds ago. "Which car's yours?" he said smoothly, like he hadn't just punched a sunflower the size of a semi-truck out of the air. Like that was an everyday occurrence for him. Maybe it was. I stalled, brain struggling to catch up. "My sister's SUV is around here somewhere." I clicked the key fob again, eliciting a weak beep from the car. All Might's smile faltered, head turning toward where the beep came from. "I can take you there. But it's not very safe. I'll need you to leave the area as soon as you get in." "Deal." I pursed my lips and squinted at him. "My sister and niece are in that building. I kinda need to stick around. Plus, you're still here." Something changed in his face. It took me a second to figure out what it was. But I realized his smile was less forced. More genuine. "I can handle this guy," he chuckled, throwing his thumb over his shoulder toward the villain. "No problem." "If you say so, Mr. Hero," I shrugged. He eyed me, and said, "You gonna leave like I asked?" "Guess you'll have to find out, here." All Might dropped the bystander off at the SUV they noted, only waiting to make sure they got in safely and locked the doors before heading back into the fray, punching elephantine hedge animals out of the way and tearing through dagger-like vines. The villain wasn't pleased that All Might had been fraternizing. Once he finally landed near the villain, sneaky weeds crept out of the cracks in the concrete, wrapping around All Might's feet and ankles to weigh him down and fix him to the asphalt. "I'm going to finish you off tonight," the villain boldly claimed, "and I'm going down in the annals of history as Thorn, the villain who defeated All Might." Even without being able to move, All Might could throw smashes like they were regular hooks and jabs. He kept himself safe for a minute or two that way, fighting off the barrage of dangerous plants, but without being able to turn around, he missed a ribbon of poison ivy slithering across the lot, only to be caught around the neck by it. Black spots dotted his vision as the tough plant tightened around his throat. Vaguely, All Might could hear the villain monologuing in the background, proud of themselves for taking down the symbol of peace. He tore at the leafy plant with his large hands, gasping for air and gritting his teeth. There was no way he would let some no-name villain take him down in the middle of nowhere. Then he saw it. His soulmate ring, glinting on his finger. The stone set in the band was pink. When a blaring horn cut through All Might's swimming, hazy brain, and he forced himself to focus on the sound. A car with the high beams on flew across the parking lot, careening over medians and barely avoiding lampposts, only to slam into the villain, sending them flying across the icy, wet pavement. Immediately, the plants slackened around All Might, withering away into piles of dead vegetation. Air flowed into his lungs, brisk and clear. He fell to his knees, coughing and clutching at his chest, and squinted across the dark lot at the car and the villain. The car's driver door slammed open, and the now familiar bystander fell out of it. On shaky legs, they sprinted over to All Might and threw their arms around him, checking his face for signs of life, and laughing out of sheer shock. "You're okay?" they assured themselves. "I can't believe that worked. Oh my God, I was so worried." "Why'd you dash?" All Might rasped, his voice gravelly and dry. Without words, the bystander held up their hand, soulmate ring glinting in the dark. Their stone winked pink too. "I saw this and knew I couldn't leave you," they admitted, cheeks pink. "Forgive me for running over a villain with my car." All Might chuckled, a genuine smile creasing his eyes. "Already forgiven. Thanks for saving my life." "Anytime, big guy." My head buzzed with irritation over the first text I'd seen that morning. Maybe it was my own fault for reading my texts first. I should have just read fanfiction to wake up like I usually do. My best friend, Mina Ashido, found her soulmate early that morning at her favorite coffee shop, and consequently was stuck in their body for the next 24 hours, so our plans for an ice cream binge Ghibli-a-thon would have to get pushed out to next weekend. Maybe even further, depending on how love-struck she felt. I grumbled to myself as I unlocked the back door to my work, the only mom-and-pop video rental store in Musutafu, and spurned the gods for their shitty timing. All I wanted was a little time with my bestie to indulge and relax and ignore my cursed fate. Was that so much to ask? Apparently, the answer was yes. Let me clarify. By cursed fate, I meant the fact that my car recently got broken into while I was at the gym, resulting in a stolen laptop, shattered windows, and slashed tires. My insurance company dodged my calls faster than the kid who thought gym class was the Olympics on dodgeball day. Plus, I'd been applying for new jobs because, let's be real, minimum wage at a movie rental store wasn't cutting it anymore for 3 months, easily, and hadn't heard anything back from any of them. 70-something applications. Total silence on all of them. I'm not even sure how that's humanly possible, but you know what? With the absolute bullshit going on in my life as of late, cursed was probably not far off. So I'm leaving it up to the universe. Fate. Whatever. The lights overhead hummed like giant bugs as I flicked them on, and the ancient computer at the front desk made an exciting noise when I booted it up, like gears grinding and forks in garbage disposals. Paula, not today, please, I pleaded with the outdated tech, hugging the monitor like that would help. Just conk out tomorrow on Megumi's shift. No one likes Megumi. You'd be doing the world a favor by waiting. You can do it. One more day, pretty please, Paula, you appealing, gorgeous, smart. Paula. The PC flickered to life with a happy ping, and I sighed in relief. Maybe today would be less shitty than it originally led me to believe. Come on Izuku, you need to take a day off. A way too bubbly Ochiko Uraraka bounded into her friend's office, hauled a sleep-deprived Izuku out of his desk chair, and forced him from the room, ignoring him as he whined and dragged his feet. He didn't feel like a day off was warranted at all. In fact, he was just fine. A little sleepy, sure. And yeah, maybe he'd jumped all the way to Tokyo that morning by accident. But that was a fluke. Nothing more. Certainly nothing that warranted a day off. The two of them slowed in front of Todoroki's open office door, but only enough for Ochiko to shout inside, "I'm forcing Izuku to take a mental health day." Good, Shoto answered while yawning, not bothering to look away from his computer screen, covered corner to corner in spreadsheets. The endless numbers swam in front of his bleary eyes. He glanced up at the slowly retreating friends near his door and shooed them with a wave of his hands. Reinforced by Shoto's support, Ochiko yanked Izuku into the elevator and forced him into the back seat of the waiting car on the curb, an eager Tenya Ida at the wheel. Without a word, Tenya put the car in drive and pulled onto the road, casually conversing with Ochiko as if kidnapping their best friend was something they did often. Izuku tried to stay awake in the backseat. He really did. But Tenya's car glided over the road and dampened the sounds of the city, essentially lulling Izuku into a blissful nap without him knowing it. I busied myself by reorganizing our meager candy shelves. First, by awesomeness. Then, alphabetically. Finally, by color. But it turns out that alphabetically and awesomeness level aren't great categories for organizing candy. Plus, I could already see salty people arguing with me about why I put the junior mints and the Mike and Ike's on the top shelf with the high chews, but the cinnamon candies were on the bottom shelf, hidden behind the black licorice. So, I reverted to color coordinating the candy to pass the time. In the background, keeping me company, Hull's Moving Castle played on the TV near the checkout, and I murmured lines from the movie when I remembered them. The biggest bonus of working the shift by yourself was that no one could fight you on your movie choices. Ghibli-a-thon by myself? I think yes. The bells on the front door chimed, alerting me to a customer, and I stood, dusting off my jeans. "Welcome." I shouted over the shelves, "What brings you in?" I rounded the final shelf and found myself face to face with a handful of pro heroes. Uravity, Ingenium, and Deku, of all people, stood not 10 feet from me, perusing my movies. Sure, they were dressed in civilian clothes, but anyone would recognize them anywhere. At least, that's what I told myself. I was kind of a huge 𝐒𝐴𝐺 fan, so maybe I was rationalizing a little too hard, because I knew a weird amount of stuff about him and his friends. But my 1 hour of customer service training kicked in, and I threw my fakest smile on. Looking for anything in particular? I asked, fidgeting helplessly. My hands flitted from my pockets unprofessional, to my hips too aggressive, to cross too closed off, to my sides too awkward. Before I finally started fixing the tags in front of the movies to keep them from shaking. Uravity and 𝐒𝐺 looked at Deku, waiting for some kind of response. 𝐈𝐴𝐽. Suggestions? Uravity said gently. He startled, and chuckled softly. What? Sorry, I zoned out. Any particular movies you want to see? 𝐒𝐺 asked, gesturing to our wall of new releases. Tons of films have come out since the last time we forced you to the cinema. You must have at least 1 or 2. Deku shuffled over to the new releases, letting out the cutest yawn I've ever heard come out of a human being, and I've worked with babies, so let me tell you, as he leaned his head against 𝐒𝐺's shoulder. I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm still waking up, I guess. Take your time, I insisted. With a thumb over my shoulder, I smiled and said, I'll just be up at the front counter if you need anything. Let me know if the movie's too loud. I scampered back to the safety of my checkout, hiding behind Paula, and took a few steadying breaths as I reached for my phone to text Mina. But just as I was about to push send on my text 911, my favorite hero just walked into the shop. I erased it all and groaned, letting my face flop into my hands. Mina didn't need my CRP on top of her Soulmate SHT. Just my luck, Sophie piped up from the movie, and said my favorite line, they say the best blaze burns brightest when circumstances are at their worst. I frowned and shot Sophie a nasty look from the nest of my fingers. Sophie, I love you, but what the F does that have to do with me? After a fair bit of wandering, Izuku settled on a fairly new animated movie he'd heard good things about. He wasn't sure that Ochako or Tenya would love it, but they'd insisted that he choose what he wanted, not what he thought they might like. With the case for the movie in his hands, Izuku wandered toward the front counter, and toward the worker who was so chipper and kind to them earlier, who currently had their head resting in their arms. Excuse me, he said, clearing his throat. The worker shot up, eyes wide and cheeks red as tomatoes. Hi. Sorry. What can I help you with? Izuku smiled at their enthusiasm and handed over the case. I want to rent this one, please. Okay, 1 sec, they nodded, taking the case and jogging off into the store. Izuku waited patiently, watching the movie up on the wall, and realizing that he'd never seen it. It looked interesting though. Was that guy talking to a star? Sorry about that, they chuckled, bouncing to a stop in front of their computer, holding up a tag instead of the case. We need those little sticker things in front of the cases. They let us know how many we still have in inventory. Oh. Sorry, they were already shaking their head before Izuku could finish his apology. No biggie. Everyone does it their first time in. Just don't do it next time, okay? They smirked, winking at Izuku as they tapped away on their boxy computer. Izuku's ears warmed, and he nodded. Got it, he peeped, voice cracking. Get it together, Izuku, he reprimanded himself, you're the #1 hero, damn it. You can handle some harmless flirting. Want to make an account with us? Or check out as a guest? The associate asked, tapping the movie tag on the counter and running their finger along the ridge. Guest, maybe. Safety reasons, Izuku muttered, looking away as his cheeks warmed to match his ears. They shrugged. No biggie, Mr. Symbol of Peace. I got you. For a long moment, only the tapping of computer keys punctuated the silence between them. In the far back, Izuku could hear Tenya and Ochako bantering in the action movie section, but he didn't cash or card, hero. Izuku fumbled for his wallet and handed over a sleek, all-black credit card. His fingers brushed theirs as they took the plastic from him, electricity ricocheting up his nerves at their touch. But what he wasn't expecting was the wave of nausea and vertigo that followed. Or to pass out there and then, in the movie rental store. The last thing I remember was helping Deku check out a movie. So why? Why did my head hurt so much? I groaned, wincing as I forced my eyes open. My whole body hurt, my joints burned with a fiery ache, my muscles stung like bees and needles and dehydration, my eyes even felt sandpapery and dry, begging for sleep. What the hell? Also, why was I on the floor? Are you alright? 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 knelt at my side, his dark eyes tracing over me with concern. You collapsed, he explained, as did the associate. Please don't force yourself, Midoriya, I've already contacted emergency services. Wait. Midoriya. Raising a hand up to my eyes, I examined the scarred palm that moved when I asked it to. Definitely not mine. I floundered, my voice coming out distinctly like, I'm not Dek, I mean, Midoriya. Or whoever you're talking about. I'm the thing person who works at this shitty movie store. I was helping Deku buy a movie when a pained came from the other side of the counter, and I heard 𝐒𝐿𝐼 make a happy noise. They're waking up, Tenya, she cheered. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 and I exchanged a panicked look. If you're not Izuku, but the associate who works here, then. The answer fell into my mind as 𝐻𝐽𝐽 left his sentence open-ended. Deku was my soulmate. I meaned myself less than a day after Mina meaned herself. Just my luck. Seriously, what are the odds? Deku's voice floated up from the opposite side of the counter. Something is wrong. Why don't I hurt? That question alone had my heart squeezing. Poor guy. If he was in this much pain all the time. He really did need a movie day, here. The least I could do was take his pain for 24 hours. If he didn't want anything to do with me after that, I would understand. Completely understand. What pro hero would want a soulmate that works part-time at a video rental store? But at the very least, I could give him 24 pain-free hours. I believe we know the answer to that, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 said, standing before helping me to my feet. At least 5 of my joints popped on the way up, like Izuku's bones were made of popcorn. Screwing up my courage, I glanced over the counter, and I found 𝐒𝐿𝐼 knelt beside me. Somehow, I could tell that Deku was in there. The face he was making was distinctly 𝐿𝐼-like, soft and kind even when surprised and likely shitting his breathes. I think we're soulmates, I blurted, guess we're stuck like this for the next day. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 checked his watch, and added, until about noon tomorrow. Deku looked up at me from the ancient carpet, and he smiled. This must be my lucky day. The whispers followed me throughout my life. The doctor overseeing my 𝐵H let out a gasp so jarring that my mother thought something was wrong with me, something that hadn't shown up on any of the scans. The nurses in the maternity ward called me names, exchanged dark theories, and even had the gall to tell my parents that I was cursed. One of my teachers in elementary school told my folks that maybe it would be better for me to never find my soulmate. Because based on the ink-black soul mark that stretched from my hips to my heart, back and front, people understandably assumed the worst. That the first touch from my soulmate would be my last. I couldn't help but be paranoid and self-conscious, wearing full coverage clothing at all times. Layers were my friend, as were loose hoodies and oversized sweatpants with ties that I could cinch higher than necessary. The looming threat of my mystery soulmate also gifted me with anxiety and depression, so I was just a bundle of sunshine and rainbows. Kids in middle and high school were weird about it. Some treated me like a porcelain doll, using patronizing voices and careful touches, as if I would spontaneously combust at any second. A human time bomb. But most looked down on me, as if I'd brought my soul mark down on myself, somehow, and not like I'd been born with it, just like the rest of them. But whatever. I didn't blame them. I get it. I kept my head down and got out of there ASAP, moving to the coast far away from everyone who knew me and my mark as soon as I had enough money saved up. With my artistic talents, I went to the closest school, got my degree in art and psychology, then did a MSDR's degree in art therapy, and set myself up in a clinic. And you know, it wasn't bad. For a while, it seemed like maybe I'd never find my soulmate. I dated, kissed a few people, but nothing went anywhere. Not that I expected it to. But it was nice. Being normal, for once. Tsuyu Asui didn't know how to feel about being famous. While a lot of her classmates from UA stayed behind in the bigger cities, Zoo's quirk and her internships set her up better for a life at sea. She originally worked as a sidekick for 𝐂𝐿𝐾 just until she was sure of herself a little more, and then moved to a totally different coast with a need for hero help. Then, Zoo opened her own agency. Her tiny town loved her, cherished her hard work and optimism in the face of turmoil and natural disasters. And Zoo loved them back. The townsfolk were sweet, mostly old people, but so kind and generous. They reminded her of the islanders from the Hero Work Recommendation project that Class 1A did on Naboo Island. Everyone knew each other and treated each other like family, even if they were only neighbors or strangers. Zoo found herself swamped with homemade soup and family remedies when she fell ill, when she didn't even know how the townsfolk knew she was sick in the first place, and they never failed to take her in for holidays when she couldn't travel home. If she'd been out on a particularly long patrol, or if she was low on interns or sidekicks, the townsfolk would pitch in to buy her lunch to make sure she was eating. Their generosity overwhelmed her. But it made her sad. She wasn't sure why at first. It didn't make sense on the surface, because everything seemed fine. Everything seemed great, actually. Zoo had a job that she loved, both gratifying and relatively safe compared to her classmates' positions in the city. She had a cute little apartment and plenty of savings. Her town loved her and took care of her like one of their own. But sometimes the ache of loneliness hit her when she saw Mina post a picture of her with 𝐻𝐿𝐾 on patrol, or when Toru filmed another funny Insta reel where she surprised fans in broad daylight, or when Momo and Gyro did another ad campaign together, conquering Japan as a power couple. Their soul marks faded and their smiles wide and effortless. Zoo missed them, but she wouldn't say it. She didn't dare reach out and distract them from their busy lives or their hero work. So how could she fill the pit of hollow emptiness in her chest? Finally finished with my last session of the day, I washed up and packed my paints away, ready to walk home. The sky swirled grey overhead as I walked the seashell-paved roads back to my apartment complex. Sprinkles of rain sputtered down at first, but quickly intensified into a downpour. Whipping wind tore at my clothes, threatening to steal my paperwork from my arms and throw me in the churning sea. I clutched my files tighter to my chest and tried to run home, but the weather only took a turn for the worse, the spiraling wind sounding like a freight train barreling straight toward me. Then, I heard it over the roar of the hurricane. Hang on tight. Squinting through the pelting rain, I didn't even see her until the last second, until her tongue wrapped all the way around my torso, and we were flying through the air. Involuntarily screeching, I gripped my paperwork and her tongue like a life jacket, terrified of the blurring scenery speeding past, bounding up and down in random intervals I couldn't track or anticipate. I'd never been one for thrill rides. Or even speeding, if I'm being completely honest. The bullet train even scared me. So this, mind-blowingly, breathes shittingly uncool. Thankfully, we slowed soon enough, and I collapsed to the pavement I found myself gently deposited on, gasping for air through the rain and wind, and squinting up at the person who'd saved me with a steadying hand in theirs. My ribs burned as we made eye contact, and I chalked that up to the panic attack that I was fending off. But I realized she was staring at me with a strange intensity. And I finally put her face to her name. "You're Froppy," I gasped, swiping the lingering water and wet hair from my eyes to see her better. Literally my favorite hero saved my life. Holy SHT, wait until I tell Mom. Wait, no. Mom will think I'm a dweeb. Not telling Mom. "You saved my life," I added, cutting off my internal monologue before I could freak further. She nodded and her cheeks flushed, shivering from head to toe. I think. Peeling her glove off of the hand that I'd been holding, she revealed to me a fading soul mark, black fingerprints disappearing from her palm. "Soulmates," I blurted. Without using my brain at all, I yanked my shirt out of where it was tucked into my work breathes and stared at my stomach. Skin. Skin-colored skin. Like my fingers. My legs. My face. Not the inky, space-like expanse of nothingness that I'd had since 𝐒𝐻𝐾. I wasn't cursed at all. "Holy 𝐒𝐻𝐿," I muttered, eyes welling up with weird tears I didn't understand or couldn't name. Blinking up at Froppy through the inclement weather, I chuckled through my tightening throat and extended my trembling hand for her to shake. "Thanks for the save." She laughed, a closed-eyed smile taking over her face as she radiated joy. Her ungloved hand worked its way to mine, and gently squeezed. "Let's not make this a regular thing, okay, Ribbit?" "No problem," I nodded, laughing through my tears. A crack of thunder shook us from our reverie, a jolt rocketing between us. Froppy looked down at me, still on the concrete. "Do you have somewhere safe to ride out the hurricane?" I scrunched up my face and hissed. "Not really. My apartment's on the top floor. Right on the beach." Rolling her eyes and yanking me to my feet, she shook her head. "Good thing you've got me now, Ribbit." I smiled. "Yeah. Good thing." Emily McCullough, how do you get inspiration to write, and do you set deadlines for yourself? Pre-story. I get inspiration from everywhere: movies, music, video games, books, etc. Sometimes, I get interested in a story when I ask myself a question, like, what would happen if Kaminari had to solve a murder mystery, as in my Kami fic I'm working on, or what needs to happen so Fat Gum ends up happy, like Enigma. A lot of times, I'm listening to music and just get a straight-up vibe. For example, the first time I ever heard Fresh by Artist vs. Poet, I got the idea for Void, my new Bakugo fic. Similarly, Amateurs My Ida fic is based on the song Amateurs by Lights and Sleepy Tom. When I'm working on a story, I always make a new Pinterest board and a playlist for the new story. These two things will continually give me inspiration when I'm feeling lost or can't find the plot, and I can always add to them or edit them as necessary. I love being able to work on them anywhere and anytime, too, because I've got Spotify and Pinterest in my pocket on my phone. Otherwise, I have a waterproof notepad in my shower so I don't lose shower ideas. And I draw my characters a lot. Working with your story in other mediums, music, mixed media, Pinterest, colored pencil helps a lot, I think. Plus these are all relatively cheap. I post a lot of OC art over on my Instagram, it's 𝐒𝐻𝐿. If anyone cares to answer your second question, I sort of set deadlines. I recently found out that I have ADHD, so I am working on figuring out how to work with my diagnosis rather than against it like I have been for the whole but beginning of my life. Or with all of my stories, I try to work ahead, which is why some stories have consistent updates at first and taper off later, because I catch up to myself, and when I lose the serotonin on one story, I jump to whatever story sounds most fun at that moment, which is also why I have so many whips all the time. Oh. Sometimes I need to let a story sit for a while before it makes sense again. But I always try to update on Tuesdays, even if it's just one story. The pressure from myself is always there to update everything, but I know that's not humanly possible every week. I gotta be as kind to myself as I would be to any other author on WP, even though it's so frick-frackin' hard. Happy Hella, who was your first MHA character you fell for and or simped for? Honestly, it was Tenya Ida. Ooh, that swole nerd bean can have every single goddamned one of my oohs until the day I die, thank you very much. Rose Droplet, him. Oh. If you could cosplay as one of your favorite MHA characters, who would it be? Such a good question. I was thinking just this morning that I'd love to cosplay as a Fat Gum. IDK if that's weird. But I'm a chunky girl with blonde hair, it's not pink anymore, carrot, and I think it'd be so cute. 3. I'm not the best at cosplay, so I'm not totally sure. Maybe if I was more confident, I'd say Mount Lady. Or maybe my BBY Green Bean Zoo. Oh whoa, the uwu got strong in this answer. Sorry about that. Toning the weep down now. The Fandom Queen 053, what made you choose your major in college? And what made you decide to do a Soulmate AU book? I talked about this a little over on my end note of Amateurs. But I originally went into undergrad thinking I would be pre-med, because that's what my parents wanted and they wouldn't let me go to art school. So if you've ever wondered why I have a lot of anatomy, physiology knowledge, that's why. I didn't think that I really had a right to have an opinion about it because my parents were paying my loan bills, but my faculty advisor could see how miserable I was and told me to do some soul searching. I aced Intro to Psych probably because I took AP Psych in high school but only got a 2 on the AP test and knew I loved writing. The first thing I remember writing was an 8-page book about the fastest turtle in the world when I was like 7. So after returning to campus for spring semester, I declared a dual major in creative writing and psychology without telling my parents. which play off of each other in so many ways and was a huge gamble, and I don't recommend if your parents are financially manipulative like mine are. For example, I wrote about how diverse children's lit is psychologically beneficial for everyone as my psych senior thesis. I also minored in classics Latin, but that's a whole different story. I'm currently deciding if I'm going to be applying for PhD programs developmental or educational psych this fall, or if I'll be pursuing another MSDR's degree. Maybe in art therapy. Without school, I don't know who I am and it's a nightmare. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐸H𝐵3R0N, what inspired you to create Soulmates? Fandom Queen also asked this, which is why I answered both here. Part of the inspiration was all of the Soulmate prompts I kept seeing float around writing Tumblr and Pinterest. But mostly I just love Soulmate stories. In particular, I love Sailor Moon, The 7 Deadly Sins, My Name is Memory by Anne Brashares, LUFF the webtoon. Any kind of story where fate, destiny intervened in finding love for the main characters. Especially when they keep finding each other over many lifetimes. I can't even chef's kiss dies. I thought that BNJ would be the perfect vehicle fandom for a Soulmates book because, this might sound weird, so bear with me, because the characters aren't that detailed. BNHA is really art and story driven, in my opinion, and the characters supplement the story. Plus, there are really only a handful of main characters, but like 700 side characters that need more love. By writing BNHA fanfiction, I get to highlight and strengthen my favorite characters and give them more weight and personality and backstory. So, a Soulmates book felt like the perfect way to give love to my favorite characters, literally giving them love in the form of a soulmate love, but also giving them a brief spotlight and to practice writing them for future fanfiction too. Plus, I saw that one-shot books were really popular in the BNHA fandom. Little did I know how much this book would blow up. Skeleton 851, what animal do you think describes you the most and why? Honestly, this was the hardest question of all of them. I'm really bad with introspective questions, but I even asked my spouse for assistance, and they were no help. So, I took to the internet for guidance and wisdom. I took a quiz Animal.com and found out that I'm a penguin. Which was actually one of my first guesses. OMG, it literally says unable to fly, their excess energy has no outlet, save their creative talents and emotional outbursts. Penguins are poetic, artistic, and intellectually gifted, and as writers penguins have no equal. What the F? Oh no, it gets worse. With their misunderstood personality, penguins find writing an ideal tool for expressing their true feelings. They have a natural aptitude for languages, and penguin personalities dominate the world of publishing as writers, editors, and journalists. I'm dead. I won't even tell you the rest because it's basically one whole butt roast of my personality. Oh, guess I'm a penguin. Sometimes I don't know why I fight it. The universe, that is. Life has a way of amplifying the bad to make it worse, or multiplying the good when you're lucky. Some call it karma or juju or fortune or chance. My mom called it the business of luck, good, bad, and everywhere in between. Her whole side of the family had luck-based quirks, so we knew better than anyone what it felt like to be at the mercy of Lady Luck and her frivolous whims. Years of good luck passed with surprise lottery earnings, twins and triplets and quadruplets out the wazoo, good grades, bonuses and promotions, and tons of random gifts and prize winnings. But on the flip side, we'd suffer a bout of SHT luck afterwards, complete with car accidents, court cases, broken bones, hospital stays, sudden illness, job loss, and miscarriages. I can confirm from first-hand experience, through good luck or bad, the only things that are certain in life are death and taxes. By a cruel twist of fate, I received a luck quirk like my mother's side of the family, and decidedly not the hella cool shape-shifting quirk my father used to help police with age progression, villain sketch descriptions, and scene recreations. Mom worked as a quirk teacher at a middle school in town, helping kids learn how to control the craziness in their genes. And me? I don't know. The only real guiding light in my life was the slip of laminated paper I received at BIH with the last name of my soulmate printed on it. But even then, Lady Luck laughed in my face, because my soulmate's last name was Soto, only the most popular last name in Japan. So even that wasn't helpful. In the meantime, I stocked shelves at the local 24/7 grocery store while I tried to think of a better way to find my soulmate. Overnight shifts gave me tons of time to myself, The store didn't get too many customers between midnight and 6 a.m., and an acoustically perfect room for singing to an audience of inanimate objects. When I wasn't at the store, I performed at open mic nights for a little extra cash if I managed to win the grand prize, at least, and a bit of free publicity. I didn't really know what I wanted to do as a career or with the rest of my life, really, but I knew that I loved to perform. So, I figured I may as well keep going, keep saving my winnings, because my soulmate was taking their sweet but time. Except, I didn't always have luck on my side. So here's hoping they show up sooner rather than later. Because if my mom's math is right, we have a bad luck CYCL coming. Like, next week. And while fortune favors the bold, it spurns lovers. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 rubbed a lazy hand over his tired face. Why was good help so hard to find? At the end of the day, he always counted the money in his till, wiped down every table himself, mopped the tile, and counted inventory. The new employee he'd hired at his bakery cafe consistently miscounted the product in the back room on Sundays, 𝐒𝐻𝐲's only day off, and it drove him absolutely insane. Because of the new hire, the cafe's backstock dwindled down to a single tin of baking soda, 150 pounds, bag of flour, and only half a bag of sugar. They'd never survive the rest of the week with those kinds of options. Their fresh supply of ingredients wouldn't arrive until Friday. So 𝐒𝐻𝐲 did the only sensible thing to keep his cafe afloat. He went to the grocery store. Just after dropping off the day's leftover pastries at the local homeless shelter, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 wandered the brightly lit shelves of his nearest convenience store with a basket on his arm, unwilling to make the trip to the specialty bakery shop across town in the middle of the night. He muttered curses under his breath as he scanned the meager options of the convenience store, grumpily wondering if he should have just stuck to hero work like his parents wanted him to. Sorry. Can I help you find anything? 𝐒𝐻𝐲 shook from his tumultuous thoughts, finding a worker crouched nearby on the linoleum and smiling up at him as they restocked the brown sugar. With his free hand, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 ran a hand through his musk-brown hair, releasing a soul-deep sigh as he did. Nah, I think I'm all right. But thanks. Sure thing. The employee nodded, their smile still a mile wide. Let me know if you need any help, okay? Their kindness radiated from them like physical warmth, like the rays of the sun. Why yeah. Sure, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 mumbled, turning back to the shelves without really looking at the products there. He tried to focus on a row of yeast packets, but found his cheeks burning and thoughts straying, wondering about the lone employee on the floor beside him. And then, just as he began to act like a functioning human again, they started singing. Well, humming at first, but the longer 𝐒𝐻𝐲 stood there, the more clear the words became. He found he didn't recognize the song, but that didn't really matter. Their voice snared him instantly, gripping him by the heart and tickling goosebumps over his skin. They slid effortlessly through the notes, high and low alike, only stumbling once with a quiet F, before repeating and executing the run they'd gotten stuck on before continuing through the melody. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 grabbed a box of baking powder, the biggest canister of salt he could find, as many packets of yeast as he could fit in his hand, and at least 6 bags of chocolate chips before sprinting from the aisle with his heart pounding in his ears. He didn't know what just happened, but he didn't like it. Not one bit. I couldn't help but think about that muscular, quiet guy that came into the store last night. Did I make him uncomfortable with my singing? Maybe I was pitchy or something. I must have been, considering the way he bolted out of there like his breathes were on fire. I mean, he could have said something. I would have shut up, promptly if I was bothering him that badly. Disheartened, I wondered if there was some way I could make it up to the guy, but I didn't have any way of finding him. I didn't know his name, where he worked, or anything about him really. Except, I did know he hung out in the baking aisle. So that was something. And it was enough to give me hope. But amazingly enough, he came back the next night. We received a shipment of sprinkles and frosting, so I'd been busy organizing them by color and making sure they were all aligned properly when I heard someone clear their throat behind me. Excuse me. I turned, dusting my sugary hands off on my pale blue apron, and found him there, just a few feet away and looking sheepish under the fluorescent lights. Now, if you've ever seen a mountain of a man look sheepish, it's not something I'll ever willingly forget. Smirking to myself, I blurted, "You're back." His eyes widened, and I mentally cringed. "You remember me," he said softly, rubbing the back of his neck with his free hand, his basket hanging limply from the other. "Sure do," I smiled. "We don't often get people coming in for salt at midnight. And definitely not 2 nights in a row." Curious, I gestured to the new canister of salt in his basket. "Stress baking." The stranger chuckled and shook his head. "Nothing like that. It kind of started out that way, but, I urged, interested in the end of that sentence and why he came back to visit me again. Who was this guy? And why did he look a little bit familiar? If I was as observant as I thought I was, I swear I saw his shoulders fall. He turned his gaze away, trailing over the shelves. "I own a bakery. So it's serious baking only now." I gaped at him, my mouth falling open with an audible pop. "That is so cool. No wonder you need more salt and stuff. I stress bake occasionally, but I mean, it's probably nowhere near as good as yours. Although, I have heard that my red velvet cupcakes are pretty decent, and my chocolate truffles are nothing to sneeze at." His gravelly laughter cut me off. I realized he was trying to hide his chuckles by looking down the aisle, away from me, and I propped my hands up on my hips. "Hey! It's not nice to laugh at people." "I'm not," he insisted, turning back with a gentle smile on his face. The sight sent my heart into my mouth, cutting off the sassy words I'd thought up and disconnecting my usually so witty tongue from the rest of my body. "Maybe you'll have to bring one of those cupcakes by my bakery sometime," he suggested slowly with a shrug, fishing around in his pocket for something. If he was trying to flirt with me, it was definitely working, despite the words sounding awkward leaving his lips, like maybe he didn't usually hit on people in grocery stores. Upon finding whatever it was, he brightened again, stepping closer to hand it over. A business card for Soto Sweets. Now I wasn't sure I had a heart at all. It was either pounding too fast for me to register anymore or it disappeared completely. Either way, my brain comprehended the name on the card in my hands, then promptly shut down. "Pack it in, the jig is up." "That's my place," he said, shoving Cupid's arrow just a little harder in between my ribs. "You should stop by sometime. I mean, only if you want to. No big deal." Soto chuckled again, rubbing the back of his neck. I glanced up at him, finally regaining the ability to move, and swore I caught his cheeks with some rosiness to them before he looked down at his basket. With everything so topsy-turvy and my life on the cusp of a bad luck pier, I knew I couldn't just leave him hanging. I needed answers, and I needed them before tomorrow. Before everything went to 𝐒𝐲. "Do you have a soulmate, Soto?" He startled at my bluntness, looking up at me with surprise clear on his face. I mean, I have the slip and the name, you know, from the hospital, but no, I haven't. Now who's rambling, buddy? Mine says Soto," I explained, straightforward and clear. Now I knew for sure. His cheeks flared red as strawberries, bright against the contrast of his navy-fitted tee and dark hair. I mean, Soto's a very popular last name, and I don't Soto, come on," I said, taking one small step closer. Slipping on the flirtiest smile I could imagine. I'd never had a date friend before, boy, girl or otherwise, so I'm not exactly sure what that looked like. I approached him slowly. "You know as well as I do that all it takes is one kiss to find out if you're my soulmate. Painless. Quick. Plus, it's midnight. No one else is here to see us. No big deal." He clenched his fist at his side, staring down at me as I neared. "No pressure though, seriously," I added, waving my hands and trying to calm him down. Suddenly, I panicked that I was making him uncomfortable or that he'd think I was trying to peer pressure him into it. "We can wait a bit and be friends first, make things casual before I want to try it," he blurted, cutting me off. His focused gaze lingered on me before trailing up to the ceiling, where his hand rubbed the bridge of his nose and he sighed. "I didn't mean to yell that. Sorry." Stifling a laugh, I snorted and gently teased the basket from his hands. He startled again, looking down to find me standing right in front of him. "Calm down," I whispered, smiling softly up at him, "it'll just take 1 second." 1 second, he repeated, cheeks bright as ever. I popped up on my tippy toes and pressed my lips to his for the briefest moment, the taste of sugar and raspberries and cream cheese lingering on his soft lips. It made me smile, even as I rocked back down to my heels, opening my eyes to find him stunned, eyes wide. But he didn't look any different. Bummer, I muttered, pursing my lips. Guess not. Sorry, Soto. It was worth a shot, right? Even though I knew it was a real chance that we weren't soulmates, my heart still fell in my chest, heavy like lead. I lowered my gaze to stare at my non-slip sneakers, trying to think of something else to say to cheer up the situation. But Soto said it for me. Look. He grabbed my hand and held our clasped palms in front of my eyes. Our connected fingers glowed bright white. I gasped, elation like champagne flooding my body, goosebumps breaking out over my skin. Tears I didn't know I had began to flow down my cheeks, and when I glanced up at Soto, I found him sniffling too. Just in time, I laughed through my tears, hugging him tightly. He stiffened under my touch. Hey. Nothing. Everything's fine. I'll explain later, I chuckled, shaking my head and rubbing my tears all over his shirt. His arms wrapped around my back, and we stood there for a long time in the middle of the baking aisle among the salt and the sugar and the sprinkles, hugging and crying and laughing. And maybe there were a few more kisses too. Lucky me. 𝐒𝐩𝐽 stared at his blank phone screen when he should have been staring at the incoming fist in his face. Really? He should have known better. In the middle of a rainy, springtime shift, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 should have been actually working, watching his surroundings and protecting the people of Japan like he said he would when he was on the clock. The people of Japan included himself, though, which he forgot. But that fist smashed into his face with the force of a wrecking ball, throwing an off-guard Hawks through the air, hurtling toward a convenience store full of defenseless, unaware people. In a flash of clarity and stunning reflex, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 snapped his wings out behind him, creating enough drag to slow him down before he could burst through the convenience store window in the worst way possible. Breathing from the sudden flood of adrenaline rocketing through his veins, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 pocketed his phone, admittedly a little surprised he hadn't dropped it in the hullabaloo, and decided to worry about his best friend later. Sometimes there are more important things than a friend who hasn't answered their phone in a few days. And even now, Hawks wasn't really sure that this hulking specimen of a lady, decked out in a lime green costume and standing in the middle of the street, qualified as a more important thing. A more annoying thing, definitely. More important. Not possible. More pressing thing might be the phrase he was looking for. Priorities, 𝐒𝐻𝐽. Birdman. The woman yelled, throwing an accusatory finger at Hawks from across the busy road she'd disrupted. Fight me. Groaning, Hawks picked the shattered pieces of his goggles off of his face, shaking his windblown hair free of any remaining shards. Easily 10 cars were stalled around them, drivers paralyzed with fear over the fight ensuing before them, and 𝐒𝐻𝐽 sent a few feathers out to get the drivers moving away from the battleground. But why, he asked, squinting at the assailant. I don't recognize you from any of Japan's most wanted lists, or even from the villain list. Must be the best, she crowed in broken Japanese, clearly from another country by the accent that became more clear the more she spoke, and you in my way. Not waiting for a response, she plowed toward him, breaking the concrete with every step. Some kind of density quirk. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 thought briefly before shooting into the sky, observing the international villain with new eyes. Maybe a weight manipulation quirk, like fat gums. The woman roared in frustration, jumping up to swipe at Hawks, who floated just out of her reach. Come on, he thought, just show me your quirk already, lady. Let's get this show on the road. I've got a best friend to apologize to. If there's someone up there, out there, wherever, whoever is in control of the soulmate assignments, I have a bone to pick with him. Because this SHT's not funny. My butt of a soulmate is constantly in danger. And he probably doesn't even think of the impact that has on me. Heart palpitations, palms always sweaty with adrenaline, shivers up my spine from unknown assailants, panic and anxiety coursing through my veins at all hours of the day even if I was just going about my usual business or not. It's the worst. Can I file a complaint somewhere? Just kidding. Lucky for me, I know the guy, and his stupidly handsome face reminds me that I just gotta put up with the bullshit for a few more years. He doesn't want to be a hero for long, just long enough to make a real change in the world. Long enough to make the world a better place, a world where heroes don't have to work as hard as he does. And maybe when that pipe dream finally comes to fruition, then I'll tell him that he's my soulmate. That seems like the right time. 1. I don't want to get in his way before that. He's got SHT to do, dreams to fulfill, people to save that are, like, 1,000% more important than me. I want him to succeed, no. I need to see him succeed, and I can't be the reason he doesn't. 2. I don't know if he'll ever really feel like his mission is accomplished. So I want to be there to make sure he's taking care of himself, but not contributing to his stress. I will happily sit on the sidelines and never say a word about our soulmate stuff until the day I die, as long as it means that my shithead best friend gets to see his dreams come to fruition. See reason #3. I'm a chicken SHT, no pun intended. Confessing to my soulmate sounds like a hella bad time for me, who is riddled with anxiety and shitty self-esteem. Like, I'll just die of mortification there, and then if he's just like, nah, I don't believe you, or you're joking, right? Because that's some SHT he'd pull. Did I forget to mention? My best friend is 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, the man who's too fast for his own good. The flirtatious, filterless, annoying playboy to the public eye, and a completely different person in private. 𝐒𝐩𝐬𝐞, on the other hand, the quiet, thoughtful, caring 𝐒𝐭𝐲 that I've known since childhood is my soulmate. I repeat, not 𝐒𝐭𝐴. And I won't tell him so until he's done saving the world. On his flight home from fighting the tourist villain, who left 𝐒𝐭𝐴 with a shiny black eye and a sprained wrist, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 stared at his blank phone screen, wondering where his best friend could possibly be. They had a little tiff the other night about 𝐒𝐭𝐲 being reckless and detached, and 𝐒𝐭𝐲 might have said some things he didn't mean, that they were annoying and overbearing, and he may have called them a leech, only hanging out with 𝐒𝐽𝐲 still for second-hand fame. But he didn't mean any of it. And he needed to apologize. As soon as humanly possible. Or, birdly possible. Ignoring the nerves churning in his gut, he chuckled at his dumb joke, flying straight toward their apartment across town. Luckily, he knew exactly where to find them, hiding in their bedroom, reading fanfiction or playing computer games online. After they finished a long day of college courses, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 knew they liked to wind down in the privacy of their own space, but hopefully they'd make an exception for a penitent interruption. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 landed on the balcony of their shared apartment with grace and excessive care. They always left the door unlocked for him, because who else would be able to get into their 12th-story unit? Mount Lady. Not likely. But 𝐒𝐭𝐲's BLD ran cold when he popped through the sliding glass, crowing, "Hey babe. I'm home." His eyes first landed on the overturned couch, then the shattered glass coffee table. Papers scattered across the ground, a mixture of his and theirs. The TV blared some kind of grainy sitcom reruns from before his time, something neither of them would ever watch. And beyond it all, at the opposite end of the apartment, the front door swayed wide open, hanging on by one bent hinge. "Babe." 𝐒𝐭𝐲 called again, hoping against all hope that they'd pop out from the bathroom and say the mess was all for an art project for school or something. But no answer came. For just another moment, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 listened to the sitcom screaming in his ear, feeling the panic coursing through his veins, and he realized that maybe that panic was not his own. Maybe the sweaty palms weren't either. Or the twisting in his gut. For the first time ever, his soulmate was in real, petrifying danger. And it seemed like way too much of a coincidence, because their fear, their dry mouth, their heartbeat pounding in their ears over 𝐒𝐭𝐲's own, it all solidified his long-brewing idea that his roommate, his best friend, his childhood crush was also his soulmate. "Goddammit," he hissed, turning on his heel and throwing himself out the open window, soaring into the wind and following that second heartbeat in his ears. "Listen, I don't know what you could possibly want with me," I said, writhing in my restraints. "I'm majoring in art and elementary education, dude. I can't imagine that those skills are helpful to a villain. Got a diaper that needs changing, or a wall that needs a mural? Then sure, but just shut up. For the love of God, shut the F up." The man who kidnapped me snapped, his hand flying up as if he wanted to choke me, but thought better of it. He clenched his fist around empty air before letting it fall back to his side. "I'll kill you myself before you ever even get to be bait, annoying orange." He referred to my tie-dye orange and white shirt, spattered with old paint and new BLD. "I'll tell you right now, he's not coming," I blurted. "𝐒𝐿𝐴 doesn't. He doesn't even like me. He told me so a few days ago, and I'm trying to move out. He won't save me, and you're just waiting for nothing." We waited for Hawks on the top level of a building still under construction. Tarps and plastic sheeting fluttered in the icy breeze, while industrial lighting cast blinding light and harsh shadows across us. I eyed the rebar and bags of concrete scattered around us, looking for some kind of weapon in a pinch, or anything I could use my quirk on. The villain slowed his pacing, considering my words and my tied-up body. "You may be right," he said, words pointedly chosen, "but only time will tell." I sighed. "Dude, either kill me or let me go. I've got a test tomorrow in lifespan development, and I can't dash a tickle on my neck cut me off." "Can't what?" "Wait to get murdered." The villain chortled at his own joke, crossing the room to stand at the unfinished wall facing the heart of the city. The sensation on my neck intensified, moving around my throat to nestle against my jugular. I knew that down-soft texture anywhere. One of 𝐒𝐲𝐽's feathers tickled my ear, beckoning for me to turn my head. And as mad as I was at him, I obliged. Because I really, truly, didn't think he'd show up. But no, there, peeking out from behind some stacks of fluffy pink insulation, stood 𝐒𝐻. A midnight dark bruise circled one of his golden eyes, which widened and lit up when we made eye contact. He held a finger to his lips, then pointed at the villain and pantomimed sneaking up on the guy, wrestling him, and choking him out. A beaming smile flashed across his face with a thumbs up, like he was praising himself for such a great plan. Except I could have told him that it wouldn't work. Even before he launched into his super elaborate idea. Because the villain's quirk was heightened senses. Including hearing. 𝐒𝐲 floated above the floor, zipping across the room toward the villain. I cringed, and watched as the villain turned around, catching 𝐒𝐲 off guard and slamming him to the ground, pinning his wings at awkward angles beneath his wriggling body. "Good evening, sir," 𝐒𝐲 hissed between clenched teeth, clawing at the hand on his throat. "Have you seen my soulmate around here anywhere?" I could have sworn "Oh my god, you're both blabbermouths," the villain groaned, tightening his grip on 𝐒𝐲's throat. "I hate when people don't know when to shut the FUP." My heartbeat slammed in my chest, and I couldn't tell if it was mine or his. "Hawks!" I screamed, startling the villain enough for 𝐒𝐲 to wedge his legs in just the right places, knocking the man off balance and away from him. Stumbling away from the villain, 𝐒𝐲 danced backward toward me to keep his eye on the man quickly recovering, eyeing my restraints and planting a rushed kiss to my temple. "You really thought I wouldn't save you," he murmured, glancing at me out of the corner of his eye. "Some soulmate you are, not even trusting me. You called me a leech like 2 days ago, 𝐒𝐲." How was I supposed to know? The ground slid beneath me, away from 𝐒𝐲, his ruffled feathers, and his surprised expression. I screeched, and the villain dragged me straight toward the edge of the floor, tilting my chair back to have me hover over the brink. "You're going to be quiet," the man spat at me before turning to 𝐒𝐲, "and you're going to let me kill you. The world needs less heroes like you, Birdman." Fear vomit climbed my throat, and I blinked back tears of fear, hating as they traced over my cheekbones. 𝐒𝐲 swallowed, his fists clenching and unclenching at his sides as he glanced from me to the villain and back. Yeah, okay," he stammered, holding up his hands in surrender. "I'll do whatever you want. Just, don't hurt my soulmate. Please." The rattle in 𝐒𝐲's voice was enough to send me sobbing. He never fell for villains SHT before this. "Before me? You can't," I choked out. "Don't worry about me. Why you have to keep going, saving people I told you to be quiet, brat." And with a single shove, I was free falling. A scream collected in my throat, but wouldn't release. The wind bit at my exposed skin and torn clothes as I hurtled toward the ground, my body stuck staring at the sky as I fell spine first at the concrete. The chair broke away first, untethered and free. From my loosened restraints. But my quirk was useless in this situation, so even with freed hands and feet, I couldn't do anything but panic. "I'm sorry," I thought, blinking through tears that floated up and away from me. "You didn't deserve this, 𝐒𝐲." I wish we could have. The wind changed pitch in my ears suddenly, the fall slowing miraculously. The feather on my neck gave a little wiggle, reminding me that it was still there. Streaks of crimson flew past me, and with each one, my momentum decreased substantially. But not enough. My eyes went level with the streetlights, and I knew it was the end. I closed my eyes and pictured 𝐒𝐭𝐲's face for one last time. "Bye, babe," I mumbled, using our nicknames for each other. "Don't say that yet, babe." Heart sputtering in my chest, I tore my eyes open, finding 𝐒𝐭𝐲 beside me, gently lowering the both of us to the ground. Through my terror, I hadn't even registered his arms around me, his warmth, or the fluttering of his feathers in my ears. I choked on a laugh, tears strangling my voice. Without hesitation, I threw my arms around 𝐒𝐭𝐲's neck and sobbed into his jacket. "Don't get kidnapped again, okay?" he teased softly in my ear, cinnamon-scented breath fanning my neck. "I may be the fastest man alive, but I can't always get to you." "I'll try, obviously, but I pressed a single finger to his lips and shushed him. "Shut up and kiss me, bird brain. You don't gotta ask me twice." Denki Kaminari clenched his soul coin in his palm, where it burned his skin. He'd always thought of it as a lucky charm, a sign that the universe had bigger, better things destined for him. That little scrap of engraved metal tucked in his palm had Denki believing that the stars were on his side, all because he had a soulmate out there somewhere, and that coin was the key to finding them. But he hesitated to take the leap. Because there were too many unknowns. What if his soulmate was some creepy old dude? Or his soulmate didn't speak the same language as him? Or they had some ridiculously high standards and rejected him outright? What if they were a villain? Pain exploded across Denki's shoulder, a gauntleted fist connecting there. "Quit it with that dumbass face, idiot," Bakugo growled, stomping past Kaminari as they worked on their ultimate moves during class. He cracked his neck and sneered over his shoulder at Kaminari, adding a seething, "Worry about your own goddamn self right now. Become a hero worth your soulmate's time first and stop pining for some effing stranger." Squinting at his brusque friend, Denki gaped at Bakugo for a second before blurting, "Was that a pep talk? Were you trying to make me feel better? Shut the fup, dunce face. I didn't DOSHT. Kirishima jogged over, a little winded from practicing his Red Riot Unbreakable, just as Bakugo ran off to blow some SHT up or obliterate my Doria, or maybe both. "Poor guy's so emotionally stunted," Kiri muttered, slinging his arm around Kaminari's shoulders. "You're telling me?" He walked up, punched me, yelled at me for looking sad, and then tried to give me advice, I think. Denki whined, rubbing his tired eyes with his knuckles after finishing his air quotes. "I just don't get him sometimes, Kiri, you and me both, buddy," Kirishima nodded. The sounds of Jim Gamma exploding filtered back in as the two best friends fell silent. If they listened hard enough, they could pick out the individual sounds of their friends using their quirks, AMR firing off his belly button laser, the crackle of Todoroki's ice, the hiss of Mina's acid, and even the dull roar of Dark Shadow from the depths of the darkness. Everyone worked so hard to be the best. And Denki knew he had to catch up. He clenched his fist, his soul coin captured in his fingers, and he grit his teeth. Even though Bakugo's advice hadn't been delivered very clearly, Denki knew he was right. In order to win his soulmate over and take care of them someday, Chargebolt had to worry about his present self. Which, he realized with a groan of self-pity, included working hard. And studying. Emphasis on the dying part. Backpack over my shoulder and soul coin in hand, I lingered on my front step. Typically I kept it in my pocket, so it was always within reach when I needed a little reminder that someone out there loved me. Because my friends were kind of shitty and my family things scared. Coming home from school every night to their bickering, their chiding, their constant nitpicking and abuse. I don't think it counts as love. I wondered what the chances were of being able to sneak up to my room undetected. Sometimes I was quiet enough to get up the stairs without making a sound, silent enough to not get bothered all night. It's amazing how much anime you can watch when you're up until 4 in the morning listening for your mom's drunken steps on the hardwood, when your father forgets to call you to dinner, when the only things you have to entertain you are your homework and your books and your thrift laptop. My brother, Tokishi, burst from the front door as I finally gathered the courage to open the door, his hockey stick resting on his shoulder and his skate bag gripped tightly. "Oh, look who it is. Welcome home, SHT head," he beamed, entering into my personal space to breathe in my ear. "You look worse than usual today. Could not tell you apart from a piece of SHT. Oh, and I hope you remembered to pick up Pop-Tarts on your way home." "Pop-Tarts?" What the F? At my confusion, Tokishi sneered. Didn't you get mom's text? F no. I'm grounded from my phone. You know I didn't, I muttered, avoiding his cutting gaze. The edges of my soul coin dug into my palm, threatening ho. Looks like someone's getting double grounded. Too bad, he taunted, sing-song. Tokishi leaned in close to me again and spit on the side of my face. Get fed. He left without another word, humming some shitty pop song like he hadn't just reduced me to tears in less than 15 seconds. His own sibling. I stood on the doorstep, soul coin in hand, and let myself sob a bit. Sometimes the emotions get all bottled up and they just need to be let go. Catharsis or whatever. Besides, I hadn't cried about my shitty life in, since that morning, when my dad woke me up with hot sauce in my snoring mouth. It's fine. I'm fine. Everything's just peachy. When I felt sufficiently empty of tears and feelings again, I swayed my soul coin to the other hand and swore I felt a heartbeat mirrored within it. Then, without taking time to process what that could possibly mean, I pushed the front door open and entered my house. Into the fray. Denki laid on his back, on top of his big-time rush comforter, on top of his bunked bed in his dorm room and stared at the ceiling. In his raised hand, he held his soul coin, turning it and inspecting it in the glow of his fairy lights. He never really looked at it. Like, he got the thing in the mail when he turned 10 like everyone else, but he just shoved it up his nose like any other kid his age, and after having it surgically removed from his nasal cavity, Denki put it in a box somewhere where it accumulated dust, until he realized he might actually need it. Now, not a day went by that Denki didn't think about his soulmate. What they might be doing, where they could live, what they looked like. So he channeled his frustration into the coin. The edge was hammered, uneven. He wondered if everyone else's coins were like that too, because Denki swore that Kiri's had grooves on the edge instead. And Mina's was smooth, if he remembered right. But it wouldn't be possible for each coin to be different, right? That would take way too long. Whoever or whatever made the soul coins couldn't possibly care that much about every matchup to make every one unique. Denki furrowed his brow and shook his head of the thoughts, turning back to the silvery coin. On one side, the engraved number for the soulmate switchboard took up the entire face of the coin, easy to dial, smack dab in the middle of your keypad. On the opposite side of the coin, a candle. Lit and glowing faintly, little notches in the silver led Denki to believe that it fought off the dark around it. He'd always suspected that his candle was the personification of his soulmate, his personal light in the dark. His way forward through hardship. His eyes fluttered shut, and he brought the thing down to his lips. Denki's cheeks flared as he quickly pressed the metal to his skin, feeling another heartbeat thump against his mouth. He wasn't sure why he was embarrassed, considering he was the only one in the room, but he knew it wasn't that weird to feel something for a soulmate he'd never met. His phone screamed in his ear. Falling out of bed at the sudden sound, Denki winced when he slammed to the floor. "Fing-a," he hissed, scrambling to his hands and knees and pushing back up to snatch his phone from the mattress. He answered without looking. Or thinking. "This is Kaminari, what's shaking?" "Denki. Kaminari. Will you accept your soulmate's call?" At the sound of the soothing robotic voice, the room warmed by 10 degrees and all of Denki's clothes shrank by 2 sizes, making it hard to breathe. He pulled the phone away from his ear to check the caller, and found it read 555, just like it should. That is, if it was legitimate. His second thought after his first of holy SHT was that it had to be a prank. Zero, Kiri, Mina, someone was trying to be a PP. "How do I know this is legit?" he asked, skeptical of the whole call. A tone sounded in his ear before the voice began to speak again. Confirmation of legitimacy initiated. "Denki Kaminari, your birthday is June 29th. And your BLD type is. Oh, your quirk is called electrification. You debuted in manga chapter dash. Fine, it's real, I get it," Denki blurted. His heart ran laps in his chest, his chatterbox mouth suddenly void of any and every word he knew. With a soulmate waiting on the other line and his future at stake, Denki didn't feel like there was any other option. Yes. I accept. I guess. Connecting. Connected. Thank you for using the Soulmate switchboard, and have a nice day. Your soulmate accepted the call. One moment, please. I waited, pain pulsing through my veins. The waiting scared worse than the call. Or the 3-mile run in the dark. Or the second floor escape out my window with all of my most valuable items crammed into my backpack. Or the fall out my second floor window. Or my mom pushing me down the stairs for forgetting the Pop-Tarts, when there was no possible way I could have known about them in the first place. Okay, the waiting didn't SCK more than that last one. That scared real bad. A drum-like pounding replaced the soothing classical waiting music the switchboard used while it connected me to my soulmate. Maybe that was the rain pounding against the glass walls of the switchboard booth just outside of my part-time job at Driftwood Thrift. Or just my heartbeat slamming in my ears. Hello. Someone said from the other line, Is there anyone there? I chuckled, gripping the grimy phone tighter in my trembling, blooded hands. Hi. I'm here. Sorry. Hi. My voice sounded horribly broken, cracking and betraying my emotional state. God, I wish I hadn't had to use my coin. This poor person didn't deserve to have me plummet into their likely perfect life like this. My name's Denki Kaminari, but that's not important, he said. Are you okay? Sniffling, I managed a mirthless laugh. Not really. I'm sorry to bother you. No. Don't worry about it. I wasn't doing anything important. Bother me all you want. His tone seemed sincere enough. Do you want to talk about it? Or, can I help? I mean, you are my, soulmate. I finished, chuckling wetly through a fresh round of guilty tears. He sounded too nice. Too sweet for me to ruin with all of my chaos and bullshit. Or, well, my family's chaos and bullshit. Unfortunately, we were kind of a package deal. Kaminari paused for a long moment on the other end before saying, Yeah. You're my soulmate, right? So, let me help. If it helps, I'm a hero in training. I know it's not much, but I'm pretty good at stuff and my friends say I'm a good problem solver, and even. If you don't want to talk about it, I could just stay on the line for a bit and keep you company or something, I don't know, but oh my god, he's way too cute. I can't. A sob broke from my lips, interrupting him by accident. Guilt weighed heavy in my chest. I didn't want to taint my soulmate with my terrible life. I'm sorry, but I think this was a mistake, I admitted. I'll let you go. This was a bad idea. Hey. Hang on a sec, wait. I'd only just removed the receiver from my ear, but Kaminari's voice rang loudly throughout the booth, as if he was standing right beside me. Tears dried on my cheeks while the BLD dried on my hands, pulling my skin taut. I'm here, I said softly. Please, just let me help, he begged. Where are you? Can I don't know, bring you food? Give you a ride? Give you a hug? Anything? I sniffled. I mean, a hug can't hurt, I muttered softly. Okay. Great. Now, where are you? His smile was audible through the phone. After clearing my throat, I tried to wipe some dry BLD from my hands off on my jeans. Do you know where Driftwood Thrift Shop is? I mean, you speak Japanese, so we're probably both in Japan, but I'm in Musutafu and you could be I love that place. Kaminari screamed in my ear. I'll be there in 20. Hang tight. Bye babe, be safe. And he hung up on me. But I didn't miss that last part, cheeks warming as a tiny smile took to my face. Babe, here. After bribing Kirishima, who bribed Amajiki, who bribed Mirio. Kaminari was on the way to find his soulmate, packed into the backseat of Mirio's beta car, along with his 2 senpais and Kirishima. Thanks again, you guys. Kaminari repeated for the millionth time, fidgeting in his seat as the streetlights flashed past under the moonless night. You made it sound like an emergency, man, Kirishima yawned, shrugging. He wore a huge, yellow fat gum sweatshirt with mismatched blue UA sweatpants and a pair of vivid crimson Crocs in sport mode, the definition of a midnight adventure outfit. I just did what any best friend would do, you know. Gotta help out my bro. Tamaki hunkered down in the front passenger seat, muttering something unintelligible about collateral damage as he stared out the window. We were happy to help. Mirio beamed in the rearview mirror, making brief eye contact with Kaminari as he reached across and ruffled Tamaki's hair. We know all about soulmate stuff. It's complicated. Plus, what kind of senpais would we be if we didn't help out our kohais? Right. Kaminari laughed and nodded, holding his duffel bag of stuff for his soulmate in his lap. In the seat in front of him, Tamaki's ears had gone vermilion at the tips. Complicated is right. I mean, it's lucky that they're here in town, but it's still crazy, right? What are the odds? Kirishima pondered out loud. Sun Eater sighed, finally contributing to the conversation. 1 in a million. A strange sensation filled Denki's chest, light and expansive and shimmering. But he didn't have time to think about it more, because Mirio slowed as he pulled into the parking lot beside Driftwood Thrift, the ocean audible even with all of the windows up. Denki launched himself out of the car before Mirio put it in park. He threw the duffel over his shoulder and sprinted across the lot, beelining for the switchboard booth illuminated under the lamplight. His palms were sweaty and his stomach was in knots, but his soulmate took precedence. It didn't matter how he felt, because they needed his help. He knocked. Maybe a little too aggressively. And waited impatiently. The phone booth door slid open, and there they were. Tear-streaked and BLD-caked, Denki's soulmate mustered up a weak smile. "Hi," they whispered, lips barely moving. "Hi," he answered, already beaming. "I believe you ordered a hug." They nodded, face flaring as they sheepishly looked away. Kaminari stepped closer, wrapping his arms around them slowly. He didn't want to scare them off or move too fast, especially when they were in such a fragile state. "I know you didn't want to talk about it, but I brought you some of my clothes just in case," he murmured against their hair, rubbing soothing circles on their back. "Do you need anything else? I mean, at the very least, I should get your phone number in case you have another emergency or something. I don't. I don't have a phone," they muttered into Denki's chest. Finally, they brought their arms up and hugged him back, the enormity of the situation crashing down on them. My mom took it a few days ago. And I ran away from home tonight." A fresh round of tears started up, soaking Denki's One Direction sweatshirt. But he didn't mind at all. He couldn't help but think that he was a hero, so he needed to step up. He had to help. "Well, we can't have you somewhere I can't help, right?" he whispered, looking up to try and make eye contact with one of the boys from the car. "Hey." Luckily, Mirio and Kirishima stood outside, leaning on the chipping paint. A Majiki waited inside of the rickety vehicle, playing some game on his phone. Kaminari waved to them, and Kirishima jogged across the lot to join them. "Can you give me 1 second? I need to find out if I'm being totally batshit crazy or not," Denki admitted with a laugh. He peeled away from his soulmate, making eye contact as he pushed their damp hair out of their face. "I have an idea, but I don't want to get you in trouble." "Okay." His soulmate nodded, totally confused, as Denki left them in the phone booth with their bag of all of their most important belongings. From his pocket, Kaminari pulled his coin from his pocket, gripping it in his palm as he met up with Kirishima. "Will Aizawa totally murder me if I bring them back to the Heights Alliance with us? They ran away from home and don't have anywhere to go, and they're in rough shape, dude," he explained quickly, not sure of how much to divulge. Kirishima peeked around Kaminari. A few feet away, in the switchboard booth, a stranger stood in tears, dried BLD caking their tattered clothes and hands. Bruises littered their skin. "I mean, we can't leave them here," he said, "and Aizawa doesn't seem like the type to turn someone away when they need help. But I don't know how we'll get them past the barrier." You're right," Kaminari hissed, his hands threading into his hair and pulling at his roots. "Any ideas?" "Damn it, we should have woken up Kaken, he'd know what to do." "No, we can figure this out," Kirishima said confidently, clapping a warm hand down on Kami's shoulder. "I'll go explain everything to Mirio and see if he has any ideas. No sweat. Everything will work out, Kami. Keep calm." Taking a steadying breath, Kaminari nodded. "Why yeah. You're right." "I know," Kiri beamed, flashing a sharky smile at his best bro before jogging across the lot. Unsure of the status of his rescue mission, Kaminari raked his fingers through his hair, thinking and thinking and thinking for a way to help his soulmate as he returned to the booth. But unfortunately, the dearth of song lyrics and homework and millions of other things in his brain never stopped pinging around, his train of thought derailing every 5 seconds to connect unrelated bits and bobs into a spaghetti monster of nonsense. It got him nowhere. "I don't want to bother you, really," his soulmate blurted, picking up their backpack and slinging it over their shoulder. "I'll just head to the park down the street and sleep there for the night, then talk to a friend at school tomorrow. I'm sorry, I just panicked, and dash-y." Denki put his hand over their mouth, stopping his soulmate from spewing more CRP. "I'm pretty sure I told you to bother me all you want, right? Just let me do this for you, okay? 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐵 has this under control." Their eyebrows shot up in confusion. "That's me. I'm 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐵. Did I not mention?" They shook their head. "Oh. Well, now I talked about myself in third person and can't come back from that. So yeah," Denki laughed, "𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐵 is embarrassed. But trust him. He's gonna make sure you're safe, babe." Denki's heart fluttered as he felt them smile beneath his palm. His soulmate removed his fingers from their lips and went up on tiptoes to lean in and peck his cheek. "You really are my candle in the dark," they said softly, watery eyes admiring Kaminari's stunned expression. An obscure Big Time Rush song came to Denki's mind, but he forced the lyrics down, his heart pounding too hard against his cheek for him to think clearly. But he could feel his coin in his other hand, hidden in his pocket, clenched tightly. It grounded him back to reality, where he found his soulmate, where he stood in a dark and misty thrift store parking lot, where his hands still lingered in theirs, fingers intertwining. And he managed to say, with total confidence, "You're right. I'm your nightlight, babe." Business was booming. And I had never been so stressed about my shop. Sure, I probably should have been psyched about the sudden influx of cash and loyal customers, but in reality, it just put more pressure on me to make sure the my cafe was inscrutable. I spent way too much time scrubbing the black and white tile floor, shining the cutlery, sanitizing the pastel booths and tables, dusting things that customers couldn't even see. With a fleet of adoptable cats to take care of and a 7-year-old daughter to raise on top of all of that, I was at the end of my rope. I needed help. One night, after I had my third panic attack and finally admitted to myself that I had the funds to hire someone, Nicola and I laid on the grey rug in the den of our little apartment and made flyers to announce our staffing problem. We wore matching harnesses we got for Halloween. Hers was a Sylvan, her favorite Pokemon, and mine was a Chimchar, my favorite of the starters. Our cat, Melon, was forced to wear an Ash Ketchum costume. It was awesome. On neon sheets of printer paper, Nicola drew cats in crayon and marker like her life depended on it, and when she was finished, I added the pertinent information in my neatest, most serious handwriting, "Cats and Cards Blackheart Gaming Cafe now hiring full-time or part-time help, inquire inside or call for details." Have you seen this? After school, a hot pink piece of paper slapped down on Shota Aizawa's desk, right beside his black number 1 dad mug he'd gotten for his birthday from his adopted daughter, A. But he paid the flyer no mind, at least at first, because it was accompanied by present MIC, his best friend, and his obnoxious voice. "What do you want, Hisashi?" Aizawa sighed. It wasn't really a question, considering he was trying to grade some quizzes, didn't want to be bothered, and had slept a cumulative, meager amount of time this week. Give or take 5 hours. Total. In all honesty, Aizawa struggled to find deep sleep in his new routine, and it was worse than before, if that was even possible. If it wasn't his empty-headed troop of idiots in Class 2A, then it was a dire emergency call-in for hero work, and if it wasn't those, it was some issue with A. She'd been having trouble adjusting to primary school, even only part-time, and lately she'd been waking up in the middle of the night with nightmares of Chisaki. Aizawa didn't blame her for his shitty sleep, of course. He understood that her trauma would take time to cope with for both of them, and he knew school would be hard for a kid with little to no social skills. But something had to give. Hisashi Yamada had rolled over in his chair, parking it right beside Aizawa's in the staff room. He frantically tapped the pink paper he'd brought, as if sending a Morse code message to Aizawa about its importance. "Brew. This is the perfect bonding experience for you and Eri. Check it, you," he crowed, voice far too loud for the staff room. From beside Aizawa, Nemurai popped her head up from her own desk, hair disheveled and makeup-free beneath her glasses. She wore sneakers, yoga breathes, and an oversized UA sweatshirt, which hardly passed as proper teacher attire, but no one dared knock on her to Nezu. Hisashi, right now you're here, she frowned, raising her hand above her head, and I need you to be here. She lowered her hand to nearly touch the floor. Crossing his arms, Hisashi leaned in and ruffled her hair. Not my fault you're hungover on a Tuesday, Nem, he teased. Shut the F up, you banana-haired air horn, she hissed, slapping at his hair in hopes of destroying his perfectly gelled swoop. The two started to fight, which Aizawa ignored to the best of his ability. He continued grading quizzes about the history of quirks. Mina got a 40%, while Momo scored 99%, unsurprisingly, and even stayed focused when Nemurai and Hisashi started racing their chairs around the office. Unfortunately, his attention finally strayed when Hisashi bumped the back of Aizawa's chair, causing him to draw a long red line across the entirety of Mineta's quiz. He slapped his red pen down. Phewick, he sighed, rubbing his tired eyes with the heels of his hands. Aizawa didn't know how he'd explain that to the class pervert, but, whatever. That was a problem for future Aizawa, he could come up with something. Probably. His eyes were drawn to the pink slip of paper as he relaxed back into his chair, and he allowed himself the time to read it. The hand-drawn cats in the center of the flyer made him smile softly, reminding him of his daughter. A green one with pink spots in particular made him chuckle. Definitely Aries style. Realizing that the Kren cats weren't just for show, he found out that the gaming cafe also had cats up for adoption, and he perused the entirety of the sheet for useful information, humming to himself in thought. Okay, maybe Hisashi had one good idea. Just this one. Aizawa folded the flyer into a square and shoved it into the inner pocket of his black leather jacket hanging off the back of his chair. He'd already been thinking of taking Eri to adopt a cat for her birthday, so this was some sweet serendipity. Hopefully she'd like it. He glanced at his #1 dad mug and nodded to it. He'd do anything to hang on to that title. I wasn't exactly sure what I was looking for in a new hire. But a criminal record, ain't it, Chief? I'll let you know as soon as possible, I said, ushering the gruff boy out of my shop with little tact and lots of anxiety. Sure, I felt bad, but I have a 7-year-old for Pete's sake. He seemed like a nice kid. He really did. He even wore his school uniform to the interview, which he aced. With a background in baking and customer service, he would have been perfect. And if his sentence had been a little less intense, then I probably would have hired him. But murder? No thank you. I'm so sorry, kid. Better safe than sorry. Thanks for your time and consideration, he squeaked as his voice cracked. I shoved him out the front door, careful to not let any cats escape. He bowed to me deeply and took off down the sidewalk. A bone-deep sigh fell from my lips as I leaned against the glass door, letting my eyes drift shut with overwhelming pressure. A calico named Tucko brushed against my leg, offering me silent support. Tears welled up in my chest. Why was this so hard? Why couldn't I trust anyone? Why? Knocking came from behind me, rattling the bells hanging off of the door handle. I jumped up, sniffling my tears back into my head, and tried to look presentable for the customers outside. Welcome to Cats and Cards. I beamed, yanking the door open for them, looking for anything specific today. A scraggly-looking man shuffled inside with a sheepish little girl holding his hand. He wore all black, while she was decked out in pink overalls and sparkly shoes. Opposites. Kinda like me and Nicola, I supposed, glancing down at my pitch-black apron over black jeans and a black t-shirt, all dusted with a fine layer of flour. He said, "Saw your flyer. Can we see the cats?" His voice was low and gravelly, layered with exhaustion. And don't get me wrong, I'm not typically one to judge on appearance, but that man's posture was horrendous. Was he raised in a barn? The girl's eyes widened considerably, a smile blossoming across her face. I saw her grip his hand tighter. "Of course you can," I said, forcing more pep into my voice. "Pick a table, any table. The cats are all up for adoption, and they'll start swarming once you sit down. If you want treats to feed them, I have them up at the counter for purchase. And we have treats for humans too." Miss Overalls laughed at that. It might have been a pity laugh, but that's irrelevant. "Thanks," grunted Mr. Tall, Dark and Brooding. He started to move past me, careful of Tucko at my feet, and lingered. Miss Overalls ran off to pet Cupcake, her long, silver ponytail whipping through the air. The fluffy white cat lingered near Nicola's table where she worked on homework. Probably moral support. I like your, Mr. Dorr said, pointing to the space above his head. Oh. Right. My ears. Thanks, I smiled, scratching one for emphasis. A lot of people think they're fake, but nope. I popped out of the WMB with them. What are you doing, you total imbecile? Shut the F up. He doesn't want to hear your life story. He chuckled. Quirk. Yeah, I nodded, cheeks warming. When was the last time I talked to another human being for this long? Not much use for it, but I can see in the dark, and I can talk to cats. Mr. Emo seemed impressed by that. 9 lives. Always land on your feet? He asked, the corner of his lip tilting up. Teasing. All might, no, I laughed, crossing my arms over my apron out of nerves. I wish though, I'm a clumsy bastard. My cheeks burned hotter than the sun. About to say something else, his eyes squinted across the cafe and changed his tone. Hey, be gentle with the cats, remember, he chided. I turned and, stifling a laugh, found her trying to pick up Cupcake by the tail as Cupcake tried to escape from the girl's reach. He sighed and turned to me. Sorry. It happens all the time, I assured him, waving a dismissive hand. Don't worry about it, Cupcake'll be fine. So, new to parenthood? Or just to cat ownership? Parenthood. Is it that obvious? He rubbed his eye with the back of his hand. I caught a hint of his high cheekbones, stubble shadowing his jaw. Wait. He might be. No, he can't be hot. Jitters surged through my veins as I realized I'd been talking to a vaguely familiar, attractive person without any filter for the last few minutes. Did I know him from somewhere? Sure, the guy needed to do something with his hair, but a little, I managed, swallowing to coat my dry throat. He extended a scarred hand toward me to shake. My kid's name is Eri. And I'm, Dad, look. At the sound of his daughter's voice, we both turned, and found our kids, glowing. Like twin stars, Nicola and Eri glowed bright yellow-white, matching grins on their faces as they looked at their hands and each other. Nicola's tail swished through the air behind her, as if her excitement couldn't contain itself. Her cat-like ears perked up. Soulmates, here. Mr. Scruffy sighed, running a hand over his tired face. What a day. A little teary for some unknown reason, relief. Nerves. Pride. I chuckled and said, looks like we'll be seeing a lot more of each other. He nodded. Seems like it. Listen up, fuckwides. Irritated, Bakugo's shout rang through the entryway of the Heights Alliance, and he barreled into the living room after hastily kicking off his shoes. In the den, he found a rather large group of his classmates, watching some cheesy 𝐒𝐭𝐴 here. Katsuki muttered, sneering at the cutesy CRP on the TV. Kaminari popped up from his place on the couch, eyes wide as he smiled at Bakugo. You've seen it, Kaken. So good, right? No, Bakugo grunted, shaking his head before changing the topic. He crossed his arms. Any of you extras seen Aizawa around? I wanted permission to get my gear upgraded, but I can't find that catatonic but anywhere. It's Tuesday, multiple classmates answered in unison, their eyes never leaving the TV screen, as if that answered everything. Katsuki flinched back at the eerie response, brow crumpling. What the F does that mean? I dunno, Mina said, wiggling in place in time with the music from the movie. But for the last month, Aizawa disappears right after class is over. He doesn't usually get back to campus until after dinner. Before Katsuki could get a word in edgewise, Kaminari and Mina sprang to their feet, screeching, Ponyo, Ponyo, Ponyo fishy in the sea. Sighing, Bakugo trudged off toward the kitchen, mulling over what he'd heard. Usually he was so observant. How had this slipped through the cracks? And the better question was, where the F was Mr. Aizawa? Shota Aizawa, aka Eraserhead, and I got much closer over the next few months. For Nicola and Eri's sakes, we had weekly play dates for them at the cafe. Aizawa understood why we couldn't meet up elsewhere, or, at least he claimed to understand once I explained that we own the cafe. And that I still had no help. Single parent life plus shop owner life, no free time. So Tuesdays became our honorary date days. And I don't mean romantic dates for 𝐒𝐻 and 𝐿𝐴, because they are children. That would be weird. They had play dates. Aizawa and I treated Tuesdays like a romantic date. I know, I'm just as surprised as you are. Something about having a friend I saw consistently, week after week, made life a little easier. Finally, I had someone to vent to about single parenting that got it, and I, amazingly, had advice to help Shota out, which he tried and gave me constructive feedback on. Shota complained about his job, his class of second-year high schoolers, and his late-night heroics. Turns out that hero work isn't all glitz and glamour. I began to rely on him. And he did the same for me. Without realizing it, we kinda started dating. Not anything official, no titles or anything, but I mean, how else were two single parents going to find love? We'd drink lattes while the girls sipped little boba teas, we'd split a raspberry and cream cheese scone while the girls shared a slice of carrot cake. Aizawa would challenge me to battleship while the girls played Clue Jr., and it was nice. One summer day, while we sipped iced coffees and challenged each other to a chess game, Aizawa said, "Still no promising applicants." He tied his hair half up, away from his face, in order to increase his focus. After all this time, I knew at least that about him. The girls were practicing their braids on each other in a booth seat not far from us. Courtesy of 𝐒𝐻, Nicola's ink-dark hair fell in many long braids parted around her matching black ears. 𝐒𝐻's braids, on the other hand, looked like she'd been run through a wind tunnel. Sorry, I haven't had time to teach 𝐼C how to braid yet. Poor kid. I shrugged in response, picking at a strawberry that fell out of my mill fuel. Nah. I get weird vibes. And a lot of them are unreliable. I need someone I can depend on to keep the store afloat in case 𝐼C needs me, you know. Right now, I just lock the store down when there's an emergency, and we lose out on all of those profits. Shota hummed and moved a middle pawn. I've got a kid in my class whose quirk runs on sweets, just a bit of sugar and he turns into the Hulk. Could be promising, I laughed. In response, I moved the mirroring pawn on my side to meet Aizawa's. Would he be able to handle the cats? Soto's got a good head on his shoulders. Not the brightest one in my class, but not at the bottom, either. Polite enough, he answered. But in reality, that didn't answer my question, Shota. He pushed another pawn forward. I don't know. I've never seen the kid interact with a cat before, so sue me, he grunted. I shoved a pawn forward on the opposite end of the board, holding back a smile. Maybe I will. You'd bankrupt a poor teacher and his kid. That's just cruel. No more cruel than you winning my child over. You're the favorite now. Shota laughed. A once-in-a-million occurrence. He rerouted the conversation back to work almost immediately. Do you want me to talk to Soto or not? I guess so, I shrugged, sipping my coffee. I glanced at my watch while I waited for Shota to move his next chess piece, and did a double take. Is it that time already? I gotta go get ready for the Dungeons and Dragons group that's coming in soon. I stood to frantically tidy up the table for the D&D kids, and Shota reached out to still me, his calloused hand wrapping around my wrist. Hang on, the entirety of Class 2A crowded the sidewalk outside of Cats and Cards Gaming Cafe. Some of them hid under the front windows, peering in with well-timed glances. Others tried to hide behind the bench out front, staring through the slats in the boards, and the last few hid in a particularly sturdy tree, spying from the branches. Why do you think is here, of all places? Mina whispered, throwing her hands up over her eyes to feign binoculars. I mean, this is cute for 𝐻, but Aizawa. Flanking Mina on the bench, Kaminari and Kirishima nodded in unison. On the opposite end of the group, near the windows, Momo leaned back to stage whisper, I heard from an upperclassman that Aizawa has a soft spot for cats. No way, Zero chuckled, hiding in the tree with Zu. Zu agreed. It does seem a little out of character for him, I admit. Can I go? Midoriya asked sheepishly. I gotta head too. Shut the F up and sit back down, nerd. Bakugo grunted, yanking Midoriya back down to the sidewalk. If I have to be here, then so do you. Guys, look. Ochako hissed, pressed up to the window. The whole class focused, reminding themselves why they were there. Aizawa acted differently lately. Not a bad different, they decided, but happier. He gave compliments more easily during training, and once, Shoji swore he saw the guy smile during a lecture. The class didn't believe him at first, but then Aizawa did it again the next day. And the day after that. They wanted to know where he disappeared to every Tuesday and what made Aizawa soften up. Before their eyes, in the quaint little gaming cafe, Aizawa had his hand around someone's wrist. And they had the telltale soulmate glow. Oh my all might! Mina squealed, jumping up from her bench spot to do a little happy dance. No wonder he's been so weird lately. He's in love. Gyro ducked her head away from the window, cheeks flushed, and scolded Mina. Do you want to get us caught? Shut up, mean. Mean. Kirishima whispered, raising a brow and finding his expression mirrored in Zero's face. They both snickered and shook their heads. Inside, Aizawa stood and reached for his soulmate's cheek, cupping their face in his hands and kissing them without hesitation. Class 2A ducked below the windows, suddenly feeling very guilty. We should go, Tokoyami suggested lowly. Ojiro and Aomar nodded beside him, and passed the message along to the others. But before they could escape, the front door to the shop slammed open, bells jangling from the handle. Aizawa stepped out, looking deeply unimpressed with his students. Do I want to know what's going on out here? Or why you all aren't adhering to curfew rules? He crossed his arms, scowling at his kids. As class representatives, Ida and Momo stood and exchanged "we just got caught" looks. Well, you see, sir, Momo stammered, fishing for a lie or a plausible explanation. We were worried about you, 𝐒𝐻. Mina hung onto the back of the bench as she pointed an accusatory finger at her teacher and said, You've been acting weird, and we wanted to know why. The sound of the city shimmered in the air, rush hour traffic, chirping birds, after-work chatter. Aizawa considered Mina's proclamation. Had he really been acting that strangely? He hung his head, hoping to hide his embarrassment from his students. Well, Aizawa grunted, flustered over getting caught, for some reason, now you know. Get back to campus before I give you all detention. Aye, Captain. Kaminari beamed, grabbing Mina's hand and hightailing it up the street. The rest of the class followed suit, breaking into small groups and racing the few blocks back to campus after Bakugo turned it into a competition. Aizawa sighed and raked an exasperated hand through his hair, forgetting that it was mostly up in a bun. He turned on his heel and stepped back into the air-conditioned cafe, where his soulmate obsessively cleaned a long table, scrubbing at the same spot for a solid 10 seconds. You okay? Aizawa mumbled as he approached, afraid to scare them away. I mean, what were the chances? Their kids are soulmates and so are they. What would that even mean for them? What were they going to do? Sorry about them, I can't believe they'd go so far. He was cut off with another kiss, this one gentle and tender. And another, slightly more fervent. And maybe a few more after that. Don't sweat it, I answered, smiling against his lips. Everything's fine. Aizawa hummed and relaxed into my touch. You're right, he nodded. I know I am. Now you're just getting cocky. You get a soulmate and you think you're the ruler of the world, Shota chuckled. He didn't even flinch when I shoved him playfully. He just smiled. Looks like we'll be seeing each other more often, he said, repeating almost the same thing I'd said when Eri and Nicola became soulmates all those months ago. My heart pounded in my chest. Seems like it. Good, he whispered, kiss-drunk and leaning in for another. Good, I repeated. And for just a second, I was relaxed. No stress, no anxiety. No shop to fret over. No kid to nurture. For that moment, it was just my soulmate's lips on mine. And I was free. The best season. Winter. Come on, tell me you don't love soup, sweaters, fireplaces, cocoa, and the chill of Jack Frost nipping at your cheeks. No. What about scarves? Mittens. Snowball fights. Ice skating. Sledding. Cuddling. Okay, cuddling's more of a year-round activity, but you get what I mean. Don't fight me on this, but I love it. I love it all. And I especially love it when it snows. Fat, downy flakes drifted away in swirls, snaking across the pavement in ribbons and pooling around my boots as I waited for the light to change. Slush piled up in the gutters, brackish and grey like the clouds overhead. After crossing the street, I slowed on the sidewalk to take in the icy air through my nose, breathing deeply and feeling my brain snap to attention from the frigid cold flooding my senses. Losing myself to another moment of meditative bliss, just me and the dark and the shush of the wind, I stirred and started back down the street, reminding myself of the directions to the nearby grocery store. This year, I'd unwillingly begun a new tradition of staying put in Japan for the holidays. My family all gathered for Christmaka, our combination Christmas and Hanukkah celebration, and I couldn't afford a plane ticket home to the States. I guess that's just life as an adult. So, to put my seasonal depression and homesickness to shame, I deliberately and definitively decided to throw myself the best Christmaka ever. My menorah passed down from my late Aunt June flickered brightly in my window after 3 hours of rummaging through all of my still unpacked moving boxes. I hung a massive strand of sparkly tinsel over my bed in my studio apartment, fashioning it into the shape of a Christmas tree. And with those 2 decorations, all I had left to do: grocery shopping. Which brings us to the present. Carefully picking my way over laughable snowdrifts and around patches of potentially deadly ice, I crossed my arms over my chest and tucked my head against the wind, smiling to myself as I repeated the directions to the grocery store in my mind and absently ran my thumb over the tattoo on my arm. There, inside my upper arm, hid 3 black words I'd had since BH, the first words of my soulmate, who was out there somewhere. I am okay. Someday, when I finally hear those words from the right person, they'll turn another color, specifically their favorite. At night when I can't sleep and often when I'm supposed to be thinking about something else entirely, like now, as I wander toward the grocery store, I sometimes wonder what that color will be. Pink. Lime green. A nice, ocean-wide blue. A deep, lush burgundy. Maybe a soft, kitten gray. But me being me, I zoned out so hard as I guessed about my soulmate and ran smack dab into someone. Toshinori Yagi chose to go incognito to the grocery store. Ergo, he went in his frail form, his true self these days. Between searching for a protégé and his sporadic hero work, All Might knew he was running on fumes. He'd been burning through his meager store of full power nearly every day and never really took a break. Something inside of him pushed him past his limit, forcing Toshinori to keep saving the world despite his failing health. His empty refrigerator taunted him from the spotless, sterile kitchen in his spacious apartment, teasing him with its lack of options and his embarrassing inability to take care of himself. Toshinori frowned at the thought of his vacant home and continued to shop for necessities, vowing to take better care of himself from then on. With his obvious health problems and gaunt frame, Toshinori hardly ever got bothered while out and about. Sometimes a stranger would ask if he needed assistance, which only made him feel worse. No one knew he was All Might, though, so their kindness bolstered him in a different way. Maybe there was hope for the world once he retired. Purchased groceries in hand, Toshinori headed out of the corner store, mentally shuffling through his meager selection of recipes in his wheelhouse: pasta, burgers, instant ramen, frozen pizza, only to run into a stranger. Literally. Both of them crashed to the ground, and their collision sent Toshinori's groceries flying across the sidewalk. Spinach leaves rained down around them, the bag split open from the crash, a bottle of decent champagne rolled across the pavement, slowing as it hit snow and bumped into a drift. A single can of nacho cheese thunked out of the bag, bouncing off of the storefront before slowing to bonk into the stranger's boot. The 2 of them groaned as they realized what happened, out of both pain and embarrassment. A coughing fit tore through Toshinori as he pushed himself up from the icy concrete, ripping at his trembling lungs like sandpaper on sandpaper. His oversized navy coat pooled on the ground around him like a second shadow. The stranger began to spout mumbled concern, crawling across the ground on hands and knees to wrangle all of Toshinori's food, including a wayward package of strawberries, a package of par-cooked udon noodles, and a dented box of mochi ice cream. Finally, as the stranger's muttering subsided and Toshinori's coughing faded, leaving fresh BLD in his palm, the person opposite Toshinori sat up on their knees and placed a gentle hand on his forearm, brandishing a handkerchief and wiping at the corners of his mouth. "Oh my goodness. Are you okay?" "I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Who zones out while walking to the grocery store and practically knocks out a fragile man with weird hair. Me, apparently. Now he's coughing up BLD and wincing, and it's definitely all my fault, but I don't have a car or anything to bring him to the hospital if he's hurt, and I cannot even begin to imagine how upset he must be, especially with a foreigner who mistakenly blurted out words in English like an ignorant moron. I backtracked and repeated my concerned nonsense in choppy Japanese, grimacing at my pronunciation and off-kilter sentence structure. But, surprisingly, the man didn't seem perturbed by my flustered nonsense. In fact, he accepted my handkerchief, which he used to wipe the BLD off of his hand. Once he was satisfied, he grimaced at the stained cloth and he tilted his sharp chin up, meeting my gaze with those fathomless turquoise eyes. He paused, smirking, as if he were making an inside joke, and said, "Okay. I'm okay. And, thanks. For the handkerchief." A shiver ran up my spine, frigid as the biting wind. My tattoo flared white-hot, instantly forcing sweat to gather on my skin. I tore off my puffy black jacket and hissed as the pain ebbed upon contact with the winter wind. There, on the inside of my arm, were those letters I'd stared at my whole demon life. And now my tattoo shone red in the grey light. I knew I was staring. I couldn't help it. The guy in front of me simply let me feel the emotions rolling through me as he also removed his jacket and held his arm out beside mine. His own tattoo, now purple, said, "Oh my goodness. Are you okay?" No. No frickin' way. My brain simply could not handle it, absolutely refusing to put the pieces together. This poor man, who just so happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, ended up leaving the store with not just his groceries, but also a wreck of a soulmate, aka me. His groceries didn't even escape my shitstorm unscathed. I screwed those up too. I'm sorry, I blurted as I yanked my coat back on. Crawling around on the sidewalk, I gathered his groceries, carefully placing them back into the reusable bags beside us. For what, exactly? I froze, reaching for a nearby box of frozen egg rolls. For everything. For bumping into you and making you drop your groceries. For causing you to cough up BLD. Maybe F4 being the world's worst soulmate. The man snickered, covering his mouth with his hand as he smiled, coughing lightly. You didn't make me do anything. And I doubt you're the world's worst soulmate. Oh yeah. I smiled despite the heaviness in my chest and shoved the egg rolls into his bag. What makes you so sure? Well, that's obvious, he said, because I'm the world's worst soulmate. Laughing despite my best efforts to keep him at arm's length, I echoed his own words back to him. And what makes you so sure? He looked up the street behind him and then down the street past me before peeking in the front windows of the empty store. Because, well, the man flexed his hands. A completely different person sat across from me on the sidewalk. A man, still, sure, except totally stacked with muscles and a smile a mile wide. Really, only the blonde hair looked similar to the other guys, but, wait. You're that guy, I blurted, the hero guy. Laughing, he nodded and transformed back into the scrawny person I'd initially met. Yes. The hero guy, he said, but my, close friends call me Toshi. He held out his hand to shake. He thinks he's so clever, redirecting the conversation. Is that short for something? I teased, taking his hand and pulling the two of us to our feet. He smirked. Toshinori Yagi. Toshinori Yagi, I repeated. Well, it's nice to meet you. Likewise, he said. Our hands were still intertwined. Any plans for New Year's Eve? I shook my head. Going home to celebrate Christmaka by myself. Why? Are you inviting me over? That made him smile again, simultaneously flooding my stomach with butterflies. So what if I am? He teased, would you say yes? Hypothetically. Of course. Pure speculation. I pretended to mull it over, but my smirk gave me away. Bending down, I picked up one of his grocery bags in my hand and squeezed his warm fingers. I'd say yes. Hypothetically. You are my soulmate, after all. Toshi bent over and grabbed his other grocery bag, his fathomless eyes sweeping over me as if committing my face to memory. Well. I smiled. I hope you like latkes and eggnog. Starting off down the sidewalk toward his place, I dragged Toshi along behind me. My place is the other way, he snickered. My cheeks flooded with heat, and I turned on my heel, heading the other way. Right. I knew that. Sure. Of course you did. I turned to look at him and stuck out my tongue. He chuckled. So, what's Christmaka? He asked. Turning back to the open road ahead, I smiled. My heart filled with something light and warm and incredible. You're about to find out. Hang on, he laughed, didn't you need something at the grocery store? I facepalmed. Toshi laughed at my pain and started tugging me back toward the place where we met. Come on, he grunted, let's go. He yanked me into the grocery store, and I laughed, giddy with the moment. Yeah, let's go. Katsuki Bakugo wasn't anyone special. He did well in school, often outperforming his peers on tests and assessments. He even managed to get into UA, the prestigious Hero High School, but his PSS poor attitude scared away potential friends and irritated adults. Katsuki worked relentlessly, the very definition of tenacity. He never let the permakill in his bones, courtesy of his distant, absent soulmate, distract him from his goals. But his quirk was disappointing. When he was small, Katsuki dreamed of becoming a hero like All Might, saving people with a smile, taking down villains and evildoers, and rising to the top of the hero charts. Being the best. And then, one fateful day in preschool, Katsuki's quirk kicked in. A few measly sparks crackled from his palms. Oh, that's pretty neat, said one of the teachers, obviously unimpressed but trying their best to hide it. They knelt beside Katsuki and patted his spiky blonde hair. Look at your little fireworks, Katsuki. How cute. And that was the end of the conversation. No praise, no promises of a heroic future, no compliments. But Katsuki knew, deep down in his bones, that he was meant for something bigger, something better. He knew that he would become the #1 hero someday, even if no one else thought so. He would outperform all of the shitty extras in his life because he knew he could outclass them. Even if he had a shitty quirk, he would fight tooth and nail to get to the top. All he needed was hard work and faith in himself. Then, he'd show them. He'd show them all. They underestimated Katsuki Bakugo. Growing up in Canada, my ice quirk seemed like a cruel irony. 6 months of snow a year, and I get a Fing snow quirk. How rude, universe. I felt like a human tool during the winter, because when my parents needed the driveway cleared, or my grandma needed help to her mailbox, or when a snowplow broke down in town, then I helped out. Sometimes a neighboring city would pay me to help them with their winter festival, building snowmen tall as skyscrapers and earth-eating mazes and castles and sculptures of shimmering, clear ice. But who needs more ice when you're surrounded by 4-foot-deep snow drifts? During the sweltering summertime, everyone suddenly wanted to be my friend, because guess who literally had the coolest house on the block? Oh right, me. I'm sorry, I can't hear your nonsense from inside my custom-made igloo, complete with fresh ice cubes in my lemonade. It didn't help that people teased me at school for my icy cool skin, permanently chilled because my soulmate was probably on the opposite end of the earth considering how freezing I was all the time. Year-round, I wore a sweatshirt and breathed, and I eventually became known for it. But what's that phrase? Cold hands, warm heart. Yeah, that sounds about right. At least, that's how it was until my mom got a promotion at work and uprooted our family, shipping us all off to Japan shortly after I graduated from high school. With her badass healing quirk and medical school degrees, Mom was always in high demand, even by other countries. The States tried to get her to move a few years ago, but without universal healthcare, my mom denied them to try forcing their policies to change. Then, Japan swooped in with an offer my mother couldn't refuse. So now, here I am, standing in front of my new house with my eyes fixed on my phone, double-checking the directions I pulled up on my Maps app. I slipped some headphones over my head careful to not mess up my carefully coiffed hair and cranked up my recent favorites playlist, letting myself just walk and follow my feet. Despite living here for a few months now, I still couldn't get the hang of the train system, so I walked or biked or hitched a ride almost everywhere. Not that the trains were all that confusing, but I have absolutely zero sense of direction. Save for my own house, I could get lost anywhere. And even then, I still got turned around in the halls if I wasn't paying enough attention. My mother volunteered to host some formal event at her hospital that night, a charity shindig for the rich and fancy. Well, not for the rich and fancy, but for scholarships and stuff. You know what I meant. Luckily, we didn't live terribly far from the hospital, so my trip was uneventful. Now, to make my mom look good for a few hours. Yay! I hate this. Dressed to the nines, Kitsuki Bakugo leaned against the nearest wall in a swath of shadow. His scowl seemed permanent at that point. Best Jeanist, Kitsuki's mentor, sighed and swirled his champagne flute. I know you do, but you've got to get used to these types of things if you want to be a pro hero. You'll get invited to hundreds of events a year after you go pro, and you need to know which galas are worth attending and which attendees are worth schmoozing. This is not a fun little party, but a learning opportunity. Got it? I guess, Kitsuki grumbled, crossing his arms over his chest. Good, Best Jeanist sighed. He sipped his champagne, and Kitsuki watched as the raspberry in the bottom floated along the tide of it, settling back to the bottom. Now go mingle. Get to know potential sponsors. Introduce yourself. Before Kitsuki could argue, Best Jeanist disappeared into the crowd, his all-denim suit making him stand out in a sea of black ties and ball gowns until he dissolved into the fray. Thing great, Kitsuki muttered. He wiped his anxiously sweaty forehead on the back of his hand and then dried his slick palms on the suit his mom sent from home, loosening the simple red tie that Jeanist forced him to wear. Something about it matching his eyes, but who gave AF? Did they have the thermostat turned up to 1,000,000? For FS sake. Without any company, Kitsuki found himself drifting toward the bar, squeezing himself into an empty space between other patrons. Sweating through his suit, he raised his hand to catch the bartender's attention. But before he could ask for a glass of water, they cut him off. We've got 2 beers on tap, as well as 1 red, 1 white, and 1 sparkling, the bartender rattled off, expressionless and unfriendly. What do you want? Now typically Kitsuki would just ignore the guy's comment, but his skin felt like it was melting off inside of his black suit. I'm a goddamn miner, you thing idiot, he barked at the bartender. And another thing, a hand rested on Kitsuki's shoulder, soothing him and holding him back from jumping the bar to beat the SHT out of the bartender. He'll have an ice water. The heat and anger subsided instantly, seeping from Kitsuki like he'd been dropped into a frozen lake. What was happening dawned on him too late, his eyes widening as he looked down at the hand and following it up the owner's arm. To find his soulmate standing beside him. But instead of thinking about good first impressions or impressing his soulmate, Kitsuki blurted, "Where the F have you been?" Their eyes widened, and they said, "Excuse me." "You thing heard me," Kitsuki said, doubling down, "I've been looking for you everywhere. Where the F have you been? Did your thing crawl here?" His hands sparked as his anger kindled in his chest, an unusual reaction from his quirk. His soulmate glanced down at his hands and back up. "I'm not sure I understand. Are your hands okay? Do they typically do that?" Exasperated, Kitsuki grabbed their hand and tucked it between both of his palms. "You're my thing soulmate, you dingus. Or did you not notice?" Their jaw dropped as the sentiment processed through their brain. "Oh. Yeah. Well, sorry. I didn't anticipate finding my soulmate at this stupid party," they admitted. The bartender returned with 2 ice waters, and they downed theirs in one fell swoop. Kitsuki did the same. "You're telling me? I hate these dumb fundraisers." Whoa, my dude," they said, "I can hate on this party because my mom's hosting and I was forced to come. But be nice because she worked really hard on this and I had to help decorate." Another spark shot from Kitsuki's palm, fizzling out on the linoleum. He sighed and took a few deep breaths, chewing on ice from his glass to calm down. Yeah, whatever," he grumbled. His cheeks felt warm. Was that because of his soulmate, or just how he'd be from now on? Warm. His soulmate reached over and tapped his glass, a new ice cube popping out from their finger and settling against the rest. He raised his eyebrow at them, and they smiled back. "One of the many complimentary services I offer as a soulmate." "You're a human ice machine." "I mean, among other things, yes. I don't see you offering up anything better, my dude. Your hands just make sparks. Katsuki grinned wickedly at that. Not anymore, they don't. He grabbed their hand and took off for the side stairs, beelining for the roof. His soulmate laughed as he tugged them up the stairs in their fancy attire, and Katsuki couldn't help but notice the weight missing from his shoulders, the light settling in his chest. Finally, his soulmate showed up. Finally, his quirk worked. Finally, his world made sense. Finally, he'd show them all. Now the hard part. Convincing Toga to meet Kyoka. Obviously my little Toga noticed right away when I returned and my arm had scarred over. Maybe I should have pulled my sleeve down on my walk back to the courtyard, but I totally forgot. Pardon me for being stunned by the sudden appearance of my other soulmate. Togi's not dumb, she knew exactly what my scarred over skin meant. But her reaction was alarming. Toga shot to her feet, clenched fists at her sides. Are you cheating on me? She roared, eyes bright with murderous tendencies and angry tears. She grabbed the front of my shirt and shoved me backward until I slammed against the side of the house. Our ragged breaths came out in matching, measured intervals, both of us equally panicked but in opposite directions. She was livid and I was nearly shitting my breaths. Behind her, our opposing teams of ragtag children slowed their game to a stop, and one of the eldest kids scooped the soccer ball in their hands. All of them wore equally terrified looks, watching on from a safe distance as their parents fought seriously for maybe the first time ever. Sure, we had our disagreements sometimes, but we didn't scream or cry or throw things. We talked it through like civilized, communicative adults and showed our children how to resolve problems without resorting to violence or fury. So this unbridled jealousy was a surprise to us all. Even the guards beyond the kids stood at the ready, hands drifting to their weapons. Ready to finish it, if things were to get out of hand. My heart swam with adrenaline, terror seeping in at the edges. I'd never seen Himiko so freaked before, but I understood. If this situation were reversed, I'd probably do the same. Love. I went for a walk and accidentally bumped into our other soulmate, I said slowly, evenly. There was no scheme, no cheating, Toxie. Just an accident. Her red eyes swept over my face, her snarl slowly fading as she found no ill will there. Are they still here? She asked tentatively. Her mood completely reversed from 30 seconds ago, her grasp unclenched, releasing me from her grip. Do they? She didn't have to say it. I knew, and I nodded. Come on. The hand that had just been shoving me up against the house wavered as Toga considered my proposition. Those crimson eyes I knew so well darted from my outstretched hand to my face, as if deciding whether or not she could trust me. But her fingers found mine, regardless of how much time passed. And we started walking. 𝐂𝐸𝐺 hung around by that back gate for what felt like hours. Leaning up against her motorcycle, she tried that breathing exercise Denki told her about from his weird yoga retreat he went on. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 4, hold for 4, but it didn't seem to help. Her soulmates. She really found her soulmates. Today, of all days. And here of all places. The anxiety seeped in at the edges, and suddenly Kyoka wished she'd gone to therapy like Momo suggested all those years ago. Spiraling, angsty thoughts crept into her mind like little mites eating up all of her sanity. What if they didn't like her? Would she be able to keep her job? What if they freaked when they saw she was a hero? Would she have to arrest them? What if she wasn't good enough for them? What if they hated her on sight? What if? You're still here. Good. From around the corner of a building, Kyoka saw two figures approaching hand in hand. The one she'd already met, already scarred that mark over, but the other she recognized. Red eyes, messy blonde hair, and a signature skirt, Himiko Toga. Searing pain lanced up Kyoka's arm, and now she knew what to expect. Flames crawled through her veins like armies of fire ants, burning her spattered soul mark away until only scar tissue remained. She grit her teeth, not wanting to seem like a wimp in front of them. She managed. Her soulmate seemed to be experiencing the same thing. Doubled over, Toga hissed and whimpered as the pain shuttled through her. Her voice came out a growl. The other soulmate rubbed her back and murmured softness in her ear, reminding Toga that it would be over soon. Almost there, they whispered, Almost done. Good girl, Himiko. There you go. Kyoka's cheeks flared warm, her heart sprinting in her chest. Are you okay over there, love? Love. Hissing the last of the pain out through clenched teeth, Kyoka stood and peeled away the sleeve of her leather jacket to confirm. Her soul mark erased itself. Himiko Toga was, in fact, her other soulmate. I asked if you were okay, love, said the other soulmate, the one whose name she hadn't caught. Their voice was close, and when Kyoka looked up, she found them both there, on the other side of that back gate. They shot Kyoka a soft smile. You okay? She nodded, straightening out her leather jacket. Fine. You? Just peachy, Toga answered, still gritting her sharp teeth. A car drove past and a cheer rang up from the courtyard while someone tried to find something to say. All Kyoka knew was that it was official, her soulmates were crime lords. But what did that mean for their newfound relationship? Wanna come meet the kids, the unnamed soulmate said, jerking their thumb over their shoulder. We've got, how many now, Toga Tuesdays? 20. Toga sighed. 23. Right, 23. We saved those siblings from that alley the other day, they nodded. Shrugging, they turned back to Gyro. Anyway, offer still stands. We've got a plethora of motley children who'd love to have another parent, I bet. Kyoka gaped at the two of them. Okay, but aren't you concerned? The two of them exchanged a confused look. About what? Toga asked. That I'm, Kyoka said, searching for the words, your opposition. Well, you haven't arrested us yet, so I think we're off to a good start, their soulmate said. We'll figure something out eventually, but I think that'll be a lengthier discussion, likely over some tea and cake. Toga pranced over to unlock the gate, watching as it slid open and erased the barrier between them and their soulmate. So, you coming? Also, do you know anything about soccer? Their soulmate walked forward and looped their arm around Kyoka's neck, dragging her inside. I don't think the kids are playing with any rules, but it would be nice to know if there are penalties so we can enforce those. Ooh. Is there a naughty gremlin box like in hockey? Toga tittered as she rolled Kyoka's motorcycle into the yard. Are they allowed to get violent? The gate slid shut behind them, and Kyoka glanced over her shoulder as it clanged closed. Her soulmates continued to ask questions, none of which Kyoka knew the answers to, but it was comfortable. Welcome, even. So what if they were known as the monarchy of crime? Maybe what they needed to balance out the dynamic was a little order, some direction to steer their charitable wrongdoings. A little control. And Kyoka Gyro was just the right person for the job. Lucky them. Socks. Check. Clean underwear. Check. Birthday present. Double check. Hero costume and international hero license. Check and check. Then, looks like you're set, man. Denki Kaminari lounged on Hunter Zero's bed, helping his best friend pack his bags. Zero's detailed, color-coded packing list lay at Denki's side with every single line crossed off in yellow highlighter, which Denki twirled between his fingers. The air charged with potential, with anticipation. Maybe you'll get lucky and only be gone for a few weeks, like me, Denki yawned, stretching his arms up above his head. Hunter nodded, folding one more sweatshirt into his suitcase. Yeah, that'd be ideal, he said. Glad you made it back in time to see me off, dude. Same, Denki said, but I'm more glad that I'm out of that hostel life, no. And I mean, finding my soulmate was the cherry on the top, but I do not envy you living out of your backpack for the next few weeks, my guy. Gee, thanks, Hunter chuckled, stepping back to admire his perfectly packed suitcase. A strange quiet settled into his chest, like the calm before a storm. It feels weird. Leaving? Yeah. Rolling over, Denki eyed Zero. Hunter stood over his suitcase, hands shaking as they clutched the zippered edge. Don't worry, Han. Kaken's still on his trip, and he left months ago. It took my parents, like, a year to find each other. The soulmate system will take care of you as long as you're gone. Just make friends. Soak it up. Take lots of pictures. Right? Hunter muttered. Right. A pillow slammed into his head. Denki burst into laughter, taking photos as Hunter straightened back up, fixing his hair. "You've gotta loosen up, Han. You're leaving to find your soulmate. You've been waiting 18 years for this." Without hesitation, Hunter threw the pillow back at Denki, smashing directly into his face. "Anyone ever tell you that you're too chill, Denks?" "Never." He threw the pillow back at Hunter, starting an all-out war. 𝐒𝐻𝐸 showed up at just the wrong time, opening Hunter's door to find feathers everywhere. 2 pillows destroyed in the name of fun and stress relief. "What the?" Kiri took a pillow to the face. "Get in here and help me cheer Han up." Denki yelled from behind a wall of blankets and dirty clothes, his only defense against Hunter and his tape. Shaking the pillow off, 𝐒𝐻𝐸 grabbed it with both hands and grinned wickedly. "I'm on it." Hunter 𝐒𝐿 nearly missed his cab to the airport because his friends were too busy distracting him by beating him to death with pillows. Why does work SCK so much? No, seriously, do people not get any management training when they are promoted? Do they lose all of their humanity when they get a fancy title? Do they forget that the rest of us are humans too? "I don't care if your grandma died, kid. Get back to work," my boss grunted, pointing out to the sales floor. "Those noodles won't cook themselves." I sniffled, sking my tears back into my head. "Why, sir?" He wasn't entirely wrong, but did he have to be such a DJ about it? It's not like I was asking for time off. I just wanted him to know in case I, started crying in the middle of my shift or needed to take a call from my mom or something. Going home for grandma's funeral would have taken too much time, considering I lived in a totally different country from the rest of the family. Of course, I asked my mom to call if they needed anything or if they'd be recording the services so I could feel like I attended somehow. But life goes on. Tying my apron on, I exited the back room and wiped my tears, trying to mentally prepare for customers. Luckily, we weren't quite open yet, and we didn't typically get irate customers at our location. Working at the airport is nice like that. I started by preparing the condiments and toppings, cutting up fresh green onions, white onions, carrots, jalapenos, cilantro, basil, and limes. While I did, a coworker arrived and got the boilers started for the noodles and preheated the grill. We didn't say a single thing to each other, but I didn't mind. There were plenty of other things to occupy my mind, including the sway of my soulmate mark, that little arrow on my wrist that pointed to wherever they were. It seemed that they were on the move, and I wondered why. I'd gone on my Soulmate trip earlier in the year and came home empty-handed after 6 months of radio silence. I couldn't afford to miss work for any longer than that, and the system only paid for 6 months of travel expenses. So for my compass to wiggle like that, it meant something was happening. Something was in motion. A storm. The airline attendant looked at 𝐒𝐿 with unfeeling eyes. "Yes, sir. A storm. Your flight is delayed for the moment, and we'll keep you updated." Hunter grimaced and ran a hand through his long hair, frustrated about being unable to fix anything. "No stress. Thanks. Anyway, man," he sighed. With his backpack heavy on his shoulders, Hunter tried to think of what to do next as he walked the length of the terminal to keep himself occupied. After Denki and 𝐒𝐻𝐸 waved him into the cab, the ride had gone eerily smooth. And once he arrived at the airport, the security line was mostly non-existent, plus he'd checked in from home and only had to drop off his suitcase. Now, he had nothing to do but wait. Wait, what was that? A heavenly smell wafted across the hall, and Hunter stopped dead in his tracks. Lime, cilantro, and the unmistakable smell of soup had his mouth watering in seconds. He followed the smell to a little noodle cafe tucked between a pretzel stand and a chain coffee shop. The inside was warm and welcoming despite being painted almost entirely white. Cutesy neon signs hung on the walls, depicting noodle bowls and their ingredients. "Welcome in." A friendly voice called over the counter, waving. "I'll be there to help you in a moment." "No rush." Hunter answered, taking in the menu with wide eyes while he headed toward the ordering area. It smelled nearly as good as lunch rush cooking, and Hunter's mouth watered. Of course, because he wasn't looking, he crashed right into someone. Hunter, with his hero reflexes, managed to catch himself on the counter before his backpack could pull him to the ground, but the other person wasn't quite so lucky. He sent out tape to try and save them, but missed entirely. They crashed to the tile below, spilling their bowl of scalding hot noodles all over themselves and the ground. The whole airport seemed to grind to a silent halt as the broth and the accoutrements flew through the air, crashing across the shiny floor. With his hand still outstretched and his brain now registering the awkward tension, Hunter opened his mouth to say something, to ask if they wanted help, to apologize, but something stopped him, a sniffle. On the ground, the person covered in noodles burst into tears. And 𝐂𝐿 didn't know what to do about it. Yup. This is the worst day ever. Steaming hot soup which was supposed to be my lunch soaked my work uniform, burning my skin below. Not only was my food now destroyed, but my clothes were ruined, my money was wasted, I was full tilt sobbing in the middle of the store, and I could practically hear my boss berating me for the accident. Oh wait. I can hear him. You clumsy dolt, he bellowed, thundering out from the back, what do you think you're doing? Clean that mess up and get back to work. My coworker decided to pipe up, finally. They're still on their lunch, boss. And it was an accident, I saw the whole thing. The boy man, who crashed into me, chimed in too. I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't paying attention, so this is totally my fault. My boss towered over me, still sitting in hot soup, by the way, and grunted, his arms crossed over his chest. Whatever. Be clean before your shift starts, kid. And get this cleaned up. He stormed back to his office in the back room, doors swinging shut behind him on squeaky hinges. I let a breath loose that I didn't realize I'd been holding. Well, let me help you up. A shadow crossed my face, and I opened my eyes to find the long-haired guy standing in front of me, his hand extended. Hunter 𝐂𝐿, he said, let me buy you lunch. Sure, he seemed genuine enough, and too cute to be talking to a gremlin like me, but something made me hesitate. His soul mark, on his wrist, pointed straight at me. I glanced down at my own, finding it pointing straight at him. A clap of thunder shook the building, and I stiffened as a shiver of fear crawled up my spine. I slapped my hands over my ears, my eyes slamming shut of their own accord. Overhead, the lights flickered, and I swore I heard the takeout warmer fizzle out for a second before whirring back to life. Clothes rustled nearby, and a hand gingerly touched my shoulder. You okay? Hunter 𝐂𝐿 knelt beside me, carefully avoiding the soup puddled on the ground. When I poked my eyes open, he gave me a soft smile. That dumb storm delayed my flight. It won't bother us here, though, he said, trying to cheer me up. And it was working. Oh hey, maybe this'll help, he muttered, plopping his hefty backpack down on the floor beside him to rifle through its contents. After a moment, he brightened and said, ah. Brandishing a pair of huge headphones, he pulled the cord out and plopped the headphones down over my ears, adjusting the band as necessary. There. Better. His voice was far away, as if I was suddenly underwater. I nodded, in awe of this stranger and his kindness. Thank you. No problem at all, he smiled, pulling his sleeves down over his knuckles. 𝐂𝐿 wiped away the tears lingering on my cheeks without a word, without me asking. My cheeks warmed at his proximity, and I cursed my stupid body for doing so without my permission. So inconvenient. Okay, 𝐂𝐿 nodded, looking me over. Ready? I managed. Great. He stood and extended his hand to me, which I took. Warmth spread up my arm, centered on my soul mark which started going crazy. The little arrow spun in wild circles until it smeared into a black circle, marking my assumption as true, Hunter 𝐂𝐿 was my soulmate. He chuckled softly, glancing from his own mark to mine and up to my face. Well, I guess I need to cancel my flight, here. Why? Still smiling, he lifted a noodle out of my hair and tossed it to the floor with the rest of the detritus. Today's my birthday. I was just about to leave for my trip. A flash of lightning lit up the airport, bright as the sun. No wonder I couldn't find you in New York or Paris or Cairo, I joked, sniffling the last of my tears away. He laughed. I was here the whole time. Now, about that lunch. Meanie. Yeah. What's up, babe? You okay? Safe. I'm fine, but I sniffled into my phone, can you come get me? No prob, got your location turned on. Why yeah. I'll be there in 5 minutes, babe. Hang tight. She hung up, and I began to drown in my feels once more. What did I ever do to deserve a best friend like Mina? She didn't ask questions, she didn't pry, she just agreed to be there for me, without hesitation. And, knowing her, she was probably working, so I'm pretty sure I was actually making her life harder by pulling her away from some more important hero SHT world's worst best friend, me. And all of that on top of a breakup. Sheesh. Talk about a shitty Valentine's Day. The only saving grace, my only light at the end of the tunnel, was that I'd seen this coming for a long time. Hitoshi had been pulling away for weeks, if not months, and I knew something was wrong. My soul mark for him showed up ages ago, fingerprints on the rim of my jaw, but his never showed. That should have been the breaking point right there and then, but of course, since I sabotaged my own chances at happiness, I stayed with him, hopeful that he'd reciprocate and fall in love with me someday, somehow. He always insisted that it was his fault, that he'd been through too much SHT in his life to properly love anybody, to ever trust anyone, and I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. But guess who came home from another overtime shift of hero duty last night with a little lightning bolt soul mark on their wrist, surrounded by a handprint? Yeah. I'm an idiot. All of which culminated in a blowout in the early afternoon when he finally woke up, a massive fight between Toshi and I for the first time in our 6 months of dating, and I didn't directly accuse him of cheating, but really, did I need to? The evidence was there on his wrist for the whole thing world to see. He chose his soulmate, and it wasn't me. So now I sat on my biggest suitcase out on the curb at midnight, waiting for Mina. Hitoshi left for work hours ago. My stuff lay in disheveled boxes at my feet. I wasn't going to keep living with him after what he dragged me through, but I didn't really have a plan or somewhere else to stay. The winter cold seeped into the nooks and crannies of my jacket, and I shivered, already worrying about where I'd sleep, where I'd shower, how I'd get to work the next day. There you are, babe. I glanced up from my dying phone, finding Mina as she jogged up the street toward me in her bright but hero uniform. She slammed into me with exactly as much force as I deserved, and wrapped me in the best hug I'd had in such a long time. Her voice wormed into my ear as we embraced, soft as she said, "Who the F made you cry? Do I need to have a chat with them?" For the first time in weeks, I laughed. "Just hug me, you dork." "Roger that," she smiled. The seam of her glove brushed against my neck as she held me to her, absorbing each other's warmth. We stood like that for a long time. Long enough that Mina started wriggling in my grip, giggling to herself. "You good?" she joked. "Not even close," I sighed, releasing her from my arms. She waited while I looked for the words to describe how exactly I'd gotten into this mess. He found someone else." Mina grimaced. "OF, babe. That's harsh. But you know what?" I raised an eyebrow. "What?" "Good riddance," she beamed. "Now you're all mine." Mwahahahaha. Mina cackled like a villain, wiggling her fingers in a way that made me uncomfortable. Laughing, I let her swoop me up into the cage of her arms, where she twirled me in circles until we both got dizzy. We laughed until we reoriented ourselves to the universe, the vertigo slipping away slowly. "Now what, babe?" Mina asked, breathless from the fun. With a shrug, I gestured at my boxes and suitcase. "I guess I find somewhere to live. Keep going. Keep looking, you know. Hang on, is that your mark?" She gestured to my face, where I knew my soul mark was already fading. "Yeah," I said, "hopefully it'll be gone soon so it won't keep reminding me of, well, everything." "It looks like it hurts." "It doesn't." Her own mark stood out on her skin, black as night on the soft pink of her forearm. Mina reached out and brushed her pink fingers against that same spot, purposefully pressing her fingertips to each little print. "Wow," she whispered, just loudly enough for me to hear. Then my skin tingled, intensifying until it crackled under the surface like she zapped me with a static shock that would rival Denki's quirk. Electricity arced from me, short-circuiting the lamppost nearby. We both gasped and ducked when sparks fell around us, thinking maybe Mina accidentally swiped me with some of her acid, but she looked just as surprised as I did. My hand reached up and gripped her exposed arm for stability as the lightning rattled through me and out of me. Her eyes widened, gaze flickering to my palm where it touched her, and she broke into a wild laugh, echoing off of the empty streets and darkened buildings. Finally, the electricity wore off, and we slumped into each other, wheezing as we tried to fill our lungs once more. I was the first to speak. "That was a surprise," she chuckled. "That's one way to put it." She held up her arm, twisting it in the half-light to see scar tissue shimmering where I'd touched her. "Oh," she said, "I didn't know it'd do that." "Do what?" Brandishing her arm for me to see, she said, "My mark's gone. Like yours." My brain took the world's longest second to catch up. "You mean?" "I guess so," she beamed, throwing her arms around me once more. "Soulmates, here." I smiled and hugged her back. "Guess so." She held me at arm's length, looking me up and down. "You should know I've had a crush on you for ages, babe." My cheeks warmed. "I liked you in high school. Before adulthood kicked in and we both got busy. Before, don't speak his foul name," she teased, holding a finger to my lips. "Now, how many more heroes do you think we need to help carry your SHT to my apartment?" "What?" "Mina, I couldn't." She pressed her finger harder to my lips. "Shut up. We'll figure out the details in the morning. But for tonight," Mina rummaged around in her costume until she unearthed her phone, rapidly texting. Even with just one hand she refused to take her finger from my mouth. "Done. Deku and Kaken will be here in a sec to help. Crime's pretty sleepy tonight, not much happening." "Thank goodness," I muttered against her touch. She smirked. "Yeah. Thank goodness." "Mina." "Yes, babe." "Happy Valentine's Day." I'd never seen her smile so big before. "Happy Valentine's Day, babe." "The first of many." "Roger that." I'm proud of myself for how long I've kept my secret. Avoiding my soulmate was not easy. We became classmates at 15, and I've spent nearly every waking moment of the last few years avoiding them like the plague, so as to not interfere with their life or their heroic trajectory. Let me tell you, a lot of things had to go perfectly right for everything to stay the same. 1. Shoto Todoroki had to stay oblivious. 2. I had to keep my hair long, which meant avoiding bullies and scissors and bubblegum, not accidentally frying it with bleach or color, and no haircuts. For all of high school. 3. I had to ignore my soulmate at all costs. See step 1. 4. Avoid any or large gusts of wind. Important for years, I kept my hair long just for him, all in the name of obscuring the telltale mark on my face that would give the whole charade away. And yeah, my foolproof 4-step plan worked for a while, until yesterday. Yesterday, Shoto Todoroki learned our secret. Shoto Todoroki thought about his soulmate. A lot. The flowers provoked him, after all. They bloomed in little creases and massive swathes, arriving whenever his soulmate nicked themselves with a paper cut or skinned their knees. The blossoms withered away and died eventually, leaving behind little rows and irregular boxes of tattooed gardens when the injury inevitably scarred over. A stripe of hyacinth bloomed along his knuckles once, surprising him in the middle of class, only to have them fade and fall away almost instantly. He assumed it was a burn. The little group of peonies in the inner corner of his elbow came late in the night, growing and growing and growing for an absurd amount of time before finally stopping at an alarming size. He didn't know what to make of that. His favorite of all of the blooms was a single coin-sized daisy tattooed on the inside of his palm, almost smack dab in the center but a little off to the left. When Shoto daydreamed, it was about that single daisy and what caused it to suddenly appear one day in the middle of his math class. Over and over, the adults reminded them to never cut the flowers, to never trim or pluck the petals. Their soulmate would be affected adversely, but they never said how. Shoto listened anyway, as his soulmate seemed to be rather accident-prone. He didn't want to cause them any extra harm. In his mind, he thought that finding his soulmate should be a piece of cake, considering his own scars, particularly the patch of injured skin on his face. But even at 17, he still hadn't found who he was looking for, and he tried not to feel disheartened. He still had plenty of time, many more years he could devote to finding his person. Wherever and whoever they were, his soulmate was on their way. Slowly but surely, they'd find him. So, he waited. Class let out as usual, and after returning to the dorms to change, my small group of friends headed to the gym. 𝐭𝐴𝐲, 𝐔𝐬𝐽, 𝐂𝐷𝐻, 𝐿𝐷𝐻, 𝐂 and I walked over together, talking mostly about Midnight's art history lecture from that morning about Dadaism. We passed Izuku on the way, who waved as he took off for his internship with Endeavor, Bakugo livid and hot on his heels as they raced there. No Shoto. More than a little confused, I didn't mention the discrepancy to my friends, and forced myself to hop back into the conversation seamlessly. Right, but what was Hans Orp trying to say with that piece? I blurted, asking more questions about the artwork 𝐭𝐴𝐲 brought up. How does a mustache hat relate to wartime? I guess it could be a comment on the trends of the time. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 suggested. Mustaches and hats. Soto laughed. I don't understand Orp at all, like what was with the fork one. Shirt front and fork. 𝐭𝐴𝐲 and I said at the same time. Jinx. The fork I can see, 𝐬 said thoughtfully, carrying on the conversation while ignoring Toko and I, but where was the shirt front? While 𝐭𝐴𝐲 and I bickered about who really owed a soda, the group laughed at our conversation, holding the doors open as we finally made it to the gym. I conceded and agreed to buy 𝐭𝐴𝐲 an apple soda as soon as possible, checking the room for a certain red and white-haired boy from class. The coast was clear. Relieved and relaxed, I took the hair tie from my wrist and tugged my curtain of hair up into a bun at the top of my head, taking time to make sure all of my long bangs joined the party. In the empty gym, I was free to expose my secret, showing off my usually hidden patch of wildflowers around my eye. Why don't you just tell him? 𝐬 asked, tagging along with me toward the stretching mats. I'm sure Todoroki would be excited to finally really meet you, ribbit. We plopped down onto the mats and began stretching, side by side. 𝐬 and the others promised to never say anything to Todoroki unless I specifically asked them to, happy to keep my secret for as long as I needed. But our promise hinged on something vital. My side of the agreement entailed telling Todoroki the truth before graduation, which was approaching all too quickly. I dunno, 𝐬, I sighed, reaching out to touch my toes. I don't even know what I'd say. He'd probably be so disappointed to find out that I'm his, you know. I'm nothing special, and my quirk isn't that exciting. I want to go into mental health crises for hero work, and no one even realizes that that's a thing. What could he possibly see in me once he finds out? A cough came from the other side of the gym, and 𝐬 looked up while I ignored it, really leaning into my stretch and feeling the self-doubt threaten to drown me. But if I would have looked, I could have noticed 𝐭𝐲𝐽 signaling to the door, where none other than my soulmate, Shoto Todoroki, entered the room. Blissfully unaware, I continued to stretch. 𝐬 shot 𝐭𝐲𝐽 a thumbs up. Their plan, which I'd find out later, was already in motion. In the center of the gym, 𝐭𝐴𝐲 stretched and shook out his nervous hands. Ever since the sports festival in first year, Shoto took the time to fight 𝐭𝐴𝐲 every so often, because if nothing else they hadn't gotten the chance to butt heads during the event. He'd asked Shoto to join him there, in the sparring ring, under the guise of strengthening their quirks and practicing on someone new for a change. But in reality, 𝐭𝐴𝐲 had somewhat nefarious reasons for inviting Todoroki to spar with him. Like forcing Todoroki to finally see his friend for what they were. Todoroki's soulmate pined after him in the very same class as him for years, and 𝐭𝐴𝐲 was tired of his friend getting ignored and passed up for other, more flashy, more extrovert people. Shoto arrived a few minutes before their agreed-upon time and made his way toward the sparring ring. Sorry if I kept you waiting, he said to 𝐭𝐴𝐲 as he approached, dropping his gym bag at the edge of the mats. My father called and left me a scathing voicemail about missing the internship today. Not a problem, 𝐭𝐴𝐲 replied. Do you need to stretch or prepare? Shaking his head, Shoto merely flexed his hands and stepped into the ring. I'm fine. Do you? Already did, 𝐭𝐴𝐲 said. He looked over at 𝐭𝐲𝐽, then Soto, 𝐭𝐷𝐻, and 𝐬, signaling to them that their scheme was going as planned with a little nod. Ready whenever you are, Todoroki. Dark shadow stirred within him, getting antsy for the battle. I'm ready when you are, boss, Dark shadow murmured in his mind. 𝐭𝐴𝐲 nodded, silently answering. Todoroki and 𝐭𝐴𝐲 took their places at opposite ends of the sparring mats, careful to stay inside of the lines. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 came over and counted them in before running back to where he'd quietly been spotting Shoto's soulmate. The fight started out fine. Shoto kept his attacks reined in mostly to avoid ruining the building, and Tokoyami wrangled him into the proper corner before signaling to Dark Shadow. Upon seeing the sign, Dark Shadow rushed Shoto, headbutting him in the chest and knocking him out of the ring entirely and conveniently in the direction of his soulmate. Incoming! I looked up from the bench press, pinned under a bar just a little too heavy, and found none other than Shoto Todoroki rocketing toward me. Oh no! Not him, not now, not ever. Gasping under the weight of the bar, I gasped, "Help!" Spotting me, Soto perked up and helped me move the weights off of my chest, albeit much more slowly than necessary. Shoto slammed into the wall beside us, sliding down with a cough and a groan. My heart tripped in my chest, panicking as the bar raised ever so slightly. What did I do? Where did I go? Had Shoto seen my face? Had I been caught? Was he okay? When did he get here? Finally relieved of the barbell, I slid off of the bench and began to crawl away from the scene of the crime, hiding behind a stack of dumbbells in order to pull my hair down, hoping to hide my face once more. Instead, the pain settled into Shoto, which echoed in my chest. The air knocked from my lungs, and the telltale sting of a bloom erupted from my forehead, a single bright yellow zinnia bursting from the skin and growing upward toward the faux sun from the fluorescent lights. The ruckus settled, so did the pain in my chest. I coughed, thankful that air seemed to be working in both of our lungs once more, and once I found enough energy, I peeked over the top of the dumbbells, trying to get a good look at Shoto and his status. Except he was standing right there, on the other side of the dumbbell rack. I made a very normal, very attractive sound and scrambled back, away from him and the weights. "Shoto!" I blurted, hastily trying to pull my hair down and cover the flowers that he'd most likely, probably, definitely saw. "What brings you to the gym on this fine Tuesday? Don't you typically have your internship today?" Ha ha, ha. The awkward laughter definitely helped, made me seem more sane. Blinking through a trickle of blood coming from a little cut on his forehead, he stepped toward me, his eyes flitting between the zinnia mirroring his injury and the bright outlines of flowers sprawling around my eye. Without a word, he crossed to kneel in front of me, gesturing for my hand. I obliged, totally confused. With careful, cool fingers, Shoto traced over an old scar on my knuckles where I'd burnt my hand on an oven rack while making cookies, a shiny, puckered scar at the inside of my elbow where I'd had to get 8 stitches after defending my little sister from a rabid dog at the park, and finally a nearly invisible scar in the palm of my hand where Denki accidentally stabbed me with his mechanical pencil during math class once. Sighing, Shoto sat back on his heels and looked at my face. "It's you," he said quietly, "it's been you this whole time." If I didn't know him better, I'd say he was calm and absorbing the moment, but I knew him very well. He was frustrated, and I could hear it in his voice. "I thought you'd be disappointed," I said softly, looking away from his piercing gaze. "I didn't want you to be distracted by me and my dumb quirk. I'm not disappointed." My heart flip-flopped in my chest, and I glanced up at him. "You aren't." He shook his head. "I've been waiting for you. And you came." I had a 4-step plan," I said lamely. Shoto smirked, just a fragment of a smile. "I'd love to hear all about it. Maybe after we fix up that cut," I suggested, warming up to him. "Sure. After we fix up the cut. We should probably do that now. It looks pretty bad." "Doesn't feel that bad," he said, reaching out to carefully touch the zinnia. I smiled to myself, searching for the pain in my forehead and coming up empty. "You're right. It doesn't." Blackheart from Toga's 1MP on Wattpad. What is the best tip you can give someone for writing one-shots? There should be an arc to the one-shot. Even if it's something little, like the character is meek at the beginning and plucks up some courage to do X, Y, or Z by the end, it still shows change and helps the one-shot feel more complete, satisfying, realistic. Without a little tension and release, the one-shot can feel flat, boring, or pointless. When it's over, ask yourself, what changed? Where did we start and how is it different from where we ended? Did the problem get resolved? There isn't typically enough room to really lay down a full-fledged plot, so I tend to think of one-shots in this way instead. Hope this helps. From Macpista on AO3, do you have a personal favorite fic that you've written? Honestly, my absolute favorite fic that's completed is Maps. I am really proud of how the plot turned out. Plus, the characters evolved with the story, as they should. I'm also glad that I didn't give up when I originally planned to finish the story because the end turned out way better than I anticipated. It's my longest work ever at 443 pages and 113,738 words, and I haven't been able to beat that with fanfic or original works. In terms of fics in progress, Void is probably my favorite, tied with Wildflower. Not only does Void have a lot of my favorite tropes: bodyguards, fame and misfortune, terrible parents, sassy siblings, etc., but I'm genuinely enjoying the writing process with it, and I can't wait to write the finale because dimmin' it's gonna be good in a what the f kinda way, haha. From Charles N on Wattpad, who's your favorite My Hero Academia character and why? Tenya Ida has been my favorite since the beginning, and I absolutely adore his character. As the nerd kid who was always the parental figure in my friend groups, I totally connect with him and his competitive nature as well as his kindness and his big heart. Plus, Tenya is absolutely ripped. I stan a hunky nerd. The rest of my top 5 favorites in no particular order include Tsuyu Asui, Fat Gum, Tamaki Amajiki, and Hitoshi Shinso. Still salty about the lack of solid female-presenting characters in BNH. TBH from Happy Endings Girl on Wattpad. How do you stay focused on one story long enough to finish it? Also, any tips on writing dialogue? Honestly, I have a really hard time staying focused on a story through to the end, which is why I have so many WIPs. I bounce around to whichever story is giving me the most inspiration, serotonin, fun at the moment. The serotonin ebbs and flows, and I try to ride it out and not force it, because I'm writing these stories for fun and I want the process to stay fun. I also keep in mind that sometimes I need to step away from the story for a while to get fresh perspective and inspiration. There's nothing wrong with taking a break. But if I know that I'm behind on a certain story and I'm feeling hella guilty for not posting, I'll listen to that story's playlist to remember the vibe. I'll rewatch the source material, like going back and watching BNJ episodes with Fat Gum in them or rereading the manga. For example, reread my earlier chapters to pick up any forgotten plot threads and to remember what the F I've said before. I have the memory of a goldfish, and I'll scroll through the story's Pinterest board to remind myself of the quotes or images I found inspiring in the first place. I also ask a lot of questions on my Discord and ask for help from my spouse and friends if I'm really stuck. Sometimes I just free write a chapter scene totally unrelated to the fic, just to get my creative juices flowing again. Oftentimes I can work that scene into the story at a later date. When I write dialogue, I picture someone actually having that conversation, usually my siblings when it's a funny scene, and my spouse when it's a more soft, romantic scene. This helps it feel more realistic, genuine, especially in terms of comebacks, sass, and info dumping. I think about keywords that character uses, like catchphrases or vocal tics they have, e.g. Bakugo's swearing and Zoo's rib bits, respectively, just to lend the dialogue some authenticity. To me, the best fanfic dialogue is when you can clearly hear the dialogue in your head in the character's voice, so that's what I strive for. I also try to avoid words that character would never say, like super fancy stuff for Deku or hip slang for Ida, unless it's for a joke or to show something is wrong with that character. They hit their head, they're drunk, they're being mind-controlled, etc. If I'm super stuck, I'll read it out loud to see if it flows off of the tongue or not. Oftentimes, this does the trick and helps the words sound more casual, genuine. If you need a trick for dialogue, watch an episode of BNHA or whatever you're working on and look for patterns in a certain character's dialogue. When exactly does Bakugo swear? How often does Aizawa call something illogical and why? Does Zoo ribbit every time she speaks, or only sometimes? How often do Ida and Momo use bigger words to reinforce their intelligence, or is it constant? Would Todoroki be able to say All Might's lines? What changes? From Minideath Goddess on Discord, who's your favorite OC? You asked the world's hardest question. I love all of my BNH OCS except for villain characters like Yosushi, partially because they're all different aspects of myself, so I'm really stumped. If I absolutely had to pick, I'd have to break it down by awards. Without further ado, my BNH OC Yibu collections. Best quirk, Azami Jackson of Demons, no contest. Most memorable scene, Haru Heido of maps for that mid-season finale and the actual finale, like, chef's kiss Haru kicked so much but biggest badass, Sora Kobayashi of Enigma, I mean, her parents are thugs and she's raising her teenage sister and living a double life. Hannah Montana could never hella jealous, Piri Allery of Amateurs just because she has tenure and he's my fave. If it weren't for that, I'd say Tora Soto of Enigma because she has a cool quirk and long lavender hair and a sweet job, and Aizawa's got a fat crush on her goofiest, Natsuki Wannabe of Painkiller. She's always a hoot to write because she's so outgoing and silly and fun. Most excited to write. Cadence Yamaguchi of Void because Cade's a softie becoming a badass and she's somehow turning Bakugo from a badass to a softie. Cade story has all of my favorite tropes, so I always look forward to writing Void chapter's most anticipated finale, Moyu Honda of Ghost because I changed my mind on the ending and oh boy it's gonna be a doozy. Hope Moyu and Hitoshi can survive. Easiest to write, Satomi Sasaki of Oracle. For some reason, writing her and her dialogue is a piece of cake. Maybe it's because I've already written the finale, so I know where she's going and I know where she's come from. Hardest to write, Noriko Ikeda of Renegade. Definitely. She has so much stuff going on that it's hard to keep track of it all without feeling like I'm drowning, but that's my own dang fault. From Hornionmain on AO3, love your work and was wondering when or if you're sick going to reopen your requests. First of all, thank you for reading. I actually won't be reopening my requests for this fic. Soulmates is nearing its end. I've simply run out of inspiration and motivation to work on this story, despite taking breaks and doing all of my usual tricks, and I have a lot of previous requests that I'm trying to get to before I mark this compilation as complete. Hopefully you'll enjoy the rest of the updates. Tamaki Imagiki was born an old soul. His first word was no. He never fought a nap or solitude. He'd already seen too much. The world was exhausting. Something in his heart was missing, some vital, soft parts. It wasn't until he got older, after learning about soulmates from his parents, his teachers, even television and his friends, that he realized the weird dreams that plagued his sleep every night weren't dreams at all, but memories. Late at night, when his eyes slipped closed and his brain drifted off to dreamland, he remembered real moments from all of his past lives. Most of his dream memories centered around a single person. He loved them through famine and war and disease and change. By the looks of it, he had found them in multiple lifetimes, but not every one. He'd loved them through most of the centuries. In one lifetime, they owned a bookshop together, sharing a single teacup and reading poetry to each other in the candlelight. In another, Tamaki and his soulmate were awkward professors, tiptoeing around each other for years in separate departments until a co-worker forced them into a blind date, where they immediately hit it off. In the most recent lifetime, they both worked at a zoo in an unfamiliar city, with Tamaki in the butterfly house as the resident lepidopterist and his soulmate as the marine biologist across the park. On his first day at the job, he accidentally found them eating their lunch alone in the botanical garden, and he joined them every day since then. One thing proved to Tamaki that it was the same person through the years. Despite the tides of their lives, their eyes remained the same, always that telltale brightness and perfect color and genuine spark of curiosity. He knew, without a doubt, that he'd recognize them if he saw them again. In his current lifetime, Tamaki learned from his teachers that when he turned 18, he'd stop physically aging until he found his soulmate once more. When they died, he'd pass away too, even if they'd never met. Then, together as babies, they'd be born on the same day, move into the world again as a matching pair. So, Tamaki figured that mystery person would be the best place to start looking, except he had to find them first, learn their new name, convince them of his identity, and probably some other steps he was forgetting. The world was a big place, and he was searching for a single, perfect person. But once he found them, then everything would fall into place. And that hole in Tamaki's heart would find its missing piece. He'd be whole again. 18. For some reason, I never really thought I'd see the day, but maybe that's just the dark hidey hole in my chest spilling over with the stupid angsty feelings I've crammed down so deep for so long. Sometimes the feelings do that. The worst of the bullshit will pipe up at the most inopportune moments. But now, at Forever 18, the darkness lingered, whispering in the periphery of every moment, awake or asleep. That yuck in my heart told me that I'd never find my soulmate, that I'd never amount to anything, that I'd die lonely and old and always covered in zits. Unfortunately, I had other reasons to keep going anyway. The daycare where I worked depended on me and my quirk, and I mean, what other jobs could I possibly get with my balloon animal quirk? Clown. No thanks, to help with the kiddos, and I couldn't let their little preschool faces down. Despite being the bane of my existence some days, they deserve everything good in the whole wide world, and I'd give anything to make sure that they turned out to be good humans. And although we weren't supposed to have favorites, I definitely did. Amy, Kai, and Desu were a trio of little troublemakers, always getting up to some shenanigans or tomfoolery. Just the other day, I caught them making a fort out of the teachers' coats and bags, claiming that they just found them like that. Right. Here. Sure. These little goons would have been dead eons ago if it weren't for me and my quirk, saving them from pointy rocks on the playground and errant table corners. Maybe I just think like a toddler. Who knows? But I always seemed to know what they were babbling about, who was crying about what, and where they were hiding. Call me the baby whisperer, I guess. On that fateful day, I helped the lead teacher wrangle the toddlers into lines, stuffing them into their little raincoats and shoving their chunky little feet into their rain boots. We had a trip to the nearby museum on the docket for the day, and the unexpected rain wouldn't stop us. I slipped into my own bright yellow jacket and clamped to the front of the line, hands on my hips. All right, my little rock stars. Who's ready to go to the museum? The kids cheered and started talking over one another. The lead toddler teacher, who stood at the back of the line to keep an eye on all of the kiddos, rolled their eyes and laughed. The supervisor for the nursery popped out to give us a cursory farewell before disappearing into their noisy classroom once more. Well, no time like the present. My sketchbook warmed against my sweater on the inside pocket of my jacket, half full of Soulmate sketches and dream doodles. Optimistically, I hoped for a moment of solitude while at the museum to do a little art appreciation. Maybe some art was just what I needed to get out of my funk. But the chances of that were slim. After the lead teacher took the back handle, I took the frontmost loop of the walking rope, triple-checked that the kiddos all held onto a part, and led the kids out into the rain. Only 3 blocks to the museum. What's the worst that could happen, right? Sun Eater, Red Riot, and Fat Gum raced after a villain in the rain. Street lights and storefronts painted the pavement puddles in stuttering green-yellow-red, bright blobs of hazy white, and pinpricks of neon nonsense. The storm spat fat drops, hissing fog in between back-to-back phalanxes of thunder and lightning. Lucky for Team Gum, the magnetically quirked villain wore a pure white cape from head to toe, shining against the all-consuming grey like a firefly as they floated over the pavement. Some effect of their quirk pulled the street lamps down, caging the road in with iron ribs. Cars flipped in their wake, caught in the magnetic field. Through the pelting rain, Tamaki flew over the metal monstrosity on sturdy wings, pursuing the villain from above while Fat Gum and Kirishima ran along a side street in an attempt to cut them off from ahead. Tamaki's purple-tinted goggles streaked with rain and fogged with his breath. A sinking feeling in his chest lingered, icy and dark. Something was wrong. The villain, who called themselves Beacon, took a sharp left and inadvertently headed straight toward Kirishima and Fat Gum waiting below. But between the heroes and the villain stood a class of toddlers and teachers, hanging onto a brightly colored walking rope for dear life as they huddled beneath an awning. The teachers stood to the outside, shielding the kids with their bodies from the rain, and now from the bright white villain careening toward them. Thrown by the villain's magnetic field, a car flipped directly toward the kids, and Tamaki watched in slow motion as it arced through the air, suspended in the rain. He dove, heart racing, hurtling toward the kids without thought. But there, through the rain, he watched as one of the teachers stepped forward in their bright yellow raincoat and raised their arms, palms up. Their expression fixed into something fearless. Tamaki's heart caught in his throat. The roof of the car brushed their fingertips, a near miss. And, with a shimmer of soft, sparkly light, the car turned into a car-shaped bouncy house. It rebounded gently off the side of the building, plopping to the pavement just in front of the children. The family inside clambered out, unharmed except for some nausea from the flipping. Tamaki touched down beside the small crowd and darted forward to help the stranded bystanders, the weight in his chest forgettable for one stunning moment as he made eye contact with the teacher who saved them all. He knew those eyes. His breath caught in his lungs, his veins filled with sunshine. In that iridescent moment, shimmering with hope, Tamaki took his eyes off of the villain. A mistake. Whistling caught his ear, and just as Tamaki turned his head to find the source, a weight careened into him, palms flat on his chest, knocking him flat and the air from his lungs. He opened his eyes to screaming. His heart crumpled in his ribcage as he crawled across the pavement, tears rimming his eyes over someone he barely knew but also recognized in his core, his soul, his spirit. They laid there on the concrete, a car flipped upside down on top of them like some weird performance art. Those eyes found Tamaki's as he crouched at their side, sobbing. They reached up to run a knuckle down the line of Tamaki's jaw, smiling softly with a trickle of blood trailing from their mouth. "We'll try again," they managed, fingers lingering at Tamaki's perfect lips, feeling them just once. A single tear traced down their cheek. "In another life, my love. I will find you. I promise." Tamaki cried harder than he ever had in his entire life as he cradled their head in his lap, as the darkness swooped in around him. He hadn't expected to go so soon, but the promise of another life, another try, kept his hopes up. They promised to find him. So he had to go. "I am alive and brand new in this cold, bright world. I know that something is missing. Something is wrong. My heart aches, and I cry and cry and cry. And I know that I'm unwhole, unwell, unraveling. I know, from the moment of my birth, that I am broken. Here I am, awake and learning in this stunning world. And still, I carry on once more. There's so much future to see. There you are. Let's get this over with." I frowned at my blind date, who appeared out of nowhere. With a heavy sigh, he dumped himself into the empty seat at our reserved table, looking anywhere else except at me. The guy had shaggy black hair, pristine teeth, little gold hoops in his ears, and a boring tie that screamed, "Someone else made me wear this." He showed up 15 minutes late and was already winking flirtatiously at the passing waitresses. All in all, he seemed done with our blind date already. He moved his scarred hand toward me, hovering over the fake candle on our romantic little table. "Zero," he grunted, "hand to Zero. Mina calls me Han." No apology. No explanation for arriving late. No pretext. Straight to the point, this guy. I dressed up for him. Trying to be civil and aloof, I took a steadying breath, erased my RBF, and clasped his hand in mine. "Mina calls me fart face, so I don't think." The floor fell out from between us. Mental manifestations of our bodies floated in an endless twilit void of stars and wind, the connection room. Our furniture, at least in this metaphysical plane, wove itself into thrones of flowers, hollyhock, alyssum, blackthorn, and daffodil. Back at that overpriced restaurant, where I knew our bodies waited for us with paper white eyes, a waitress passed us in silence, watching as Zero's hair floated in the air as if he were underwater. I felt her presence as she slipped a piece of receipt paper into his other hand, her number written on it in red ink. Breathless, I gaped at the cosmic surroundings of our minds, trying and failing to take it all in. I hadn't tried a soulmate connection in so long that I forgot what it was like, the weightlessness, the jumbled nerves, the telltale smell of honey from the flowers. "You have done this before, right?" For a second, I forgot Zero was even there. Our hands still clasped between us. I blushed furiously once I realized what he was insinuating, and said, "Yeah, I've made a connection before. It's been a while." He grimaced and I swore he rolled his eyes. "Fate's a beach, you know," he said. Did he mean that as an insult? Or was that supposed to comfort me? Either way, I didn't have time to worry about it. A temporal ribbon burst from our joined hands, twisting and writhing in the void around us until it formed a Mobius strp around Zero and I, each in a separate end of the symbol, our hands clasped in the center, right at the nexus. Our potential fate began to play on the ribbon around us like a reel of film, the most likely scenarios from our optional combined future. At first, everything seemed great. I moved past the weird start to our date and Zero was effortlessly charming. I saw us on dates, adventuring around the world and trying new foods I couldn't name, playing games in airports to pass the time on long layovers, collapsed on the couch in my apartment as we watched The Big Lebowski and Napoleon Dynamite and forgetting Sarah Marshall, telling our worst jokes while we made chocolate chip pancakes at midnight, sitting on the fire escape while we watched the sun rise. We saved the day together, teaming up for missions and launching my hero ranking into the stratosphere. Everyone suddenly knew my name. We rescued hundreds of children from quirk trafficking rings, dismantled crime syndicates, cleaned up the beach and the forests and the streets. Our hero names were plastered on the front covers of every major publication, singing our praises and calling us the couple of the century. We never stopped signing autographs. Then came the fighting. Behind closed doors, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 and I screamed at each other with absolute fury on our faces, knocking things from the counter and watching as they shattered across the floor, pushing and threatening and crying and taking yet another break from the relationship. The spite-fueled makeup secretary. The inevitable proposal. The overpriced wedding. The $1 million honeymoon, complete with all expenses paid resort on the shore of some crystal-clear beach, endless drinks, ravenous paparazzi, and a very public fight when I found 𝐒𝐻𝐻 cheating 2 days after our arrival. The relationship-fixing adoption. The messy, televised divorce. The poor child. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 effortlessly returned to hero work, and I slowly slid down the hero charts into forgotten oblivion. I moved back in with my parents and I won sole custody. I cursed my miserable fate as I scrounged for work, as 𝐒𝐻𝐻 besmirched my once good name to any reporter who would listen, and as the citizens of the world ate every word from the palm of his hand. We never spoke again, never talked about our kid. The child support checks arrived on time every month. I died early, overcome with a heart attack much too young. The doctors who failed to save me blamed it on stress, on overclocking my quirk in my youth and pushing my body past its limits time and time again for the greater good. In my obituary, they called me a light snuff too soon, among other colorful euphemisms. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 went on to have 12 more children with 10 different people. He peaked at number 3 on the Japanese charts. Our adopted child hated him, turned villain as soon as they moved out of my parents' place, and hunted 𝐒𝐻𝐻 down in his old age, vanquishing him in a deep dark corner of 𝐒𝐻𝐻's sprawling mansion with my name on their lips. They called it vengeance. The current hunter 𝐒𝐻𝐻 yanked his hand from mine, his face ghostly white as the connection dissolved around us. We were flung back into our bodies, heads throbbing because the connection severed too quickly. I don't think this relationship is a good idea, he managed through clenched teeth, clutching his forehead in his palms. His voice quivered as he spoke, fearful tears hidden in his throat. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 stood and said, "I better go." I watched him leave, and, somewhere in the back of my mind, I hoped that what he saw changed him for the better on the inside. My brain throbbed in my skull, and I ordered the biggest piece of cake I could find on the menu, intending to drown the lingering anger in chocolate. Mina was going to get an earful after this. Koji Koda pretended like he was fine. He always had, and likely always would, and he was okay with that. His expressions were hard to read to the passing stranger anyway, but obvious once you got to know him, and right now his face screamed, "I'm not okay." But he had company in the form of a friend, and he tried his hardest to contain his feelings by anxious cleaning the entire cabin by hand. Mina Ashido, matchmaker extraordinaire and former most popular person in Class 1A, sat at the kitchen table, sipped her apple-flavored tea, passively wondering if Koda kept it on hand for Tokoyami, and silently read her friend's body language. They sat in Koda's cabin, catching up and killing time until their best friend's blind date was over, both anxiously awaiting the results. After a studious glance while he anxiously tidied the spotless kitchen, Mina absolutely knew what was wrong with Koda. "So that's why you're being weird, why you didn't want them to go on the blind date with 𝐒𝐻𝐻," she smirked, proud of herself for solving the puzzle. "You like them, don't you? Why didn't you say anything before I sent them off on their date? Have you told them yet?" Caught unaware, Koda squeaked and spit his apple tea everywhere. "No." He lied, I don't. I mean, Mina frowned at him over her cup of steaming tea, shooting him the most skeptical look that she could conjure up. Terrified that Mina learned the truth, Koda opened his mouth to protest again, but was saved by the slamming of his front door. There stood his best friend and roommate, a white chocolate smear down their shirt. "Honey, I'm home," they deadpanned, kicking the door shut after themselves, "and no, I don't want to talk about it." They stomped across the main living quarters, the entryway, the kitchen, the living room, and slammed their bedroom door behind them. A picture of the recent UA Class 1A reunion rattled on the wall, but didn't fall. 𝐭𝐸𝐻 held his breath, clutching his teacup to his thrumming chest. His roommate was obviously safe and sound, and that was the most important part, but he couldn't help but worry. Something was obviously wrong. Almost on autopilot, he poured a fresh cup of tea and drizzled in an obscene amount of honey, just how they liked it. Mina watched him go through these motions, silently observing as he crossed the room in only a step or two, and as 𝐭𝐸𝐻 knocked on his roommate's door. Bestie. 𝐭𝐸𝐻 said softly, his hands shaking. I brought you some tea, if it will help. The door cracked open just slightly, wide enough so that 𝐭𝐸𝐻 could see his best friend's bloodshot, teary eyes. Thanks, 𝐭𝐸𝐻, they whispered. Their hand reached through, taking the fresh, steaming cup of apple tea from his hands. The door closed behind them with no further explanation. Well, the blind date obviously didn't go well, Mina sighed, slumping over the kitchen table. Her heart hurt, upset that she failed to create a perfect couple like she had with Denks and ♯ Ochiko and 𝐸, or even herself and Momo. Maybe it was time to try her final pair-up for ♯, but did she even have Todoroki's number? 𝐭𝐸𝐻, upset that Mina wasn't more worried about their friends, mustered up his courage and said, maybe you should check on ♯. He might need a friend now. Of course 𝐭𝐸𝐻 wanted to say more, to tell Mina to leave and come back with an apology for his roommate, but he couldn't, not to a friend like her. He didn't have that kind of courage. Right, you're right, Mina nodded, finishing the rest of her tea in one gulp. She stood and grabbed her jacket from the hook near the door and hugged 𝐭𝐸𝐻. I'll see you soon, buddy. And think about what I said earlier, okay? He nodded and closed the door behind Mina's retreating form, knowing that she'd be safe on the walk back to civilization. But from his spot, slumped against the front door, he stared at his roommate's bedroom door, wondering if Mina had a point. Yeah, he had feelings for his roommate, but wouldn't saying something ruin everything? Wouldn't their connection only reveal a long-lasting friendship? And could he survive that brutal reality? Rise and shine, dude. Already dressed in my hero uniform and ready for another shift, I knocked on 𝐭𝐸𝐻's door with a plate of waffles and a cup of coffee in hand. After my little outburst and weird behavior the night before, I decided that breakfast in bed made the most sense as an apology. The least I could do was make 𝐭𝐸𝐻's life a little easier, right? The sun was just about to hit the horizon, which meant our shift was due to start in just a bit. With my animal transformation quirk and 𝐭𝐸𝐻's animal communication quirk, we kept the parks and forests of Japan safe and sound for both citizens and the wildlife, and, surprisingly, the hikers started showing up at the crack of dawn. Come on, 𝐭𝐸𝐻, we gotta get a move on, I said, putting my lips right to the crack in his door to better amplify my voice. It's nearly dawn, man. We gotta. 𝐭𝐸𝐻 opened the door, and I stumbled forward, suddenly unmoored without the sturdy wood there to hold up my face. He caught me, of course, with hands chastely on my shoulders. The coffee in his cup sloshed, but never quite spilled over. Morning, I laughed. He smiled. Emma morning. Is, that for me? I nodded and he helped me to my feet. We traipsed out to the kitchen counter, where we snarfed our food down at inhuman speeds, mentally preparing for a nice, quiet shift in the woods. Or so we hoped. Within minutes we were out the door and headed toward the first stop of the day, the campsite. The morning sun cast long, gold shadows through the trees, warming the world with its glow. Typically 𝐭𝐸𝐻 and I would walk in silence, content with our thoughts in the comfortable silence. But today was apparently not a typical day. So, your date with ♯ went badly, 𝐭𝐸𝐻 said, taking his time to avoid stammering. I stared at him open-mouthed. You knew. Mina told me, after she arrived, he said carefully. I would have warned you. Groaning with frustration, I rubbed my icy fingers over my tired eyes and said, well, it was a 𝐻T show. He was 15 minutes late, immediately started flirting with every person within earshot, and our connection was, well, bad. Very bad. Hella bad. 𝐭𝐸𝐻 teased. I snickered. Worse than hella bad, 𝐭𝐸𝐻. If, he sighed. If indeed. We walked another minute or two in silence, pointing out birds or squirrels or deer as we went along the well-worn path to the campgrounds. I forget sometimes that you weren't in our class, Koji admitted softly. You get along with everyone as if you were. Same, I said. Koji's friends, Shoji, Tokoyami, and Zu, mainly, were nice and exactly our kind of fun. We didn't have to binge drink or do stupid SHT in order to have a good time with them, and they welcomed me into the friend group as if I'd always been there. And sometimes I wish I had been Koj, I added. I got to UA the year after Koji, joining the hero course with present MIC as my homeroom teacher. Shortly after, Koji was assigned to me as an upperclassman mentor due to our similar quirks. The campsite came up between the trees, nice and empty in the golden sunrise. We set about tidying, but it didn't take much. I found a forgotten candy wrapper, and Koji moved a fallen log out of the path. All the while, something hummed in my brain, a little question I conjured up years ago and never pressed for fear of shattering our precious friendship. Maybe the shitty date with 𝐂 brought it back to the surface, or maybe it was just because of Koji's kindness the night before, but now I needed to know. Koj, would you want to try the connection with me? He choked on nothing, spluttering and coughing and holding his chest as if he'd shake apart into a billion little pieces. Koji eyed me with suspicion and heat in his cheeks, and managed, what? You and me, dude, I beamed, we should try the connection, don't you think? When he didn't answer right away, still coughing, I pressed on. We're best friends, Koji, we've never fought, and we're great at communicating. We've been roommates for 5 years, and we've never had a single problem. He squinted at me as he cleared his throat. Okay, there was that one time that I forgot you had a peanut allergy and things got real weird real fast, but otherwise everything has been great, right? I said, smiling up at him innocently. Aren't you just a little curious? Still strawberry-cheeked and breathless, Koji looked down at his fidgeting fingers before cautiously making eye contact with me. I am nervous, he admitted softly. Me too, I said. You won't hate me, he asked. His voice shook, brittle as glass. I raised a brow. I don't think I could if I tried, bestie. Koji pressed his lips together tightly enough to turn them white. Okay, I grinned, moving my hand out toward him. He inspected my fingers and, after a steadying breath, put his massive hand in mine. I remembered what to expect this time, and as the room fell away, I wasn't afraid. Koji and I floated in the abyss of the connection, watching as the film STRP burst from our palms and circled us, starting to play almost instantly. Rise and shine, future me said, bringing Koji broth when he was sick in bed. Rise and shine, future Koji said, carding his fingers through my hair to wake me, rose petals and chocolate wrappers strewn across our comforter. Rise and shine, future me said, kissing him on the forehead. Rise and shine, future Koji said, sliding an engagement ring onto my finger before I could coherently understand what was happening. Rise and shine, I said, waking Koji with our favorite song playing on my phone. Rise and shine, he said, twirling me away from the mirror, dancing me around the room while we got dressed for the day. Rise and shine, our kids yelled, piling into bed to wake us from a long night of diaper changes and midnight bottles. Rise and shine, I murmured, sleepily dragging my fingers over Koji's shoulder in our massive bed, waking him to snow in the window. Rise and shine, he said, kissing my ring on my finger as he roused me, a steaming cup of coffee and a crossword puzzle in his free hand. Rise and shine, we said in unison to our children every morning. Tears caught in my throat, and I caught Koji's eye across the expanse of the connection void, both of us smiling and warm and safe. And I knew without a doubt what it meant, what those 3 words really said every time across all of our years. Rise and shine. I love you.